Mobius wants us to go after another artifact on some dead world called Zill. Apparently they sent in a specialist team, but they lost contact with them 2 days ago. Their bad luck, I guess. Figure we'll get hazard pay for this one. So here's the deal. This place is a morgue. Whatever used to live in these ruins up and died millions of years ago. Before they went missing, the Mobius team reported artifact radiation emanating from that big old hunk of rock over yonder. They brought a big damn laser drill to burn the way in.
Laser drill? That thing's a monster. If the Mobius team had access to that kind of hardware, I hate to think about what could have wiped them out.
Reckon we'll find out soon enough, partner.
So it's time for the laser drill mission. This is actually a really funny one in brutal difficulty, because the wall that you're destroying will actually heal itself. I kid you not. It'll actually, it's just spontaneously, seemingly at random, I don't know what triggers it, just decide to heal for a few thousand points of health to artificially prolong the mission and give the Protoss a little bit more time to come kill you. This is also one of the first missions where I discovered that wiping out all the Tal'Darim treats it as a victory. You could just do that. We will not be doing that. We will be using a trick I rather enjoy.
Watch your corners, boys. We don't know who cleaned this place out.
This better be good.
This is also where we get siege tanks.
More Terran beings. The mysteries of this place are forbidden. You will pay for your transgressions with your lie.
Hold up there. Those Protoss cannons will tear us a new one if we try to advance. Swan, you promised me siege tanks. Where are they?
Hi
Settle
everyone,
down,
by the way.
hotshot. They're coming. These babies will knock those cannons down from a nice, safe distance.
The Henson path is us choosing her.
Siege tanks work just like
The
they
Toss
are.
path is
When you put them
the
in
opposite of
siege
that.
mode, they get increased range and firepower. They can't move in siege mode, so if you need to reposition them, just switch them back into tank mode. You got it?
I gotta say, I find siege tanks a lot more useful in StarCraft 2. Maybe that's just because of the better AI and positioning and the better control over them, but I think siege tanks are freaking awesome in,
Been waiting on you.
oops,
Let's get some siege
StarCraft
tanks
2.
deployed on the high ground.
I
They
mean-
can pound that Protoss stalker
Yeah.
before it even gets close to us.
Hey, Perry. Hey, Dakota. Yeah, I could believe that, Dakota.
By the numbers, boy.
Hey, Deutsch. Hey, Nothrazim. Hey, Samurai. Hey, Stars. Hey, Titans. Hey, Leander. Hey, Formosan. Did I miss anyone? I probably missed people.
Up. You gonna give me orders? Of course.
Mobius base local net accessed. Decrypting security overrides. Transferring control of base structure
Hey,
to
Schmudolf.
the commander.
Hey, Baronessa. Hello, Canada Dry. Oh, I've missed you so much.
Fired up. 174 gigawatts. The power of the sun at your fingertips. Now get it aimed at that door and let's get cutting.
Laser output is good. Drilling will take some time, but there's no other way into the temple. Sir, the Tal'Darim are mobilizing their forces against us.
Of course they are.
So we set a perimeter and protect the drill until we're through. I'm just glad we've got siege tanks.
The power of the sun in the palm of my hand. Also, a Dark Souls joke here. Whoa, you didn't let me kill the stalker. Come on, guys.
In the rear with it. Armed and ready.
Alright, so I have a fun strategy for this mission. Oh, which I can't
We
employ.
need bunkers and siege tanks defending that laser drill. We got no chance of claiming the artifact without it.
Shoot! I guess we won't be using the fun strategy. Actually, let me just go through this. Huh. Okay. I didn't even think about that. I'm stupid. Okay, so I gotta share my fun strategy for this map, okay? If you go do... Really. If you go do the Folsom mission before this, and you choose Nova, you get access to ghosts.
Sir, I've managed to access what's left of the Mobius Expedition sensor net. I'll route it through your map so you can see what the Tal'Darim are up to.
What's going on? Yep. We hear you.
No, it's my fault for my routing, Pearson. I didn't even think about that. So,
SCV ready.
yeah. So here's the thing. The Tal'Darim have no capacity to see through your ghosts in this map. So what you could do is you could get ghosts, set them up here, get them cloaked anytime the enemy comes, and just literally line them up on a line and set to hold pattern. And the enemy will walk up and be like, we can't go forward! What do we do? What do we do? And then you just blast the crap out of them from behind your invincible line. It's how I beat this mission on Brutal. I will freely admit I didn't come up with that strategy. I saw a speedrunner do that strategy and employed it myself, and it works great.
Not enough minerals.
So, it's really funny to watch, which is why I was hoping to do it for this time. I completely spaced that I needed to go get ghosts first, and that would involve choosing Nova, too, so...
SCV ready.
I thought Spectres couldn't cloak. Oh.
SCV ready.
Nice, I got it.
SCV ready. Temple. Sure.
Is there friendly splash damage in this one? Well, either way, I usually don't use tanks for that purpose in this one. Although, you can. But with the Ghost, you don't have to spend the money on tanks, which is great. Well, apparently Spectres can cloak. My bad. You can tell I don't use Spectres like at all. Seriously, I don't think I've ever actually used Spectres outside of their mission. I just like the idea that the ghosts are all there doing, like, keep away, you know, like you do in grade school. Like, go back, and the protesters are like, no! Something's pushing us back! We don't know what's going on.
SCV ready.
So yeah, if you just sit here and defend, this is a stupid easy mission. I noticed that we're doing more damage on casual difficulty, because we're just blazing through that door.
Who wants some? Of course.
Just wow, you know.
SCV ready.
Apparently, fearsome.
SCV ready.
Hello, British Twitch. So, I've been looking into the Tal'Darim thing. And you remember how I mentioned how the Tal'Darim are kind of poorly implemented in Wings of Liberty? And I stand by that statement, by the way. The reason why is basically, if I can describe it bluntly, those are Archons, and that's bad. No, the problem is the Tal'Darim.
You would desecrate that which belongs to the gods. This will not be borne by the faithful.
Sir, those are Protoss Archons. If they get too close, our men won't stand a chance.
It's okay, they're not that strong in units.
I'm giving you manual control of the laser drill. See if you can use it against the Protoss.
This is fun.
All right, you heard the man. Swing that laser around. We can use it to drive back the Protoss.
Bzzz. 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 It takes forever to spin the gun up, but oh, it's a nice gun when you get there. And then back to the door. So, yeah. Whoops. Where did I put you? There you are. Yeah, I love having the laser drill at your disposal. This is a very fun map. This is technically a hold the line map, but it doesn't feel like it because you're given a huge amount of agency over what you do and how you do it. Because instead of restricting you to just sitting there and building up your defenses and living with it, they actually give you They give you the gun, they give you the tanks, they give you the ability to go and expand into the enemy forces if you really feel like it. In other words, they give you a lot of things to do rather than just sit there and win. So I think this is probably one of the best hold the line missions possibly ever, in all honesty. It's at least up there. So let's talk about the Nathrezim.
Add-on complete.
Or not the Nathrezim. Wow, I looked at chat for a second. Let's talk about the Tal'Darim. The Tal'Darim are like, hey, we serve Amon, and therefore we will do everything in our power to ensure that Amon's forces, who are actively trying to obtain this device for Amon's purposes, will never get a hold of it. Seriously, that's basically what they're doing here. They're actively trying to prevent us from accomplishing the goals of one of the major agents of Duran, or of Amon.
It's nothing. Those are transports. Use the laser to knock them down fast.
Well, apparently I don't need to do that on casual. Holy crap. Okay, sure, we'll do it. Why not? Yeah, I know it did. Don't worry. I'm just getting a few more defenses going. Just a couple, really. Anyway, so if the Tal'Darim, hang on, I think we're not on. There we go. If the Tal'Darim are truly serving Amon, why are they so against his ends? Is basically. You might be like, well, Arsh, you're just getting nitpicky, but the funny thing is, they have actually retconned this themselves. In other words, basically, there are actually two factions of the Tal'Darim. There's what is known as the World Ship Tal'Darim, who I actually kind of hope they bring this back in Legacy of the Void.
Sir, I'm picking up the energy signatures of several Protoss relics in the area. I'm marking them on your map.
Thanks, Matt.
Well, if there's time, we can blast them free with a laser drill. I bet Stedman would love to study them.
You mean like this? And... aw, let's target visible unit. Damn it, I was too slow.
This better be good. In the rear with the gear.
I'm probably getting way too many defenses for casual difficulty. I should probably just go and win. I'm used to hunkering in pretty tight and using the laser trip on this mission. So, you know.
You gonna give me orders?
So they made two factions of the Tal'Darim. They made the guys who revere the Xel'Naga, and then they made the guys who revere Amon specifically. Now, we actually don't see the ones who revere Amon specifically in this campaign at all, by the way. Those are the ones we'll be fighting in Heart of the Swarm, and the ones we fight during Wings of Liberty. Or not Wings of Liberty, excuse me, Whispers of Oblivion, excuse me. Because those are the ones who are specifically and directly veneering him, working for him, etc. The rest of the Tal'Darim, aka these guys, are just basically religious zealots who revere the Xel'Naga in general. As opposed to, you know, specifically Amon. And that's why they're called the World Ship, because they actually took a Xel'Naga world ship, either by force or being granted it, we're not actually 100% sure, and just decided, you know what, we're just going to go do our own thing with this. And that is that, really. I mean, now, that is definitively a retcon, but this again gets across my point of how silly it is that they actually introduced the Tal'Darim in Wings of Liberty, basically for no other reason than to have the Protoss be bad guys. Because that's the only reason they're here. So, for those of you wondering exactly why it is I said the Tal'Darim were kind of blah, that's why. Even Blizzard looked at it like, okay, yeah, let's retcon that. Let's fix that. I just made it, whatever.
Bad news?
The laser drill is now cutting through the door's thermal barrier.
As an aside, I could do that to Koida, but nah, I'm not gonna bother.
Been waiting on
So I want... do I have any?
this. Better be good.
Yeah, I do 4.
Who wants some?
And 6 for that. As an aside, the that is true, Leander. Like I said, retcons are not necessarily bad. like I said, I just kind of wish they had implemented the Tal'Darim better in Wings of Liberty. That's always been my complaint about it. They literally threw them in so there would be bad guy Protoss, and that was their only purpose. By the way, I love siege tanks and Wings. Just love them. They only implemented them just to be a bad guy. I wish they'd done more with them here. But I am still thankful they did something with them later, so props to them for taking a problem and turning it into a solution. Yeah, you don't need the keyboard at all here. Left hand. We're gonna do this rest of this mission with just the mouse.
The doctor is in.
It's gonna be irritating as crap because we're gonna not use control groups, but we're gonna do it. So just for you, Deutsch.
Add-on complete.
Just for you, man. This is how much I care. And yeah, we're gonna be going after the artifacts.
Mineral field depleted.
I don't know how the hell you play this game without hotkeys. I'm already freaking out about the fact that I want to be touching hotkeys. Okay. Okay. Go.
Sir, more air units inbound.
Yeah,
We
just
gotta take them out, or they'll keep dropping troops right on top of us.
Hey, Chaos.
Upgrade
They can
complete.
You gonna give me orders? Go, go, go!
Happy birthday, Chaos. For realsies, finally. Oh, right, I need to... Hang on. Oh, fun fact! Since I've already hotkeyed them, I can actually do this. This is another feature I love, by the way. This, the hotkey thing here, so you see exactly what your hotkeys are. It's great because that way you can immediately click them. You can immediately see who's hotkeyed where. You can see what the numbers are without actually having to have them selected. It's just generally an awesome feature, I think. So, that's cool.
Who wants some? Got it.
And it also means, without using my left hand here, I can do
Armed and ready.
this. This challenge mode. One-handed strats. We're gonna go for the world record one-handed casual mode. Speedrun record here. I agree, Takoida. I think we mentioned that before, but I still think siege tanks are awesome. Okay, now to go for the other one, which is like way up here.
Looking forward to it.
Oh no, Archons! Let's not phaser down the Archons this time. See what happens on casual. Yes, this is the Starcraft's built-in music. Alright, here we go, here we go. There's only one tank over there. Uh-oh. Oh no, they're dead. Anyways, oh no!
Thermal barrier breached. The laser drill is now cutting through the core.
They seek to befoul the legacy of the gods. Destroy them.
This is also one of the reasons why the Tal'Darim come off in Wings of Liberty as less we're hideously evil and more we're incredibly fanatical. Because again, this faction of the Tal'Darim are just Xel'Naga worshippers, not direct followers of Amon. The actual direct followers of Amon are the guys who... Well, let's just put it to you this way. Remember how I mentioned how Amon thinks death is a good thing? Amon literally teaches his people, the Tal'Darim who follow him, to regularly kill themselves for no other reason than because death is a good thing. That's just what they do. Which is, interesting. Now, one thing I like about this,
Mineral field depleted.
as weird as it's going to sound, I'm kind of reminded of Forbidden Planet, the old movie, the old sci-fi movie. Good movie. There was a substance in that one. No, Progue. I'm doing the one-handed challenge. Also, I'm almost done.
Base is under attack.
There's a technology in that game which is really, really good at absorbing. It's this brand new polymer of armor that absorbs a ridiculous amount of energy. It's incredibly resilient. That's what I'm reminded of with this, because as we know, this is actually a Xel'Naga temple. And the power output of this laser is kind of crazy. Try to keep in mind that this laser is putting out a stupidly ridiculous amount of power. This is the kind of thing that would push through, like, the Earth's core. Or not the Earth's core, the Earth's crust very quickly. Just, bam. And yet, look at this. Look at how much this Xel'Naga tech is resisting the drilling. Which is just really says something about Xel'Naga tech in general. Now the good news is, we hope they don't have the ability to put this stuff on their armor. If they do, we're screwed. But they certainly built their stuff to last, didn't they? I also like this, though, because it's a great way of explaining why their stuff is built to last. One of the biggest problems a lot of fiction has is ancient things from millennia ago just are still working, and sometimes they don't bother to explain why. In this case, we actually have a definitive reason why. The fact that they are this... that they are this well-designed, that they are this endurable, means that even as the planet changes and has tectonic shifts and whatnot over the ages, this temple is still going to be just fine. So, you know.
There's another wave of air units heading your way.
These guys just won't give up.
Oh
Stick it to
no!
them, boys.
Guys! Air units! What are we going to do? Oh, I didn't even get a chance to laser them. Now, this is a nice touch. If you don't have active orders for the laser drill, it automatically goes back to the door. Nice convenience feature. The final lore tidbit I have here is, given how far advanced the activation team had gotten here, I'm definitely playing Cho'Gall, absolutely, Fierce. Are you kidding me? So, you know. I get the impression that these Tel'Darim are basically roamers. This would also be in keeping with the whole world ship thing. Remember, these Tel'Darim are literally the ones who are roaming from planet to planet in a Xel'Naga world ship. We'll actually have a mission on that world ship later on, which will be a lot of fun. We do have a chasm, like, right here. Anyways, so I like the idea that the reason the Mobius Foundation was able to get so far progressed and get this ridiculous monster of a laser drill here is because the Tel'Darim were roaming along and then noticed, and they were like, "Ah, quick, send down buildings, send down troops. We must stop them from desecrating the Xel'Naga temple." So, hey, it's not my choice, bro. As you can see by the numbers, which... Hang on, I need to use the keyboard for just a second, just to Alt-Tab. Sorry. Okay, there. Yeah, I like how I like this. Clearly showing, alert, we're out of gas, alert. Unlike in Starcraft 1, you can't keep getting gas out of a defunct refinery. However, unlike in Starcraft 1, the maps are actually well designed. No offense to Starcraft 1. So running out of resources it just doesn't happen. You don't go dry in a map in Starcraft 2. At least not in single-player campaign stuff. And I think that's very well designed. This is not new. Warcraft 3 was basically the first game to really, really get that right. It's just good to see them continuing to iterate in that direction. So seriously though, for a second, look at the size of this thing. This is a turret. I mean, I know this is not very indicative of size, because, I mean, a battle cruiser is the size of this building. But you get the impression that this gun is basically building-sized. It's this massive building of doom. It's this insane building of just ridiculous power output. The only thing I would have liked more is if we see more of what's powering this thing, where the energy is for it is coming.
Of the doorway core is imminent.
I also find myself wondering about these massive skeletons down here.
It is our sacred duty to stop these defilers. Burn them to ashes.
Hang on. I don't feel like dealing with that. No, not the Archons.
Mineral field depleted.
And we win.
Mineral field depleted.
Ta-da!
I have prevailed for now. Word of this sacrilege will echo across the stars, James Raynor. The day of reckoning draws near.
These artifacts of yours seem real popular, Tychus.
What do we care? As long as the pay's good.
Really?
I'd say getting vaporized by the Tal'Darim definitely counts as diminishing returns.
Good question, Ventures. We don't actually know. We do know that the Xel'Naga are not good. Whether they are evil or not is debatable. And yeah, there's a huge amount of lore in the Starcraft games. At some point, I need to talk about Tychus Findlay and James Raynor. I'm debating a good time to do that at. Because I have some additional information on them. By the way, I did a little extra research into Hansen, because for some reason I couldn't remember anything about her, and that's because there isn't anything. She was a brilliant archaeologist, and then she was in StarCraft 2, and that's basically it. Oh, 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 oh!
James Raynor, I bring tidings of doom.
Zeratul.
I have pierced the veil of the future and beheld only oblivion. Yet one spark of hope remains. You will hold her life in your hands. And though justice demands that she die for her crimes, only she can save
Wait a
us.
second. You're talking about Kerrigan. It's been 4 years. You show up out of nowhere.
Time is short. You must understand. The answers you seek lie within. Study it well. The fate of creation hangs in the balance.
Nice to see you too. I've heard of these Ehon crystals before. Supposedly they allow you to relive another person's memories. If Zeratul's uncovered, he was desperate for me to see it too. Well, here goes nothing.
Okay, so I just gotta say, when I first saw this, and I actually had a similar experience to Samurai, I literally injured myself. I was so excited. To explain that a little bit, remember that while I was enjoying Wings of Liberty, the cliffhanger I was left at, that had stuck in my mind for 12 goddamned years, was the cliffhanger of Zeratul's mission and Duran and the hybrids. So seeing Zeratul suddenly show up, I was just like, yes, oh my god, it's Zeratul. And then I find out we actually get to play as the Protoss for these missions, and then I exploded with joy. Let's explain a few things, okay? Probably the Zerg in general, Ventures, because Protoss in general are pretty strong regardless of their psychic power as well. So, you know, I was just like, yes, this is great. Let's explain a few things. First of all, Zeratul does have, obviously, warping technology, because he's a Protoss, and he's a well-positioned Protoss. You might wonder why he shows up out of the blue without warning, and then leaves out of the blue without warning. Now, let's get this out of the way. Yes, there's some cinematic reasons for doing so, but there's a lore reason for it as well. He's on the run. He is currently fleeing because he has learned things about the hybrids and about what will eventually be called Amon. We don't even have his name in this game. And he is intelligent enough that, A, he knows that they could follow him here and that would, you know, spell his own doom, and B, he is a decent enough person to not want to bring destruction upon the Hyperion when they're least expecting it just because he happened to be on board. So he slips in, says, quick, quick, here, and then slips out. It also makes sense as to why he doesn't actually just explain the situation to Raynor. He doesn't have time. He literally just needs to get in and be like, here, quick, and then leave before the hybrids find him again. Remember, the hybrids are hunting him right now. So, it is possible the Zerg are hunting him as well. We're not even 100% on that one. So it makes perfect sense that he would make this crystal just to record his memories, just for Raynor. Oh, Jesus. And thank you, Progue. And then try to get it to Raynor. And if you think about it, it's also a very Protoss perspective. Rather than just tell you, hey, don't kill Kerrigan, they want to show you it. Now, what is that? 5. Okay, you got it. We'll put that here, Progue. Thank you again for the donation. It is worth noting, though, that there's a second reason why they should, why he would give him the crystal rather than just tell him. Raynor has a lot of respect and, you know, caring and otherwise, he's got that camaraderie thing going with Zeratul quite a bit. But, hell yes, no, there's him. But, it's actually Mega Man 3. But, it is kind of worth noting, Raynor at this point in time might not have believed him. In fact, it is debatable Raynor doesn't actually believe him. Oh my god, so I did. Hanson. There you go. I mean, think about it for a moment. You haven't seen him in 4 years. You've been in hiding and fading, and you show up and say, by the way, our greatest enemy actually can't die or else we're all doomed. Bye! It's another reason why it makes sense to give him his memory, so he literally learns it in the same way Zeratul does. Because remember, Zeratul was just as, like, oh, yeah, right. And if Zeratul hadn't had the vision personally from the Overmind and from Tassadar, it's possible Zeratul wouldn't have believed it as well. Some people ask whether or not Raynor's knowledge of this affects his decision at the end of this game. I think it absolutely does. I think it is a contributing factor, not the only contributing factor. I'll mention that when we get there. But I do personally absolutely think that it was in his mind. The reason they don't acknowledge it in the cutscenes, and this is, I'm just going to be blunt, I don't like this, is because these are optional missions. You can actually do the entire game without doing these missions at all. So technically the player could get to the end and never see the prophecy, and then be like, well, why is he mentioning this thing? Why is he mentioning the fact that Kerrigan has to live? But I gotta be honest, again, that's stupid because that prophecy is a part of the main lore of the games. You don't remove canon just because it's optional, you know? But, whatever. So, let's do a few things. The Protoss crystal continues to grow. I no longer think it is drawing power from the ship. It is getting pure energy from that sphere above it, which presents a new worry. What's it doing with all that power? Is it going to release it explosively? I have to keep Swan away from the sample. He will definitely try to shoot it at the airlock, with me strapped to it. I tried scraping smaller samples, but all my tools broke. I love that idea, by the way. Yeah, exactly, Samurai. Why not just do... You know, why not just make it so you have to do the frickin' crystals before you go to Char? Because it is a fundamentally important part of the story. It's not just part of canon, it is like part of the main plot. So why make that optional? I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking on that. But anyway, so I like the idea that he tried to use tools to scrape stuff off the crystal, and the tools broke, not the crystal. I do actually like... I like the fact that it's the Superman thing. Like, how do you operate on Superman? All your tools just break on his skin. In any case, the chips revealed more of the Matrix. It's keeping the energy there in the vortex. How does it move the energy so fast? It may be a fabled Protoss warp technology. For all its complexity, the Matrix is as solid as the strongest structure. I wonder if I could apply these dynamics to our own structure. Make a note. I've learned so much from the crystal, but I can't help as feeling that it's learning from me, if that makes sense. Late, tired, sleep now. We do have hard evidence at Qualitas, and that hard evidence is the developer saying Samir Duran is Emil Nerud, or whatever the hell his name is. Also the fact that they are totally freaking the same person. He's a shapeshifter who's been manipulating things and was involved with Stukov and blah blah blah, and he was also starting the hybrid. No, it's the same freaking guy. And even if it wasn't absolutely obvious it's the same guy, again, the developers have flat out confirmed, yeah, it's him. So...
I see we have a new acquisition. Is it a Protoss device?
That's right. But I wouldn't mess with it if I were you. It's a Kadaran Ehon crystal. It's a memory storage device. Lets you experience what other people have seen or done. It can be dangerous if you don't know what you're doing.
Yet you don't fear it at all. You're a fascinating man, Jim Raynor. You know more about the Protoss and the Zerg than any of the experts I've read about.
Yep. He does. Yes, it is British Twitch, and I actually have explained that as well. Twice, actually, in the course of this lore run. Yes, exactly, Takoida. I love that thing. Basically, this is a semi-sentient crystal, or at the very least empathetic crystal, which makes sense because that's how Protoss technology works in general. AKA, it's empathetic. It responds to your orders and commands and desires, which is part of why so much Protoss technology is magic technology, as I've talked about back in the original Starcraft.
Holding these artifacts is making me nervous. Can you tell me any more about them?
It's interesting. The one from Zill is different than the others. However, I think all of them once constituted a single device.
You mean they make something bigger?
It would seem so. It's just a theory, but there's an attraction between the artifacts we've collected. A kind of harmonic resonance. Given the points of contiguous translinear alignment, I think they'd be drawn together like magnets under the right field adjustment.
Okay. Well, don't adjust anything just yet, Doc. I like them aligned just the way they are.
The only consequence of not doing it, Baloney, is missing out on story, and you don't get the Protoss research. You get a ton of Protoss research in these missions. See you around, Bosky. So now we get to choose between more Vespene or instantaneous supply depots. I actually always get torn on this. Both of these are really useful. It's literally instantaneous supply depots. Look at this. Bam, 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 supply. Or you get faster gas out of the Vespene. Now, the thing about the faster gas is it doesn't increase the amount of gas in the geyser. It just makes you get it faster. So you're not actually getting more Vespene, you're just getting it quicker, if that makes any sense. Which is still useful, don't mistake me. But, I mean, it's just, you've just applied strip mining techniques to the geyser. But that combined with this is kind of useful, as opposed to this, which helps offset this, so I think we're going to go with the geyser ones. Both of these are useful. This is one of the only choices where I debate it virtually every time I select. But we'll take the geyser for this time, so I can show off the other thing. So, siege tanks. The Crucio siege tank, armed with twin 90mm cannons. The Crucio is the most expensive upgrade to the original Arclight siege tank, which was the one in StarCraft 1. The 180mm siege mode shock cannon scatters superheated tungsten in its 50% larger area. Dominion's infantry soldiers are universally convinced that Crucio operators inflict more damage on friendly forces than on the enemy. Consequently, Crucio operators stick together during shore leave. Wendell Slovens, an early Crucio operator, installed a sophisticated surround sound system into his ride. Sergeant Slovens was subsequently cut off and surrounded when he failed to hear the order to fall back.
We're rocking some serious heavy metal now that we got siege tanks.
Yes, sir. The comforting thunder of the big guns. Well, comforting when they're on our side.
Yeah, these newer tanks have better guns when they're on the move. And reinforced armor.
So long as they still got the range in siege mode, the rest is just gravy. Between siege tanks and bunkers, we can hold the line against just about anything.
Just for you, Chaos. I'll get you one. Do you want an Arclight or do you want a Crucio? Because they're both good. So, they have a couple of options, a couple of upgrades. One of them is less damage to friendly units. One of them is more primary damage. Both of these are actually really good upgrades. Let's see. I'm trying to think how my upgrades are lining up right now. Oh, hey, we can upgrade FC. So, multiple FCs can repair twice as fast. I actually want to repair twice as fast. Wait, no I don't. I'm on casual difficulty. I will never repair anything. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll sit on the rest for now. You got it, Chaos Rider. Oh, sorry.
Had any visitors lately?
I don't know what you're talking about, Tosh.
Oh, I think you do, James Rayner. Something was on this ship just now. I still smell it on you. Protoss. Interesting.
Whatever you think you know, you just keep it to yourself. I hear you yapping about this, and I'll toss you out the airlock.
So, I need to explain that statement really quick. You have to understand that most Terrans, even guys who are working with Raynor, are still very, very suspicious and very anti-alien. And it kind of makes sense, if you think about it. The Protoss have not exactly endeared themselves to the Terrans, have they? So it makes sense that Raynor would try to keep on the down low how close he is to the Protoss in general, and his general respect for them and his relations with them. I mean, that's logical. You risk having a mutiny, or at the very least insubordination, or rumor mongering, all sorts of bad things if you actually mention that. The second thing I want to mention is Tosh. I already talked about Tosh pretty extensively. I don't really have much else to share about him, except one thing. Tosh was never that powerful psionically. He was not like Terra November, who had power, or Kerrigan, who actually redefined the scale. Rather, Tosh... his greatest ability is, and I like this because this makes sense, rather than just having generic telekinetic and telepathic powers, he's really good at sensing things. It's actually kind of a pseudo-mystical sense. In other words, he doesn't necessarily read minds. He just can read, in his own words, the ebb and flow of reality. And so, well, of course they do, Netherhunter. So he can just kind of tell what's going on around him in a sort of generalized sense. So he doesn't actually read Raynor's mind to see the Protoss. He doesn't even read Zeratul's mind. He just can feel that there was a Protoss around here. Make sense? It's also one of the reasons he says a lot of the things he does and is involved in a lot of the things he does. We'll mention more of these as we talk to him, of course, but one of the ones that occurs to me most interesting is when he talks about Dr. Hansen and how, why did the Zerg go after her so quickly? No, actually, I'm pretty sure we don't have a concrete reasoning for that, other than the fact that Hansen was very well skilled in certain types of research, and it's entirely possible that, yes, that's a good way to put it, Starcraft. It's very possible that Hansen... I can't believe I'm even saying this, actually is on the right track for understanding the Zerg retrovirus, at least as it applies to Terrans. And that might have been what drew Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades, to her. We're not sure. That's speculation. I did some research. We do not know what was up with Hansen. Like I said, she has like no backstory. Her backstory is she's a genius. And her mother doesn't approve of her because her mother is an uppity snob, and her father was an awesome guy who died on the fringe. I mean, that's pretty much her backstory in a nutshell. So let's go back to the cantina now.
Let's get down to business.
So now we can get several people's favorite mercenaries, the Siege Breakers, which, in addition to doing a decent amount more health, do a ton more damage. I will go ahead and hire those bastards.
So now we've got 3 of these artifacts on my ship. When are we supposed to hand these damn things over?
They got their hands full right now. The Zerg are about to invade Tirador, where Mobius' main research center is. I don't reckon we'll hear anything from them until they relocate somewhere safe.
Wonderful.
This is Donnie Vermillion, live from UNN. Tonight, the Zerg invasion. The battle so far. The Terran Dominion is holding firm under Zerg aggression. Our industrial complex has stepped up production on all fronts. Enlistment rates have risen within the penal system, and the Marine Corps is ready to get in the fight.
Well, is that a
the
good
Zerg
thing?
won't know what hit them.
Donnie, has there been any word on when we start pushing the aliens back?
Kate, if I revealed that, I'd be giving away vital Dominion secrets.
You think the Zerg watch our broadcast?
I know they do, Kate. I know they do.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. This is Kate Lockwell for UNN.
For the record, I think he's being serious there. I think he is legitimately just, like, I know they watch our things, Kate. I know they do. I love that. I still like the person thing they did, but it would have been funny if he had actually been a robot.
You ain't gonna believe this, but I just saw Zeratul on the ship.
How much did you have to drink tonight, sir?
He was here, Matt. And he was hurt. On the run from something.
Where is he now, sir?
I don't know. But he ain't on the ship anymore. He gave me an Ehon memory crystal, and he was desperate for me to study it. guess he wants me to see what he's seen.
So, I like how Horner's first reaction is, "How much have you had to drink, sir?" That's a subtle nod, and it seems like a humorous thing, but it's really not. It kind of shows how bad Raynor has gotten at this point in time. He is a full-tilt drunkard, and while his crew is still loyal to him, most of that is loyalty for what he used to be. And we'll see this more later, how Raynor has just kind of descended in general. Woo! As a person, how he's gotten worse and worse over the 4 years. And I mean, logical. I mean, he's kind of been through the ringer. But, yeah. The other, of course, touch there is that Horner is pretty much the only person that Raynor goes to and freely, openly says flat out, "Zeratul came to see me." Doesn't tell it to Tychus, doesn't tell it to anyone else, just Horner. I mean, that makes sense, right? So let's go ahead and do these missions, shall we?
Raynor, the hounds of the void are closing in. I impart my memory, my very essence, into this Ihan crystal, so that you will see what I have seen, and that the future may yet have hope.
Hang on, really quick. Behold the incredible bricks in the laboratory. There we go. I like saving these for last too, admittedly, but at the same time, I love these missions, and they're valuable to do early because they give tons of Protoss research. And it also kind of makes sense to me that, Raynor would go in these pretty much immediately. This is actually from my mom, Octavian. She was up here back in August this year, so, and she got me a nice shirt while she was up there. So yeah, we're going to do these right now.
Zeratul. What the hell have you gotten yourself into?
Ah! It's gotten you into a donation, apparently.
Friend Raynor, long has it been since we stood together against the Swarm. Since then, I have wandered the void in solitude, seeking an ancient prophecy rumored to foretell the return of the Xel'Naga. My sojourn led me to a remote world known as Ulan, where I discovered fragments of the prophecy. Yet I was not the first to find them. It falls to you now, old friend, to relive my memories and believe.
You know, one thing I find fascinating about Protoss society is they have difficulty maintaining their numbers. Oh, shoot, cutscene. Oh, this is a great cutscene. Pay attention to the symbols here. See, that's the Zerg right there. That's an Ultralisk.
The Zerg swarm came as was foretold.
Protoss, Archon.
Firstborn of the gods, rose to fight them. Now, the Xel'Naga that forged us all are returning.
And, yeah.
What do they come to save? Or to destroy?
I like his usage of his side blade as a flashlight, by the way. So Zeratul is probably the second single strongest individual arguably in the setting, not counting Amon, because we don't know his power levels. A lot of that comes down to skill, though, and this mission is just generally cool in showcasing that, but also really emphasizes the change that has happened in the Queen of Blades over the last 2 years. Protoss's average lifespan is 1 millennia, 1,000 years. It's the usual 10 times rule.
eventually.
Your very presence defiles this place, Kerrigan.
Do you hear them, Zeratul? Whispering from the stars. The galaxy would burn with their coming.
Perhaps. But you won't live to see it.
Please. Our petty conflicts mean nothing now. A storm is coming that cannot be stopped. Fitting that we should face oblivion together.
Never!
Let me just say that I love his cloak. A lot.
Fate cannot be changed. The end comes. And when it finds me, I shall embrace it at last.
The prophecy is uncertain. There is always hope.
So, lots to think about here, but the most important thing I want to point out is that's definitively the Queen of Blades, and she's basically not quite nihilistic, but leaning in that direction. She has given up on everything and everyone. She doesn't really fight him. She doesn't bother. She doesn't try anything. She doesn't say, I will resist them, or I will win, or anything. No, just death is coming, and I will embrace it. Very much like Amon and Duran's mentality. Very much that thing. I personally think that she is, I wouldn't say she's hopeless, so much as she is thinking like they do. Thinking death is a good thing, as I've said many, many times. They are a weapon to Koida. They're not wings in the traditional sense of the word. They are actually claws. Alright, so now that we're done with that cutscene, let's go ahead and check this update from Grote. First of all, thank you very much, Grote, for the donation. Zeratul is a little bit different. Zeratul likes to be, like I said, he is very skilled in his application of power. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Really, Grote? Okay, if you insist. So this is now this, and this is now this. This is surprisingly tied here, isn't it? But yeah, that's my point. She had that whole, she embraced it. She has pleasure in the inevitability. Again, that's that Amon mentality thing. It's not like she is just despairing or whatever. She thinks it's a good thing. So I've never done this mission on casual.
I will erase the demons.
So I'm kind of curious how this is going to work out.
The prophecy was divided into fragments, each kept at separate shrines. I must gather them and depart this world quickly.
Sure thing, boy. Let's do it. I mean, he's only 800.
This chasm is vast. It is fortunate that I can phase through the shadows to the other side. Glory to the firstborn.
Welcome to Heroes of the Storm, sort of.
In the service of ire.
Just like in Starcraft 1, Zeratul hits like a truck.
I will fulfill my calling.
He is damned strong.
Spore crawlers can detect my presence. I should stun them with my void.
Wow! Just walked in. Did you see that? That's hilarious. Now let me go ahead and say that I like this mission. It is basically a dungeon mission, like so many others. Where's the? Oh, whoops! I'm supposed to go up here. Duh, I'm stupid.
My allegiance is yours.
Oh, duh! I didn't even see the ramp. God, I am blind.
We must not hesitate.
Let's go do this properly. Well, technically, Zeratul always had the ability to do that. Again, gameplay and story segregation. Kinda. That's a good question, bro. Actually, we've already answered that. They basically have.
That spore crawler can detect me from across the chasm. It must be destroyed.
You got it. They actually explain that basically their skin and muscles vibrate at high frequency.
That overseer can see through my cloak. I'd best stun it with my void prison before crossing this chasm.
Why would I do that? So which enables them to basically swim through terrain. So that's kind of how they do that program. Like I said, I like dungeon missions. This is an interesting dungeon mission that is much more like the Warcraft 3 dungeon missions than the Starcraft dungeon missions, because instead of being given an elite force and being told go accomplish objective, you're given one guy who's basically a hero unit who has tons of really powerful skills, abilities, and whatnot, and told to go do an objective. I personally prefer that more. Partially that's because my micro is terrible, but also because I feel like I can do more with one guy who has multiple abilities than multiple guys who each have a similar ability. Does that make any sense? Again, that's just probably the micro thing, though.
The first fragment of the prophecy. Soon all will be made clear.
Now, I want to talk about this prophecy, too.
Why not surrender yourself to oblivion, Zeratul? Wouldn't it be better to end your struggle now than witness the final agonizing moments of your species?
The foreboding prophecy weighs heavily on my heart. I'd best reach the remaining shrines before she reconsiders letting me live.
I like that too, Prog, actually, now that you mentioned that in that way. That's a good way to put it.
So much for Kerrigan's reprieve.
Yay, stalkers! Of course, in total contrast to what I just said, now we control an elite force.
As you say, my
Greetings, Exalted One. We are here in the service of High Templar Karas. He is nearby.
Your presence is most welcome. Let us keep moving.
That would be funny, Grog.
Permit us to destroy their defenses before we proceed.
I want to comment really quick on a couple things here. Dude, they deserve to die, fearsome. This is a lot of fun mission, like I said. There's a lot of stuff you can do to work through the terrain. It's really fun watching really good players push through this mission. Don't you dare, Samurai. Don't do it!
My allegiance is yours.
I guess we'll talk about the prophecy, because that's a good time to talk about that. So, when they say prophecy, I'm going to share a quote that I think really explains everything about why they keep banging on about this prophecy. Let me go on the record and say I usually don't like prophecies in fiction. Like, I can think of very few prophecies in fiction I've actually enjoyed. My favorite type of prophecy in fiction is the false prophecy, aka Anakin will bring balance to the Force, which, as we know, was actually a falsehood that was postulated specifically to further the Sith agenda. I like the twist on the prophecy, but I generally don't like prophecies themselves. This prophecy, we'll see how it turns out. I haven't decided if I like it yet or not, because we still don't know how it's going to fold out. But the way it was described by a developer, by one of the lore people, is like this. If you, as a human being, were to tell an ant, someday, the sun will, tomorrow the sun will rise again, For you, that's just logical. Because, I mean, it's just tomorrow for your perspective. But for the ant, a day is a huge period of time. And so for the ant, they would be waiting all this huge, incredible period of time until finally, oh my god, the sun rose! So to you, it's just a statement of the obvious. To them, it's a prophecy. The implication here being that it's not actually a prophecy at all, that it's just, this is what will happen next, just like it happened before. So, in other words, and this is of course down to interpretation based on that statement, there is no actual prophecy at all. This is just a statement of how things have happened before. So...
We must not. That patrol of brood lords must be dealt with cautiously, or we will be torn asunder.
Okay.
Sukdash Salak.
Now, to continue on the prophecy line,
I will erase
basically what the prophecy is actually really basic too. The prophecy is Zerg will be made, the Protoss will be made, they'll combine into the hybrid, and then everyone in the galaxy will die. That's the prophecy. There's really not a lot of complexity to it.
Honor commands.
If there's a reason for it other than design, I'm not aware of it. Oh yeah, one other thing I want to talk about here. Yes, that's the idea, Zachary. I'll talk about that in a moment. Ah! $15.05? hang on. So where do you want the 5 cents to go, British Twitch? Because you didn't mention that. Hey, where's the list? For Tosh. So we're up to this here, and this here. There we go. Thank you, British Twitch. So where do you want the cents to go to? My favorite Protoss unit in the original or in StarCraft 2, because I main Terran in StarCraft 2. So if you're asking my favorite, I really hate to say this, but my favorite is actually the carriers in the original StarCraft. In terms of pure gameplay. In terms of, lore or whatever, that's actually a lot tougher, because I like a lot of Protoss units in terms of lore. Although I'm tempted by the carrier anyway, because I'm such a shipophile, or whatever that's actually called. I believe PayPal is the only way to go through it. I'm not 100% sure how that works, to be completely honest with you. Most of my donations to other things are for charity organizations, which are a little better organized than I am.
Erase the demons of the past.
Anyway, so that cycle thing we were talking about.
Prepare for an aerial attack. Brace yourselves, my brethren.
Oh, gotcha, British Twitch. So it is exchange rate. Gotcha. That makes sense.
We must not.
There we go. So, the prophecy thing, right? Again, it's kind of just, this is the way things have always been, and this is the way things always will be. It's actually, if I can use this as a comparison, I know this is a weird comparison, it's kind of like the Isaac Asimov ships, Octavian. Although I'm not actually sexually attracted to ships. That's stupid. But I'm a ship fanboy. I'll admit it. Although I know a girl who was actually a shopophile. But anyways, I'm trying to think how to put it. The idea here is that in the Foundation series, there's a thing called psychohistory, which is a fictional science, but actually has a lot of real-world applications. The idea is basically, if you can predict general trends in history, you can predict how history will unfold in a general sense. To use one of my favorite examples of this, psychohistory cannot predict that Archduke Ferdinand will be assassinated and this and that will happen. What psychohistory could predict is World War I. And pretty much the time it happened. You probably within a fairly decent amount of accuracy of when it would happen based on events, and probably the general gist of how it would turn out. The thing about psychohistory, though, is it only takes the macroscopic perspective into perspective. It completely ignores the microscopic perspective. It ignores basically, psychohistory leans on the fallacy, and this is something he writes into his books, that the individual does not matter. And yet, as we see in the books, the individual does matter. One person completely and fundamentally alters the course of history, and does it so that psychohistory completely fails, right? Why is this relevant to this? Because I feel that's exactly what this prophecy is. In other words, and yeah, they had to rig the future. I wasn't even going to discuss that. So, I feel like the Xel'Naga and their prophecy, and I'm definitely putting that in quote-unquotes, is just them stating that this is what should happen next in their plan. Make sense? Because that's what should happen based on how they've lined things in event. Individuals can and will change that. I think that's also one of the reasons why Kerrigan is so relevant to the overall story of StarCraft. But I don't think she's the only one. I think several other individual people are significantly relevant to the story of StarCraft, and in changing that. This is why not only is there no prophecy, but even if there was a prophecy, I don't think it would be something that could be considered, writ law, because I believe the individuals matter. I believe one person in the right or wrong place at the right or wrong time can completely change history.
She seeks to subvert this sacred world. I shall put an end to that plan.
My groups are screwed up. There we go.
You address me?
I am the voice of the Eclipse. We are one with the shadows.
My burdens weigh heavily.
We've got some moral choices coming up, Kemek. God, those things have no health on bet casual. Oh crap! 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 Oh crap!
You address me?
So, one thing I really like here.
In the service of Ire.
These units do not have an energy bar. They just have cooldowns. This is actually an aspect of design philosophy, believe it or not. In other words, if you basically, do you want to have a? That's true, Takoida. You want to have that was Laszlo, the Stalker guys. I'm very sorry about that. If you want to have units, from it comes to design philosophy, you can have them have a resource pool. Which either, and then you can be like, or just has a pool and then you can slowly regen or whatever. There's different ways to do that. But you have a resource pool, which is what limits their resource usage, or you have cooldown priority. Notice these are completely free. So in other words, you can blink all you want, but only once every 10 seconds. You can void prison all you want, but only once every 22 seconds. I'm one of those people who prefers cooldowns over resource generation. I feel like it just works better in my head, basically. I can plan better around the fact that in 7 seconds, I know I can blink. As opposed to in 7 seconds, or 3 seconds, or 8 seconds, I might have the resources to blink, or I might not, depending on what my mana is doing right now. Makes sense? So that's just a preference thing that I really like.
The second fragment of the prophecy. My task is nearly complete.
Oh, that's really cruel of him, Fearsome. Don't worry. I will
Your
prove you.
hope is an illusion, old fool.
By the way, I don't know if this is true on all difficulties.
You can so easily read my mind, Kerrigan. You'll see that I'll never give up, so long as hope remains. Careful now. Kerrigan has set guards to bar our way. It could be a trap. We should take them out carefully, one at a time, or risk being overwhelmed.
Okay.
The demons of the past.
1, 2.
In the service of Ire. Shozak Maknu.
Anyways, that's also true, Takoida. I hadn't actually thought about it in that direction. Resourced cooldowns are... They're a different thing. Still a valid philosophy, just... Hey, go for it. Well, actually, yeah, is it about Kerrigan or about the Queen of Blades, Kemek? Because if it's about the Queen of Blades, this is a good time to bring it up.
The banelings spew acid when they die. Stalkers, Take them out from a distance. I will erase the demons of the past.
Yes, Benoth, that is correct.
I am the heart of darkness.
You address me?
So, Banelings. Banelings are mean bastards.
I will erase the demons of the past.
So purely her cosmetic design? Go ahead and bring that up now then, Kevin. Unless you mean her rebirth as Primal Kerrigan, which is kind of separate.
It shall be as you say. Intriguing. For the reckoning.
Banelings in lore are one of my favorite... oh, you're right. Thank you for reminding me. Banelings are one of my favorite...
I will erase the demons.
One of my favorite short stories.
This hatchery must be destroyed if I am to keep the Queen of Blades from subverting this land. Glory to the Firstborn.
Yeah, we'll definitely be talking about Banelings, but, well, we'll go ahead and talk about Banelings now. This is a good time to. So, the short story... Whoops. The short story of the Banelings is one I've actually alluded to before when it comes to how evil the Dominion is.
Honor commands.
There was a planet where there was a colony that was deliberately settled in an area that was incredibly well defended, like naturally well defended, with chasms and terrain beneficial and lots of hard rock surrounding it, and all sorts of stuff like that. Where is the other temple? I don't want to miss one of these hatcheries. Oh, shut up, Baronessa. Wait, I know where that is. That's like right here.
My burdens weigh
Except, no, it isn't.
heavily.
Wait. Are you... anyways. Where the hell? Is it up here? Short story of the Banelings. I'll take this out. I thought this just led up here, though. That was an alternate way to not blink down.
My allegiance is yours.
Anyways, sorry, distracted. Banelings. So they have this Terran colony set up in this incredibly well-defended area. Lots of natural defenses, and then they more or less deliberately seed the Zerg there. And then they just sit back and wait. Now, the Dominion is watching them full-time, and is studying them, like, the entire time. Just like, okay, let's see how they adapt, let's see how they work. And for months, they allowed the Zerg to just attack the colony over and over and over again, and fail miserably. And they refused to reinforce them, they refused to send them supplies, because the whole point of the experiment was to see how well the Zerg would adapt to this kind of situation, and how long a really well-entrenched area could defend itself without any backup whatsoever. They lasted for months under Zerg attack. Now, if that's not impressive, you don't know how the swarm works. Granted, this is just one hive cluster, one hatchery, but the fact that they did that with, and non-military, by the way, these are just colonists, is incredibly impressive. What the Zerg were doing, though, was they were forcing mutation upon themselves, because they didn't have access to Abathur, to put it bluntly. So they had to enforce evolution, for lack of a better word, to get through there. And so, basically, they had been experimenting with their own Zerglings, and there's this wonderfully chilling scene where, the Zerg attacks have just stopped. And they stay stopped for days. And then after about like 5 days, everyone's like, okay, let's go get out in the buggy and go see what happens. They drive out to the cluster, and they see a whole bunch of Zerglings lying on the ground, writhing in agony as they're basically being bulbous and bloated. And it's like, oh my god, yes, we did it, we've won, we've beaten the Zerg, yay! And they go back and celebrate. That was actually the birth of Banelings. Banelings are Zerglings who are given massively, incredibly virulent chemical infusions to literally explode and do a ridiculous amount of damage on explosion. And then the Banelings hit the colony and won. And they just crushed the defenses of the colony like that. The funny thing is they didn't wipe out the colony, because that wasn't the point. Once the Banelings were there and took out the defenses, they were like, okay. And then there's this whole thing about how there's this cannon fire, and when they go out and they look, the Zerg have literally constructed these things. We'll actually see these later on Char. These basically cannons that shoot Banelings out into space to in the direction of other Zerg colonies, so that other Zerg colonies can learn and adapt from what they have learned here. And so, thanks, Dominion, you successfully created Banelings. The really messed up part is when... yes, he is a great biology teacher, Chaos. A little bit messed up in the head. The best part is the moment the Dominion finds out that they have intel on this whole Baneling thing, they're there in like a couple of hours. Like just literally like that. Which really emphasizes how the Dominion was watching them the entire time. Was literally paying attention and as soon as the attack was fleets came in. And so everyone who was still alive in the colony, which was 2 people by the way. I'm serious. 2 people survived this. They were really, really pissed off for some reason at this whole situation. And one of them was actually a medic. It's the main character. And she's being interrogated by a Dominion person, which is how the story is being told. It's a framing device from her perspective. And it reaches this wonderful point where she mentions that, okay, thank you for being, tolerant and allowing me to tell this whole story. I know you're just the first of several Dominion people and the most kind of the Dominion people I'll be talking to. I'm sure I'll be talking to people who are a lot less kind to me in the future, but I'm afraid that's not going to happen. And she pulls out the virulent thing. Now, they actually talk about the actual substance that was incredibly caustic. It was something on the planet that the Zerg had found and contracted. The Terrans had found it too. The colonists, they had found this stuff, and it was incredibly explosive. Like, a little bit of it nearly killed her. Like, just this much of it nearly detonated half her lab. So she had snuck a chunk of that, like a whole chunk of that Baneling explosive acid, on board the Dominion ship with her. And as a final act of spite against the Dominion, which killed all her friends and family just as an experiment, she detonates it right in his face. I like that short story. So anyways, that's the history of Banelings.
Spine crawlers. Kill them before they can take root and attack. The firstborn.
High Templar.
We got all of them.
Is near.
Ah! Damn it, Zeiss. What evil things are you doing now?
We must not hesitate.
Uh-oh. Zeiss is evil, guys. This just in. Zeiss is evil. We'll learn a little bit more about them soon, Benoth. Oh, wait, you're being facetious, aren't you? Hey, Omni.
In the service of Ire. Antaro Tassadar, Prelate Zeratul. I am High Templar Karas. My force tracked the Queen of Blades to this world, yet we know not what she seeks.
Ah, gotcha, Benoth. We will learn more about the original Zerg later.
Drawn here to uncover an ancient prophecy. With your aid, I pray we can discover it before her.
Actually, what Zeratul just said is not true.
It is an honor, Great One. Lead on.
Hang on. Where's that other... Oh yeah, nice note. If you run out of, Stalkers, they'll actually spawn new ones for you. Seriously though, where's the temple? Is this it over here?
I will be redeemed. Zeratul, can you destroy the airborne Zerg?
Goals.
These Nidus worms must be destroyed.
I remember
or the
now.
Zerg reinforcements will overwhelm us.
I do too. Zeiss.
En Arudin Rashagal. Zeratul has destroyed their worms. Press on.
Zeratul's over here, kind of busy right now.
Serve for now. My burdens weigh heavily. You address me? The Queen of Blades seeks to pervert this world with that hatchery.
Would someone like to
I
answer?
must
Oh,
destroy it.
Deutsch answered Omni's question. Yay.
Cool. Very well.
Just gonna chill here for a moment.
Very wise.
Oh God, roaches.
It shall be as you say. We move unseen.
Probably not, Leander, considering Protoss mentality. You must be infested.
It is done. All of Kerrigan's hatcheries are destroyed. There is yet hope for this world.
I am the voice of the Eclipse.
One thing I want to point out is that Zeratul is actually incorrect there. Kerrigan did not come here searching for the prophecy. She came here knowing it was here and literally waited here just for Zeratul to show up, knowing that she would. Knowing, I'm declaring a prophecy right now, guys. I prophesy that there will be another donation war about this frickin' decision.
It shall be.
For the reference, we're putting off both these decisions basically off as long as possible. Otherwise, not just because of the whole, hey, donate, but because I'd like to see as many of Hansen's comments as possible. So, see you around, Author My American dollars. Thank you, Gro. So that puts us up to that amount. Wow, guys.
I am the... My burdens weigh heavily.
We are...
You address me?
Basically, well, it's actually more complicated than that.
The final piece of the prophecy. It speaks of one who shall break the cycle of the gods.
Most ominous. But if the Queen of Blades seeks this prophecy, we must keep it from her.
The rest is obscured. What?
Hello, Queen.
You might peel away the prophecy's layers, Zeratul, but you cannot outrun the doom that awaits us all.
We cannot prevail against so many.
I will stand against the Queen of Blades while you escape with the fragments.
I will not abandon you.
The prophecy is more important than either of us. Reveal its secrets, Zeratul. The future rests on it.
Now, he's kind of correct there.
Your sacrifice will not be forgotten, brother.
But, I do once again want to point out how much faith they put in a prophecy that they've just heard about.
Before the Zerg overwhelm me, and the prophecy is lost.
Go, 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 go!
Honor commands.
Your allies are in battle.
We must not hesitate.
Come on, come on. This section I've had to redo several times on Brutal. Like, quite a few times.
Now, I shall become one with the column.
Once again, the weird bipolaric nature
I must get to the Void Seeker and preserve the
of
prophecy. I will
of the Protoss is interesting, because again, for such a they're a long-lived race, but they don't reproduce, so every death should be significant, and yet they willingly sacrifice their lives so many times.
I cannot decipher the fragments on my own, yet I know who might interpret them. The preservers of Zakul.
Oh, hey.
If they cannot, I fear this entire universe will burn.
Well, yeah. That's kind of what Amon wants. For whatever reason. No, I liked Karas. He was cool. I also really like how... no, they do reproduce ice. They just reproduce very, very infrequently. I do like the fact that a Templar and a Dark Templar so easily and readily work together there. It would have been too easy for the writers to throw in artificial drama for the drama's sake and have him be like, "You are a Dark Templar, therefore you're stupid." I like how instead he's like, "Honored Zeratul, I will give down my life for this," and yada yada yada. And as was pointed out, the Protoss put a lot of faith in things that other Protoss say, which is part of that hubris thing all over again. Oops. So you might be asking, how do we get the research out of this? And that would be a very good question. I don't have a good answer for you. Sorry. The best excuse I could come up with is that Raynor shares some of the things he sees in the visions with them, but that doesn't actually fit, so it's just a gameplay mechanism. Hey, Seend. What's up, dude? Where you been, man? Except you don't have to answer that.
I'm okay, Doc, before you start asking.
You were staring at that Protoss device for a very long time. Are you sure?
Well, now you mention it, I could use a drink. Or two. Maybe what I saw would make more sense if I was drunk.
What was it, Jim?
An old friend of mine. Looking for the end of the world.
So, it says something about how close Hansen is getting to him, that he's willing to admit that at all. Also, I like the fact that time doesn't pass differently in there. So, for example, if he's looking at the crystal, he's literally, like, that whole mission, he was just staring at it for like an hour or whatever, as he relives Zeratul's memories there.
How long was I down in the lab, Matt?
You've been gone for hours, sir. You've been in the lab all that time?
I used the Eon crystal Zeratul gave me. I'd swear it only lasted a few minutes. So vivid. Zeratul's been searching for a Zelnaga prophecy about the end of the universe. There's more. I just haven't got to it yet.
That makes sense, Seend. By the way, I have this thing, and I've told several of my viewers about this respect as well. I tend to not really get super hyped for things. Like, I tend to just be like, okay, it'll come out eventually. But then, like, here's the release date, right? So the closer we get to it, the more I'm like... And my excitement level just continues to build right up until the moment of... I just mentioned that because I am getting, like, goosebumps waiting for Legacy of the Void. And I'm curious if I'm alone in that.
Good to see you, brother. I've been... Wait. I can see it in your eyes. You've seen into the spirit world. The Protoss. He gave you a crystal. And now you've been seeing what he's seen.
That ain't nothing to do with you. Stay out of my head, Tosh.
Have it your way. But you want to tread careful when you go looking into the beyond. If you need me, you know where I'll be.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to turn into a Baling and just... When is Fallout 4's exact release? Because I looked it up. We have Legacy of Void's exact release. It'll be midnight... actually midnight 01, my time. Wednesday morning. Or Tuesday morning, I guess.
How did you become such good buddies with those freaky Protoss? All I hear is they killed Terrans like you and me on sight.
Some of them would. But some others would fight to the death protecting people like us. I helped them defend their homeworld from the Zerg during the First War. When Kerrigan came back leading the swarm, I helped him out again. They're real big on loyalty.
Damn, Jimmy. Almost sounds like you respect them.
I wouldn't expect you to understand, Tychus.
That interchange there is a good way of highlighting most people's normal perspective on the Protoss. They might not be actively anti-Protoss, but they are certainly like, ugh, screw those people.
We have a very special
Valerian!
guest today.
I like
Crown
Valerian.
Prince Valerian. Thank you so much for joining us, Highness.
Thank you, Kate. It's wonderful to be here.
Let me get right to the question on everyone's mind. Is there anyone special in your life right now?
Truth be told, Kate, I've had a crush on you for many years.
Stop.
But in all seriousness, with the Zerg invasion, there's little time for such things. I've been studying military tactics under General Warfield, and whatever spare time I have is devoted to statecraft. It's my goal to be the best emperor our people could ask for. When the time comes, of course.
Wonderful. Now I've got 2 of them to worry about.
I hope Valerian is a good emperor. I really do. Really seen. Wow, that's awesome. Oh, shoot. I know, right, Titans? That's just really, guys. Yeah, I'm going to be very, very hard to avoid Fallout 4 spoilers since I will be streaming while Fallout 4 is live. I'm going to be bringing out the big guns for my mods and being like, guys, ban the crap out of anyone who talks about Fallout 4. No man! Oops, this way. Like I said, I hope we get a good Emperor out of Valerian. I really do. I think we will, personally. I think he really showed his chops in the book, Flashpoint, and in... Ah! God! And in, Heart of the Swarm. I think we really got to see what kind of person Valerian really is. Oh, I'm not reading anything, Zeiss. You kidding me? So I guess that's it. Back to the laboratory. Okay, so... Let's check that one. Here's hoping it's good news, Omni. And thank you for the donation. So this is towards... the correct choice. Or, I mean... This is wonderfully timed. You guys are hilarious. I'm actually amused. Why would I use the Goliath? You're so weird.
Yes. I mean, no. I mean...
Revolution's a little slow today.
I gathered allies, and we made our way to the Forbidden Archive world of Zakul. There, a triumvirate of mystic preservers awaited us, and in the shadows, something else was watching and waiting.
Okay, so this is our first We Have a Base mission. This was included pretty much for, gameplay-wise, for one big reason. So you can actually play as the Protoss, which is awesome. And I think that's really cool. Of course, there is no such thing as you have a base, they have a base mission in like the entirety of this game. There's nothing like a completely default base versus base mission in all of StarCraft 2. This is one of the closest things to the default, but there is a very interesting gimmick in this, which we'll talk about in a moment. As soon as it lets me go, there we go.
All right, Zeratul, old buddy, you got your mysterious prophecy. Now let's see what your preserver's made of it.
Remind me to talk about the preservers.
My quest to decipher the prophecy took me to the Forbidden Archive world of Zakul. Here, 3 immortal preservers guarded ancient knowledge. Only they could transcribe the prophetic fragments. I needed to seek them out quickly.
This is a fun mission. Almost all these missions are fun. I can't think of any StarCraft 2 mission I don't enjoy. At least to some extent. It's hard to... I mean, this is going to sound hilarious, but I've actually taught people how to play RTSs before. I'm not kidding. Back when StarCraft and Brood War were live, I would do maps with people with just them versus me. I would do maps with just them versus me, and like we'd turn on shared vision and stuff, and I'd be like, okay, do this, do that, etc.
Yet these structures are intact. With power, they would be functional.
Fortunately, I have some probes on my ship. You don't like the Dune map, Brogue? Ugh, excuse me. Okay, hang on, let's go see what Zeiss has changed things to. And thank you, Zeiss. There we go. Yes, I know how to play as Protoss, thank you. I'm actually quite good at Protoss, thank you. You know, that's a good question, Zachariah. Quantum? Warp? I don't know. The hold the line mission on Marsara, I only don't like when I'm not on Brutal. Although I will admit, after Fearsome's new technique of doing that mission was a lot easier than I thought it was, even on Brutal. So, like I said, Scene, the first and most important lesson I could impart on anyone trying to get into an RTS is learn how to lose. Learn how to accept a loss and just be like, okay, you know what, I've lost. And then it's not just about giving up, by the way. That's not the important part. The important part is learning from it and being like, okay, what did I do wrong? And trying to adapt and move from that. The second thing is Seed donating $5.
The mighty spirits of the Preservers are imprisoned close by. We must find them.
Well, like I was telling in the original Starcraft lore, I don't know if you were here for that, Fearsome, it took me a while to learn how to lose. I didn't know how to lose in the original Starcraft. It took me until Brood War came out.
The Preservers you seek serve a higher power now, Dark One.
No! The Protoss are attacking us! Which is weird.
Higher power? What could have corrupted these Protoss so? Truly, something foul has taken hold of this sacred place.
So that's 10, so 4. We'll do 4 more.
There are many abandoned structures in this place that we can make use of.
Yeah.
They merely need their power restored.
Let's go and do this.
By the construction of a few well-placed pylons.
Yeah, exactly, Fearsome. Oh! So, this is the gimmick of this mission. I think. Maybe. Hang on. Here it is.
A Protoss and Zerg hybrid. Gods, an abomination. Who created this atrocity?
Come, my slave. The time has come to give me your strength.
So, this is the very first hybrid we ever see. Depending on the order you do the missions. There's actually 2 hybrids in all of Wings of Liberties. This is one of them. And he's actually a really awesome thing. And he's one of the reasons I like this mission. Here's how he works. He's going to drain the energy out of the Preservers, and then he's going to attack us. He hits like a truck. He is basically a superior unit, as all hybrids are and should be. In gameplay, not just in lore. So, we have to weather the fact that they're...
This knowledge is forbidden.
And see, it'll actually show on the map where he is at all times. He is... It's not just the fact that we're fighting these corrupted Protoss. He's a death machine, and he's just going to come after us pretty much until we beat the match. There is nothing that will stop him from continuing his advance other than actually killing him. And every time we kill him, he will reconstitute. Oh no, they were successful, Titans. As for how he does... I don't know. The mission basically gives them infinite life, which makes sense for reasons that we'll talk about. I remember I told you I want to talk about the Preservers. I don't have much to say about them, but I do have a few things to say about them. Oh yeah, and by the way, he gets stronger each time he comes back, too. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. If I'm not mistaken, there is a finite cap on how strong he can be. Oh, and by the way, he doesn't just have high stats, he also has abilities. Like he can blink around and has a few other things he can do, too. So yeah, we're at Protoss, so we're going to be cannon spamming. Okay, so...
The hybrid is
I'm not
draining
mistaken.
the preservers to survive.
I
must free them before it is too late.
I thought. Oh, right. I remember now. I remember. Okay, we're good. Actually, it does make sense. Case now. It does make sense because in this one specific moment, he is a hybrid of Protoss and Zerg, correct? In this one specific moment, he has one thing the others don't. He has access to 3 preservers. Now, let's talk about what preservers are. Preservers are a specific type of Xel'Naga-infused Protoss. Kind of like... it's really weird to explain. Basically... Yeah, we need to get our Immortals going. But I'm going to wait until he finishes his attack here. And then I'm going to go see this donation while he finishes his attack. Oh, damn it, Groat. Thank you very much for your donation. I like how more people are voting from the top one than the bottom one. I suppose I could... yeah. I could mention a second reason why I like this, his constant coming back. Yes, he did, Omni. Groat, you're awesome. The second reason why I like the fact that he keeps coming back is because it adds some thematic significance to what he's doing. In other words, this is indicative of the very problem that we're facing as the Protoss, and everyone right now. Our doom is inevitable. It just keeps coming. So in order to bypass it, we have to go on the offensive.
A dark shrine. Once power is restored, it could be of great value to us.
In other words, the idea here is that we cannot survive. Ooh, nice. We cannot survive with just sitting on our laurels. We can't just sit back and expect victory to happen. We have to actually go out and go on the offensive. Otherwise, he will eventually overwhelm us.
Truly, fate has sent you here.
I mean, think about that.
Join me, brothers, and we shall cleanse this place of evil. Command us.
Oh, I shall.
By light or fire.
Ah! X death for the win, Chaos. Oops. Insert Kael'thas joke here. I'm not sure I'd like that Death die, because I like Zeratul, but I totally expect something like that to happen, yes. Okay, let's go get our frickin' Immortals, shall we?
I bask in the twilight.
Some secrets must remain hidden.
Photon cannons generate warp energy and then focus it into a blast of death.
What would you
basically? That's how they work. Warp energies are effectively infinite energy. It's only a matter of how well you can channel it and how well you can draw from it. So.
A robotics facility. This structure may prove useful to us.
The Immortals are called that because the Immortals are a Dark Templar upgrade of Dragoons. And the whole point of a Dragoon is taking someone who had fallen and putting them back into combat so they could, you know, still be useful, among other things. Hence, the Immortals. Now, you notice he's respawning really fast. Like, really fast. That's one of the challenges of this mission. In all honesty, this is a pretty rough mission for me when I'm playing this on Brutal.
Return to serve. My thanks, mighty one.
But we're going to get a bit of a death ball going here. And we're going to win with it.
We embrace the glory of battle.
There we go. The only thing I don't like about this mission is he talks in between each respawn. It does get old after a bit. Because, I mean, yes, I get it. You're attacking me for the 50th time. You know? Actually, they are, BRW Ghost. I actually talked about this back in Starcraft. It's basically like this. They looked at the Dragoons, and the Dark Templars said, oh, we never thought about putting our people in Dragoons. That made Stalkers. And then the Templars are like, oh, we never thought about armoring our Dragoons, and that made Immortals. So, basically, Immortals are Dragoons modified by Dark Templars, and Stalkers are Dark Templar modified Dragoons, if that makes any sense. It's both directions, both paths of Dragoon upgrades.
Is under attack.
Yeah, after a certain point in time, he's not really that significant. So let's talk about Preservers. I only have one. Preservers are... Okay, so...
From the shadows,
I'm gonna cut off the sound for a second just so I can talk without being distracted by him constantly talking about he is invincible and he will destroy everything. They have VI, fearsome. And yeah, I agree, Takota. You can shore up Dragoons to make them death machines, or you make them more mobile and more and give them the Bleak ability. I like what they did with Dragoons, even though, from what I understand, we'll actually be having just plain old Dragoons again in Legacy. I'm not sure what I think about that, since we already have Dragoons and also Dragoons, so... So... Now, Reavers, that's different. I don't mind Reavers coming back, even though I hate... I normally hated Reavers, but honestly, with the pathing issues, Reavers are probably fine. Yeah, I don't get why that is true. I think that's a pure gameplay thing, honestly. The fact that Immortals can't attack air, because that's just kind of silly when you think about it. Congrats, Shadow. The Preservers are, okay, they take Xel'Naga tech and they basically shove it into a Protoss, and so they're partially cybernetic, but the more important part is they actually fundamentally change the way that these Protoss work. It effectively turns Preservers into Immortals. Like actual Immortals. I don't mean like the unit, like we were just talking about. I mean, it makes it so they do not have a 1,000-year lifespan. Instead, they have an infinite lifespan. They do not age, they do not diminish in power, etc., etc. Now, this is so wonderfully Protoss. Some people write things down on pieces of paper. Some dwarves carve things on stone. The Shaper in Dragon Age Origins. Some people create data disks. Some people put their memories into crystals. I mean, we've seen across fiction how different races, this is true in real life too, how different groups try to preserve history, to preserve life, try to keep things going. The Preservers are living memories, basically. In addition to the fact, see, this I like this because it makes sense. The Preservers, because of the fact of what changed them to make them immortal, their brains don't deteriorate. And I like this because, again, this makes sense. So in other words, they will always remember it. They have literally 100% perfect memory because of the procedure. And so they will never forget anything ever. For good and for bad. And so Preservers actually have a process of passing on knowledge to others, and that is how Protoss history is maintained. Preservers are quite literally the history books of the Protoss. Which, like I said, I love it because not only does it make sense, but it is very Protoss for them to do something like that. So I think we're good to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 2 more. There we go. And that should be good. Wow. Nice, Raskor. So that's what the Preservers are. Now, the reason this whole thing makes sense with regards to Mar here constantly resetting himself, this bastard down here, is because the fact that he is literally drawing on that Preserver power in order to reconstitute himself, in order to make himself anew. He is not innately capable of doing this. No hybrid is innately capable of just suddenly rebuilding themselves over and over from material destruction. But he is using that extensive, that Xel'Naga tech within the Preserver nature in order to rebuild himself. That's why it doesn't bother me what's happening here, and that's why it makes sense to me. In my own stupid mindset, admittedly. Let's go ahead and go this way. And again, I also like that too, Night Forger. It does make them very alien in a wonderful little way, and I like that. We have tons of bank right now, don't we? Yeah, we do. We need more. Ah, screw it. Kill him! That would be pretty cool, Taquetta. I like that idea. So you notice how long it took this force to kill him? I only mention that because we're on frickin' casual difficulty, and even on casual difficulty, it took quite a while to bring him down with a full force of, what is this, 24 units, looks like? Which is not, it was a varied force, too. We've got Immortals, Dark Templar, and Zealots here. We've got a decent death ball here. Not the death ball, but we've got a good death ball going. And it still took that long to kill him. Like I said, there's a finite point at which he will stop getting stronger. I think we're not actually at that point yet. It takes quite a while before he stops getting stronger. He's intended to be a soft enrage, basically. Yes, it would, Leander, which makes perfect sense. Because, again, remember we've already talked about this. The hybrids aren't really intelligent in the strictest sense of the word. They are not sentient or sapient. They're not individual beings. They are, in fact, just puppets. They're a slave race. We don't know if they ever have the potential to be their own individuals. That is possible, similar to the droid effect over in Star Wars. But what we do know is that right now they are just puppets. They exist solely for the sake of serving Amon and all that fun stuff. Yes, I have Night Forger, and it is hilarious. The Star Wars. The Wars Over the Stars. One more. There we go. Go here. And one of you. Come over here. I'm so looking forward to Archon mode. Whatever. I gotta be honest, campaign mode, Archon mode would make me squee with joy. It really would, legitimately. I would think that would be so cool. Don't mind my wall of photons here. Oh, I was talking about photon cannons. I guess I kind of already discussed them, so there's not really much else to say there. So, now we can make High Templars, who still don't have an attack. However, they have feedback and Psionic Storm, which is simultaneously better and worse than it used to be. But we're not going to do that. We're going to turn them into Archons, aren't we? Because we're evil. Right? Right, guys? We're evil? That's what you want me to do, right? Do you want me to turn them into an Archon? Oh, there will be... There are co-op missions, yes. That's a thing. And they look awesome, actually. Everything I've seen about the co-op challenge missions is frickin' amazing. I cannot wait to play the unholy snot out of that. Nah, fair enough. We should probably get going, Fearsome. I have such a tendency to entrench myself. Because, well, I'm used to playing on hard. My normal difficulty is hard. Like I said. Yeah, Psystorm... Okay, here, I'll just show it off really quick. So this is what it does. Really small area, lasts only for a few seconds, costs a crap ton of sonic energy, and doesn't really do all that much damage. Whether that nerf was justified or not is debatable. If you look at, between StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2, a fairly large number of elements of StarCraft 1 that were awesome for the Protoss were specifically nerfed in StarCraft 2. Carriers, Psionic Storms, the way the Dark Templar work are all good examples of this. Oh, by the way, this Archon has the keep you up in the air temporarily ability, and it has the damn it, I forgot to turn the sound back on. Sorry, guys. Just covering my back here, don't mind me. Well, I suppose I don't have to.
There shall be a reckoning.
Because I'm stupid. I'm used to this final push being brutal, because I'm stupid. Quick! Wow. And we win! We have freed the Preservers, and you'll notice the hybrid dies the moment the Preservers go away. This is another reason why I say, to me, it makes sense that this one hybrid was capable of enduring like this. Specifically because of the fact that it was literally solely subsisting off of that Preserver energy. And like I said, hybrids don't really have sentience or sapience of their own right. So, what this implies is that they could build in an innate understanding and knowledge of Xel'Naga technology, which makes sense given their origin. In a similar way to how the Zerg innately know how to make hatcheries and do all that stuff. In the same way how in real life, horses know how to walk and gallop, and dogs know how to climb and bark and all that fun stuff. It's built in, it's natural, it's instinct. I also like the implication that a single hybrid caused all this damage. One hybrid moved into what was a normal Protoss base, took the preservers, and used that energy to corrupt every single Protoss here to the hybrid's way of thinking. This is something that I really hope we see in Legacy of the Void. The hybrid's ability to corrupt Protoss. Now, I know. We're all kind of sick of Blizzard corruption storylines. But I think it would be a nice addendum to the otherwise story that, under certain circumstances, if the hybrids, have the right energies or have the right technology or have the right power or whatever, they can turn Protoss against Protoss. I shouldn't even say it like that. They can basically just mind control Protoss, because that's what they did here. They basically just mind controlled these Protoss and turned them into mindless slaves. You know what I'd really like is if, as a gameplay aspect of that, any Protoss we fight in Legacy who are mind controlled by the hybrids are worse. Because they're basically brain panned, the equivalent of the resocialized Marines that we talked about, who in lore are stupid, can't really react quickly, their brains just don't work right, they have slow reflexes, they can't think for themselves, there's no initiative, etc. So I would like it if there was a gameplay aspect of that where those Protoss were just worse in stats, worse in speed, worse AI, because they have like 7 different AI sets for Starcraft 2 now, which is great, by the way. So I think that would be really cool.
We've seen the prophetic fragments in your mind, Zeratul.
I don't think so, Night Forager.
What we can.
It's possible, but I don't think so. Manx didn't need to be corrupted.
The cycle shall draw to its end. The Xel'Naga who forged the stars will transcend their creation. Yet the Fallen One shall remain, destined to cover the void in shadow. It begins with the great hunger. It ends in utter darkness.
So that was Amon, by the way, that we just saw.
A great hungerer. Could it refer to the Zerg Overmind? It has a part to play in this prophecy. I must seek out the Overmind's final resting place. Our ancient homeworld of Ire.
I would be highly amused if Zeratul just got everything wrong here. Black Salamander, that's what I was theorizing on. We don't know, but it's entirely possible that the hybrids are subject to the droid effect and may actually gain sentience over time. We don't know. That may be one of the reasons why Amon wants to kill them all off once he's done with them. To quote Metal Gear Solid 2, a tool has no right to think for itself.
You look spooked. You've been seeing what the Protoss has to show you. The memories shine through you as clear as day.
I saw a hybrid. Something unnatural. It was trying to corrupt the Protoss preservers. Who would have sent it there? Who controls something like that?
The one that made them for sure. That was just the first of many. Dark harbingers, man. Soon they'll be beyond numbering. And the stars will weep at what comes after.
How could you know all this?
I don't. I just feel it be true.
So again, that's Tosh's specialty. His ability to just kind of know things without really specifically reaching out to know things or anything like that. Yeah.
Level 800, Elite Tauren Chieftain is back with a new album, pulse-pounding rock.
I kissed a Zerg. Bungerlust. Like a fire bat out of hell. I got my heart out, Sarah, literally. Don't cry for me, Tarsonis. Tearing up the night.
Bites the dust. Saturday night's alright for nuking. Lucy in the Sky with Mutus. Every rose has its Thor. Touring in your galaxy. No. Rock and roll.
Also, notice how they're level 800 in StarCraft instead of level 80 or 70. Actually, that wouldn't surprise me, Benoth. Legitimately.
What's up, cowboy? You know you're looking kind of rough lately. Rougher than usual, I mean.
I've, got a lot going on right now, Swan. You know how it is.
Yeah, sure. You know, you might want to try laying off the sauce and getting some shut-eye once in a while, huh?
Thanks, Mom. I'll get right on that.
Now, again, kind of a joke, but once again we see yet another implication of how bad Rainer's alcoholism has gotten at this point in time. And I want to stress, it's not just drinking. I mean, some people look at me and say, Arsh, why are you so anti-alcohol? I'm not saying that there's anything, you know, that it's some horrible thing to go and have a drink every now and again. This is pure-on alcoholism. He is full-on chemically addicted to alcohol at this point in time, and that's pretty messed up. And a bad thing for just about anyone to be in. It's a good thing they have the ability to cure that in this setting. But again, it just shows how most of the crew is aware of that and concerned about him, and again, kind of showcases how far Rainer has gotten in the last 4 years.
Welcome back, sir. What did you discover from the crystal this time?
It's that obvious I used it, huh? Zeratul took the prophecy fragments he found to a temple, library, kind of both, I guess. But this weird Protoss-Zerg hybrid had taken over the place.
You mean some sort of infested Protoss?
No, this wasn't like infestation at all. It was like someone took the strengths of both races and twisted them together. I gotta tell you, if these things are real, we're in a lot of trouble.
Grin. Now, excuse me. Laboratory. Ooh, more lore to read. Excellent. The Zerg sampler has developed an ocular organ. Will limbs be next? There is a basic dichotomy to Zerg cell reproduction. Type A cells throw off seemingly random mutations. Type B cells hunt these mutations and destroy them. It is literally survival of the fittest on the cellular level. Only the successful mutations actually thrive. By the way, what I just described there, that paragraph, is the fundamental nature of the Zerg in a hot nutshell. All the way back to the original primal Zerg. That is how the Zerg function. And the fact that it actually works on even a cellular level is just indicative of how the Zerg are. And again, that whole force of nature thing. I used microscopic scrapings from the sample to test an electrical discharge field I've been tinkering with for some time. The results were gratifying. As an interesting side effect, the Zerg matter developed into a very dense but flexible material. This material can be used to reinforce the structures of those old Hercules-class ships that Swan has always been trying to find a use for. I wish there was time to pursue both, but I doubt there will be. And I've been staring at that anomalous sphere above the crystal. It is obviously an energy emitter, but it has such strong containment that the crystal can slowly draw power from it from some method I don't fully understand. That gives me an idea. Using our own containment technology, I could modify our SCV manufacturing process to double capacity with no increased risk, I think. Breakthrough. The energy in this crystal is not kept in a vortex pattern. It was warping the energy around so fast I couldn't detect it. In an odd coincidence, the warping slowed just enough for my sensors to pick it up. Not sure how or why. Every time I reach my wit's end with this sample, something happens, by chance, and I get a breakthrough. Is it helping me? Clearly I've been working too many hours. I'm going to lose some more credits on Lost Viking. Again, this is that empathetic technology that the Protoss use. It literally sees that he is trying to understand it and adjusts its function slightly so that he can. I love Protoss technology. Wings of Liberty does so much to flesh out the setting of both the Zerg and the Protoss as a result of that.
Be careful, Jim. I think you're losing yourself in that crystal.
Yeah, well, it's kind of engrossing. So we're going to get a couple of upgrades here, if memory serves. Yep. So on the left, we've got the Predator, which I will never ever use ever. Or the Hercules, which I will never ever use ever. Which do you guys think I should get? Over here, we can get 2 SCVs at a time or automatic refineries. I actually really like 2 SCVs at a time, but no, we're getting automatic refineries, especially since we got the Vespine thing this time. So, like I said, the Predator's basically kind of useless. It's designed to counter mass groups. Except we've already got things that can do that and better. This thing is basically just a really big cargo ship, except with no healing capacity and better armor. It also has the fast drop. You notice how quickly it dropped all those units? So I think we'll go and take the Hercules, just because it at least has a use. Whereas the other thing is just, eh.
I return to our ruined homeworld of Ire. The Zerg infestation still covered much of our beloved world. The desiccated remains of the Overmind were still there, a grim reminder of battles lost and battles won.
Nice little subtle point here. You can still see the creep on Ire. I don't mean on the planet. I mean from space. You can see it right there. You can see huge... It's not the only chunk you'll see. There's huge chunks of creep all over Ire.
I remember the fall of Ire. Don't much like the idea of having to see it all again. Guess there's nothing for it.
Of course it would, Night Forger. As long as it was the Disney Hercules.
At the very apex of its victory against us, the Zerg Overmind grew overconfident.
I can see that, Dakota.
Now, all that was left of the mighty Overmind was a twisted, withered husk. I needed to understand whatever memories lingered within the creature's rotting mass. Only by making contact with the gargantuan tendrils connected directly to its cortex could I learn its secrets. Yet its countless minions, which seemed to be feeding from its dead husk, would prove somewhat problematic.
So, this is another one of those interesting missions. This is where we get walkers. Yeah, the Overmind did not get overconfident. We, of course, talked about this already. This is another base versus base with a kick mission. Mission. The Zerg will be hitting you constantly, but again, you're not actually after taking out the enemy base. You're, well, we'll see. Yes, feeding, Deutsch. They're hungry.
I must find a way to establish a foothold and summon reinforcements to keep the Zerg at bay.
This is the Overmind, the one that Tassadar killed.
We must not. Ah, this faithful observer has kept watch since the evacuation. Its abilities will certainly prove useful now.
So something about this idea strikes me as sad, but very appropriate. This observer has just been sitting here for like 5 years. Just 5 years of hanging out here. Unmoving, waiting for orders, someone to come by and give him orders. I really like that. It's very indicative. Oh, I can finally show off something. Okay, so one thing StarCraft 2 did that was ruddy, incredibly brilliant, I love it, is they added morphic map mutation. Now, I don't know what they actually call it. Oh, excuse me. I don't know what they actually call it, I don't care. You notice this is the size of our minimap. Look how tiny this area is. This is the whole of the minimap, right? Now watch the lower left as we advance here.
You address me. I will be revealed. En Arudi, some of these abandoned structures remain functional. We shall make use of them. This ancient beacon still thrums with power. I wonder... Ah, I've heard tales of the mighty Colossi sealed away beneath Ire. The beacon must have awoken these fearsome guardians. The Zerg perceive a threat to their dead master.
Come on. So... And bam! Suddenly we see much more of the camera. They do tons of work with this. I mean, just tons of work with this. If you don't understand the significance...
Until we are dead. I must find the Overmind's cortex and discover what I can from it.
The significance of this from a designer perspective is they don't have to limit themselves to... Okay, and in StarCraft and several other games, you had the map, and this was it. Everything that happens in the map has to happen here. So if you want a cutscene to happen or whatever, it has to take up some of your real estate, right? And they found a way to trick that in Warcraft 3 because they had a form of layering they could do in Warcraft 3.
If we use our observers wisely, we can scout the area before putting ourselves at risk.
In StarCraft 2, you're not limited. You could have the map like this, but the playable area is like this. And you could have cutscenes over here, and you could have a special mission over here, and you could have this over here. Whenever we do the Gabriel or... If it was, I'm not aware of it, Yodripple. If we could do the Gabriel or Nova missions, you'll see it much more clearly, because we'll have this huge area. This is actually the map. If you open it in the map editor, this is the map. But when we start the first mission, we're over here. And then we finish this thing, and then we go up here. And we finish this thing and we go up here, etc., etc. So we only see a tiny little chunk of the map at a time, the part that we're actively active in, which gives them a huge amount of capacity to move around the map and to do more with it, basically. It was a great design idea on their part. In fact, in most cases like this one...
We must be prepared.
Shut up! In most cases like this one, even when you're seeing like the whole of the map, and it looks like that's the whole of the map, and I've looked at a few of these in the editor, the map is actually closer to like this, and they use the actual real estate that you can't actually go into to do cutscenes and to do little side stuff and to have triggers and scripts being run in the background to help the AI out, that kind of a thing. It's just a brilliant thing from a code perspective, and I really wanted to gush about it for a moment.
Base. The Zerg are on the move.
Yeah. I know the Zerg are coming. So, this is one of those, the enemy will attack periodically missions, as you can see. Basically, every 4 minutes, the Zerg just hit you with slowly increasing enemies, up to a certain point, so you're on Nether. You're right, I was not prepared. Damn it, Zeratul. Busy here. Okay, we're on kind of a deadline, and I need to keep keeping in mind that we are on casual difficulty. I'm going to be wrecked when we get to Legacy, guys, because I'm probably going to be playing on hard difficulty, based on what you guys are telling me so far. I'm going to let you guys basically decide. I'm not doing brutal. Unless you really want me to. But yeah, I'm gonna be like so used to crap strategies for playing straight through on casual that I'm gonna be like, oh god, and that'll be fun, won't it? Okay, so we got that already. What else do we need? We've already got that. I don't really need those, but you know, I really could use those. So why don't we get that going? I was just going to time warp accelerate my my guy. Hang on a second. What is this? It's fairly comfortable now that I've figured a couple things out, Chemic. Earlier it was really irritating because I didn't have the mouse bound within the within the confines of the map, so I would have to do map manipulation like this, which really bothered me. I much prefer being able to move around with this. Okay.
I will be.
So we're just gonna chill for a little bit here, just for a little bit. A gentleman donated $200 for me to play on casual difficulty road, and in all honesty, I am very grateful to that person. Not just because of the donation, for the obvious reasons, but because of the fact that I'm pretty sure I would be having some serious troubles beating 2 games by basically tomorrow night, if not for that donation. So, thank you, again, whomever you are. Still don't know the identity of that mystery person. So, I'm going to be paying attention on this mission, but I don't think there's any new Zerg units in this mission. I could be wrong, but I think they just use all the classic ones that were available back in Starcraft. We'll find out as we go through it. I'm actually pretty curious. That would be really pointless, Titans. And also cost me money. Which is funny when you think about it. Oh, is it Shadow? Oh, well. Anonymous, then. I know it wasn't certain people, because I know certain people I've never been shy about donating huge amounts of money on my stream. And have. Well, those are just Nidus canals, British Twitch. Or, I suppose I should say, that is valid. I guess the Nidus canals were different before the Nidus worms, so... Alright, I'll give you that one. Were there banelings? Now, that being said, it can be explained away why they would have new strains here. As I mentioned earlier, anytime a new strain is developed, they warp Patervos. By the way, this is brilliant. Most of the time, in RTSs in general, they don't really get across sense of scale. We were talking about this with regards to carriers and battle cruisers earlier, remember? But in this one... there we go, assimilator. In this one, they occasionally get across just how big certain things are or should be, or however you want to think of that. And one of the better examples of that, in my opinion, is the Overmind. Because this is the Overmind. It's this huge, colossal creature whose rotting husk is still there. You can even see the eye down there, or rather, where the eye used to be. Obviously, it's just a bunch of dead matter now. By the way, this meat that they're feeding on is about 5 years old. So... that's a thing. That's gross. Oh, they're done. So the Gantrathor thing, right? I don't know how much we're supposed to interpolate on the Gantrathor thing, but if you... again, not sure. This could just be a flat plot hole. However, that is correct, Benoth.
The Zerg seek to overwhelm our base.
Zeratul, really? I don't think I have enough yet. No, I don't. I gotta wait a moment. That's correct, Zeiss. You never need... just throw some salt on it. It'll be good. Basically, whether or not the Gantrathor actually left a wreck behind at all is debatable. In the actual cinematic at the end of StarCraft, it didn't. But, of course, that's an old cinematic. So it may or may not actually have been a valid interpretation of what happened. And, you know, because older tech, you know, they kind of cheated a few times in order to make things happen. So it is possible the Gantrathor did actually turn into the energy which killed the Overmind like we saw. Or it made an actual wreck and they just didn't show it. So take your pick. It's either a retcon or a screw-up. It's one of these two things. Whichever one you find less objectionable, I suppose. There we go. Actually, we can totally make Goliaths, Hunters. Not that I'm going to, because they're terrible. That's true, Takoida. That's actually an interesting perspective on that I hadn't considered.
Mineral field depleted.
It is actually surprisingly possible that Zerg mass... remember, they don't function like we do, so they don't have most of the problems that human beings and animals do. They might actually be, at the very least, resistant to bacteria, so that might literally just be meat sitting there that's only gone away because it's being nibbled on for the last 5 years. Which is, admittedly, kind of gross. Kind of gross, you know. Okay, it's pretty gross, I'll be honest. Nobody likes Goliaths except for me. Although, oh no, I guess, yeah, no, Goliaths are cool. I'm cool with Goliaths. Protoss do not have a nose or a sense of smell, no. For reference. Oh god, that would be horrifying, Benoth. I actually could see that as being possible too, which is even more horrifying.
I am here in the shadows.
Well, it depends, British Twitch. Do you like what you see? Do you like RTSs? Because I think that's really the definitive answer on that one, is if you like them or not. Do I have? Yep, there he is. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it like here. It's okay, they have that psychic emanation thing probed, so they can scream via that. That's probably not very, comforting of a thought, is it? Let's just wait a moment.
The Zerg are coming.
Yes, I know, Zeratul. Oh my god, there's a frickin'... Come here, come here. There's a Zergling. One Zergling that I missed somehow. What the hells? That's weird.
Cold is the void.
Hey guys, cold is the void. We're gonna be ready to move pretty soon, don't worry. Let's see, what other lore things can I talk about? We got the Overmind. Oh, right! So one of the other things that some people question is why the Overmind was capable of, for example, having a prophecy about the end of the world. Now, this is actually funny because the assumption has always been that damn it. How am I? I'm resource dry. Well, that's okay. I can fix that. The implication has always been that, you know, the Overmind is psychically powerful. You know, it is a psionic creature, and we're not actually sure if that's true or not. And I know that sounds weird, but that's never actually been confirmed or denied. It's just been assumed. By the way, check it out. You remember, this is hilarious because, yeah. So you remember how I kind of abandoned the Raiders base and just saved Raynor himself? This is an infested Terran base right next to the Overmind that has lots of infested Terrans just roaming around it. I will allow you to extrapolate on that.
Upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted.
So, that's,
very well.
I did that, guys. I left those people to die here. Kinda literally.
It shall be as you
Didn't mean to.
Mineral field depleted.
For the reckoning.
But seriously, though, I do think it's really horrifying that they actually have Raynor's base here, and still functional, and still with tons of infested Terrans here. That is just a horrifying thought. And again, makes it really messed up. Yeah, exactly, Sigma. I was just about to say, remember, all of this that we're seeing may be through Zeratul's eyes, but but Raynor is seeing this too. So imagine Raynor suddenly being like, and yeah, it's just messed up.
We move unseen.
I have a couple of ideas, Paradox. They are only theories, though. I don't know the definitive answer. My theories involve the fact...
Our base falls under a shadow.
Zeratul.
Zerg will attack soon.
Buddy. Pal. I've got a countdown right there. You don't have to tell me each time. My theory has to do with the fact that the Protoss are a notoriously judgmental species. And basically, they look at him as someone who is a crazed madman because, A, he is willingly and knowingly consorted with Kerrigan, and B, because he has he's kind of the guy who killed Rashagal. So I don't think he's very popular right now amongst the Protoss. Also, don't forget the Protoss in general are kind of judgmental bastards.
You require my skills.
So, that's a problem, basically. Correct, Luke.
I am the voice.
Wait, is there additional research in this map? I don't remember off the top of my head. Like, I really don't. Okay, so we've got that force going. Why don't we get started on this one?
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, it is very possible that Zeratul is basically crazed at this point in time. Remember, he's running around preaching about this prophecy and how it's the end of everything. And so he might actually, well, to be blunt, he might be ranting at this point. He might be like, you don't understand, the prophecy is all, and oh my god, we must do all that we can, blah, blah, blah. Now,
I return to serve.
I hate to re-emphasize this point, and admittedly I am prejudiced against prophecies, but it is very feasible that he is just off his rocker and completely misinterpreting the prophecy. And as I already mentioned, it's pretty well hinted by by the actual people who wrote this story that it's not a real prophecy. It's just this is how things happen, and therefore this is how things should happen. A plan, as opposed to this is the definitive way the future shall follow.
Return to serve.
Yeah, actually the Medivh problem, that's a good way to put that. Yes, they're very gassy, Banoth. Literally, that's how they produce most of their energy. So, your attempt at a jest has failed miserably in the face of reality.
I return to serve.
Yeah, exactly, Raskar. I never get why people do that. People do that in fiction all the time. Oh god, it's the end of the world! It's the end of the world! Oh my god! No. You should be like, okay, listen. I have just seen a prophecy that indicates that we actually need Kerrigan in order to save us from the Amon and from the Void, and we need to be defending against that. So I think that we should move in that direction. Actually using some degree of sensibility rather than just being like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Whoop, whoop, whoop. It is also worth noting that the Zeratul does not have the Kala. Or the specific connection, I should say. I mean, obviously he doesn't have the Kala. The problem with that is, if he did have the Kala, he could just link his mind up to someone else. And remember, you cannot lie through the Kala. So he could just link up to someone else and be like, look at what I've done. And they're like, oh, aha! It all makes sense.
Mineral field depleted.
But instead, they're all like, dude, leave us alone, Zeratul. Crazy old man. By the way, in addition to all of this being generally awesome design, where'd it go? Is that it? I swore there's a battle cruiser around here somewhere. Not actually sure what that is. Well, anyways, I also like how a lot of the Zerg stuff has kind of grown up around things. See, it's funny you say that, Takoida, because technically, no. This kind of thing could actually be faked, at least for the Protoss. Now, obviously, Raynor does not suspect fakery here, and let's be honest, why would he? But the Protoss would suspect fakery, and this kind of thing could be faked, could be fraudulent, so... Whoops,
We are one with the shadows.
Alright, we got a good death ball. This should be enough for the rest of the mission.
These warp gates appear to be functional. Perhaps there's a chance. You address me?
Cold is the void.
Aha! Powering up the obelisks. That's what the research is.
First overmind tendril. I sense pain, surprise, death.
Ew. Just seriously, ew.
I am the voice of the Eclipse. For the reckoning.
So, I gotta be honest, this was a pretty big reveal for me. I'm curious how many of you out there, like, either saw this coming or like me, were completely shocked by this. Like, genuine question. How many of you were just blown away by this?
You require my skill.
Base is under attack.
Yeah, I'm not even have to tend my defenses.
I serve for now. Very well.
Base is under attack.
Yeah, I didn't either. I completely didn't see this coming.
You address me?
Aduntorida, Zeratul. We were trapped within the gate's energy matrix when it was deactivated. You have our thanks.
So here's a question. Were they aware of being trapped in there? If you don't understand the significance of that question, it's been 5 years. And they've basically... You remember that episode Relics in TNG, where Scotty trapped himself in the transporter beam for 70 years to survive? That's kind of what they just went through.
Very wise. It shall be as you say.
Where prophecies are done poorly?
Intriguing.
I hate examples where they have a prophecy and they spend the entire... I can't think of a specific example, forgive me. Maybe if I typed it, or talk this one out, you guys will remember one, because I'm thinking of something specifically. There's one where there's like this big prophecy, and it's like, oh my god, prophecy, prophecy, prophecy. And then at the very end, it's like, oh, and by the way, no prophecy. It was just wrong all along. And they don't bother to explain it. They don't bother to elaborate on why the prophecy was wrong or anything like that. And I want to stress, it's like 98% of the game, it was like, prophecy! And everything totally fits with the prophecy, and everything is constantly about the prophecy. And then the last 2%, bam! By the way, we broke the prophecy. Yay! It felt cheap. I really can't think of the specific work, though, sorry. See, I don't think the prophecy in the prequels was done poorly, because the whole point of that prophecy was that it was always a lie. Hey, I'm okay with that.
My burdens weigh.
Cold is the void. It shall be as you say. There are clues. I serve now.
The Zerg seek to overwhelm our base.
Yeah, that's great. Why don't you read the prophecy?
The second Overmind tendril. I sense death. Joy.
Yep. The Overmind was overjoyed when it died. That's true, Paradox. And she was actually right, wasn't she? Oh crap. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap.
Let our enemy know our fury. We are one with the shadows. Very well.
Aha! Baneling thing, you were right. Again, could be explained away, but shrug. I would have kind of preferred it if they had just all the old Zerg here. I prophesy that I will be victorious in this mission. Hey, Krenzler.
You address me?
So yeah, that first thing of I sense joy just completely threw me. I'm like, wait, what? And I immediately was like, oh god, I need to get to the next one. I need to get to the next one.
The third Overmind tendril. I sense
satisfaction
in a plan set in motion long ago. And fear of the future.
So, here's a question for you guys. How gross is that? I mean, honestly, that's pretty gross, right? Seriously, though, for a second.
My skills.
Do you think the Overmind was only interested in the Swarm? Or do you think it was interested in the galaxy as a whole? There's a reason I'm asking this, and it's actually been debated often. It was debated so much they brought it up at a Q&A, where one of the developers said, no, the Overmind's an evil bastard. Which I found incredibly dismissive and don't fully agree as canon. Even though a developer said it. It's like, really? He's just an evil bastard and that's it? That's your story? I don't know why I'm even bothering. So, now for the pretty big reveal. 2 reveals, actually.
The 4th Overmind tendril. I sense an end. I must go to the Overmind cortex to understand.
Yeah.
Greetings, brother. I speak to you from the beyond.
Michael Dorn! And Tassadar.
Tassadar. But you died, slaying this cursed Overmind. I have never tasted death, Zeratul, nor shall I. But that is a tale for another time. I have come to tell you of this creature's courage. Courage? It was an abomination. Not always. The Zerg were altered. A single overriding purpose was forced upon them. The destruction of our people. The Overmind was formed with thought and reason, but not free will. It screamed and raged within the prison of its own mind.
Have to admit, that sounds like a fate worse than death to me.
Who did this? Why? I know not. But the Overmind found a way to resist its all-consuming directive. It created a chance, a hope of salvation. The Queen of Blades. Madness. Only she can free the Zerg from slavery, and in so doing, save all that is from the flame. I do not understand, brother. Forget what you know, Zeratul. The Overmind saw a vision. The end of all things. And now, you must see it too.
Korhal! Korhal's brilliant looking.
No. This vision. I cannot bear it. Stop.
So, next mission we will be seeing the vision Tassadar just shared with Zeratul. Let's talk about a couple things really quick. First, there's a couple little details that are left out of that we really need to keep in mind. First of all, we actually have a very good idea of how Tassadar survived. We're also not sure if that's Tassadar. What happened is in the last moments, Tassadar and the Gantrathor and all the Void and Kala energies he channeled merged with the essence of the Overmind to create a new being. I'm going to go ahead and start because this is going to be a long mission no matter what I do. Yes, Utter Darkness is literally a vision within a vision. You know, just remind me to talk about Tassadar, remind me to talk about the Overmind's nature, and remind me to talk about... I had something else to talk about from that cutscene. I can't think of it, because I'm stupid, apparently. Shoot! I can't remember the other thing I was going to talk about. Whatever. Let's go back to Starcraft 2 music. There we go.
You look haunted. You've been seen into the spirit world, and you learned something you don't like.
It's Kerrigan.
Seems the Overmind made Kerrigan to free the Zerg. Something that put him on a collision course with the Protoss. It's all gone wrong. Everything's twisted. And there's something out there that's set to destroy us all.
Zerg. Protoss. He's a strong recess. How terrible. How powerful is something that plays with their fates?
Yeah.
Nuke noodles. Call down the flavor.
You know, I've been watching the logs. Those damn Protoss are still way ahead of us. I can't believe some of the stunts they can pull off.
Tell me about it. They've learned some new tricks since the last time we fought.
I mean, come on. Since when could they warp in guys just anywhere? I thought they needed some kind of gateway at least.
Not just anywhere. They need a pylon or another power source close by. Still, they've been working to improve their tech, just like us.
That's another point that's kind of significant. Remember how I mentioned how stagnant the Protoss were up until, basically, Starcraft? A lot of what we see is the last 4 years, the Protoss have not been idle. The Dark Templar and the Templar have actually been working together to adapt and increase their technology and to move forward and innovate, which I think is actually really awesome. And it's one of the reasons I'm really hopeful that in Legacy, we will see the Protoss, going full tilt for once.
Damn, Matt. I don't even know what to make of this last vision from the crystal. Zeratul was looking for more clues about the end of the universe. But this time, he was on Ire.
Ire? What was he looking for?
He was trying to find out why the Overmind made the Queen of Blades in the first place.
She's the one that's gonna destroy the universe?
No. That's just it. I think she's the only one that can save it.
Yeah, exactly, Silver Dragoon. You'd be surprised how much having the living snot beat out of you actually motivates you. I should know. Okay, we got a new Zerg thing. The Zerg sample has developed a large neural cortex. I've noticed it reacting to external stimuli, but in a very disturbing way. When it detects my presence, it stops moving. Is it trying to play dead? Can it react at that level? I noticed earlier that Zerg alpha amino acids have unique R groups. I've run a full regime on some. Results are stunning. Zerg aminos are able to combine dead cell matter with normal proteins to biosynthesize new cells. They don't suffer generational cell degradation. Simply put, a Zerg will never die of old age. Remember, we were just talking about this. They can constantly renew themselves, albeit with radically changing cell structure. We could never harness this for biological use with the Terrans. The results would be foregone and horrifying. But I wonder if we could use this with our metals to make the buildings heal. Well, let's see what we can do with that. So, we can actually do this thing called a cellular reactor, which gives additional energy, starting energy and maximum energy to units that have energy, which is actually kind of nice for medics. Or anything that is not a person slowly repairs. Buildings, vehicles. I don't think we will at Qualitas, no. Both of these are actually really useful upgrades. But we'll go with this one, considering we're on this difficulty.
Be careful, Jim.
Alright, last one.
Now, friend Raynor, you must see the Overmind's vision of the future.
Oh, that was the other thing I was going to talk about.
End of my people, and of all things. This is our fate.
Right, the prophecy. That's the other thing I was going to talk about. So remind me to talk about the Overmind's vision and Tassadar. Both of those are the things I want to talk about once we get into the boring parts of this mission.
I don't think I want to see any vision of the Overminds. If Kerrigan's involved, I need to know.
On a distant, shadowed world, the Protoss will make their final stand. Their heroes will gather. Their forces will be marshaled.
and they will die bravely. But still, they will die.
Notice how he says that.
And my Zerg will be slaves to the hybrid. All will bow before the power of the Fallen One.
I like what they did with the eye of the Overmind a lot. It no longer has, as Dead says, it no longer has a human eye at all. Now, fun fact, I know a friend who was playing this on casual. I've actually never done this mission on casual. He got bored. He had to deliberately lose because they just couldn't overwhelm him.
Twilight has fallen. The galaxy burns around us. The Terrans have been consumed. We are all that stands against the Shadow. But if we are to meet our end this day, then we will do so as one. Antaro Tassadar!
No, I got that feeling too, Krenzler, which I'll bring up. Okay, so I'm not actually going to build defenses because I'll win if I do that, and I don't want to win. I want to lose. I need to kill 1,500 forces and allow them to get the archive down, and that's all I really care about. So, you know.
Great One, the vault is prepared. Guard us while we preserve our knowledge for those that may follow.
Okay.
They must not make the mistakes we did.
Okay. So yeah, 25 minutes. We got 25 minutes of basically nothing. This is also a great mission for many reasons, because this really is the Protoss throwing everything they had at the hybrids and the Zerg and failing. This is a supposed to lose mission. Like, you basically could just die immediately.
The last of our great fleet.
And that's it.
Your timing is impeccable, Admiral Lorerun. When the enemy takes to the air, we will need your support.
Yeah, this is another one of those camera limit things. In fact, you will actually see units basically like come in from off the camera. You're very restricted.
The Zerg performed their function as I planned. My hybrid are proof of this. Now, the last of the Protoss will fulfill their function in death.
There's that whole death thing again. And throwing away a tool when it's no longer a useful thing again. Because he's an idiot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Urun and Selendis and Artanis and all these characters are going to be coming out in Legacy. At least I hope so. You cannot win this map. It is actually impossible to win this map. It's actually one of the reasons why they limit the camera. You cannot defeat the enemy, and there is no victory condition other than dying. Like I said, this is a supposed to lose map. This...
The Zerg are swarming at our flanks. We have to react quickly or our perimeter defenses will fall.
Yeah, sure. I'll set up some defenses. Because cannons will not last long in this mission. Or, I guess I should say, I don't know if they will, given the difficulty. We'll set up a basic line of cannons. We'll see how that works. Okay, so, I wanted to talk about Tassadar. Now, first of all, what happened to Tassadar, as we already know, thanks to all the works that have been done, like I said, he didn't actually die when he merged and when he attacked the Overmind. We don't know exactly what happened, and that's kind of the trick, and I do hope we actually find out about this. What I say by win is, I'll never lose, and then the mission will never end, so, you know. Yes, I do know how to do the Dark Templar wall, I just, I guess I could do that instead of wasting time and resources, but screw it. So, what the hell was I talking about? Okay, so Tassadar, his essence literally merged with the essence of the Overmind, creating a new being, or possibly Tassadar with the Overmind's memories, or possibly the Overmind with Tassadar's memories. Like I said, we don't actually 100% know what happened to him. We do know there was a merger between them, either of memories or of actual personality. And that's pretty significant, especially since it throws a lot of things Tassadar himself says into question. Now, it could be debated that he is not a full merger of the two and that he's not the Overmind, because otherwise Tassadar would know about Amon, since the Overmind knew about Amon. Unless the Overmind didn't know about Amon, which is actually possible. The Overmind might have literally been unaware of its secret master, which is kind of horrifyingly tragic when you really think about it, isn't it? Being a slave to someone you don't know. But yeah.
All shall be remade in my name.
Blah, blah, blah.
Behold, my greatest creation.
Blah, blah, blah. But yes, what we are staring at is more or less literally a Tassadar Overmind Archon. The only difference is because of the nature of this unique being, it does not burn out like a normal Archon does, or collapse in on itself like a Dark Archon would. It also makes him the only hybrid that is independent from Amon. So, I really hope they continue forward with that, because that's a big old plot point just sitting there waiting to be followed through on.
Zerg activity in their hive clusters.
Hive cluster counter.
Prepare for an assault.
Actually, that's a good point. Kane probably did not know about Zenus. So, pretty good analogy there, I think. That is true, Leander. Like I said, it is very possible. Like we were just talking about, that the Overmind didn't know, which is just tragic. Wait, what? Oh, God. How are you... But, really? Where's my fleet? Ah! So this is what they made of Corsairs. They have the Graviton Beam, which is basically a temporary stun of a unit. And they're a little more useful than Corsairs, in my opinion. A little more mobile, a little more flexible. Basically, yes, Dragoon. You don't have to do it. I've been pointing it out as we go. So that's the talk about Tassadar. The thing I find most fascinating about that is, in addition to the fact that that just leaves the door wide open for them to do stuff with him in the future, and I hope we get to hear more of Michael Dorn in the future, because he's actually a really good voice actor. I like that it's a way to keep Tassadar in the story without undoing his death or the significance of it. Because, for all intents and purposes, Tassadar is actually dead. Pretty much no matter how you look at it. Tassadar is gone. The new being is not the old one, right? Make sense? We don't know exactly the nature of the new being, but the old being is gone. So, Tassadar is dead.
Our void rays are ready to do their...
There's Mohander.
Disengage prism inhibitors and concentrate all batteries on the hub.
Well met, great Mohandar. For ire.
So there's my fleet. We'll be getting carriers later. Yes, that is correct. If we side with Nova, Tosh will be killed, and we won't get to hear his quotes up to and including, or up to Char. Excuse me, not including Char. Hey, Grox6, welcome back.
Weigh heavily.
I did switch the music back, right? Yeah, I did. Okay, just making sure. Because this is StarCraft 1 music right here. Although that might be deliberate on part of the mission. People voted for it, Ironin. The viewers voted for it. And we need to have chat up for the YouTube upload. So, it's either chat over the game or chat over the side, and we voted for this one. Now, what was the other thing I wanted to talk about? I asked you guys to remind me.
base is under attack.
I don't like void gates as much as I do the other things. For those of you not aware of the difference, void gates are front-loading as opposed to back-loading. Here, I'll demonstrate the difference really quick for those of you who haven't actually seen this. The Overmind's vision, thank you. Yes, okay, so I'll talk about the gateways, then I'll talk about the Overmind's vision. Hey, dropped him. So, okay, I'm going to make a zealot from both of these. This is the difference. With the warp gate, it's cooldown based. I cannot build a zealot for this period of time, right? I also can build him anywhere that I happen to have crystal coverage from, either from pylons or from the warp prisms. By contrast, this is backloading. Backloading is done there, and you'll notice that's about the time the thing comes out. So you can build zealots at about the same pace. The only difference is you have to micro a little bit more with warp gates. Warp gates also allow you to position where you want them to be, rather than they have to be someplace you can physically reach. They can be basically wherever. So that's the difference between the two. I personally prefer backloading because I want my units to be ready to go and clustered in one spot. I also like to be able to just say zealots instead of having to do zealot and then waiting to be able to make the next one. So that's my reasoning. Also, you can go back to a gateway from being a warp gate, which is nice that you're not locked into one or the other. Alright. Overmind Vision. There is debate from amongst people who lorecraft this game that whether or not it is it's an actual vision, basically. So, I mean, it could be a vision. It could be that the Overmind actually has that kind of psychic potential. That's logical. But there's a fairly large amount of evidence, especially given the work and stuff that's come out since... I guess I'll enter the group. Ever since... Sourdough, dude. Always sourdough. Ever since that Heart of the Swarm and Wings of Liberty come out. Basically, it is possible that what the Overmind is seeing here is not actually a vision of the future, but literally, this is Amon's plan. I like this most because it means there is no prophecy. This is not, this is a vision I have seen of the future. This is the plan I have seen in Amon's mind of what exactly he intends to do in the future. And I like that a lot better.
Every hand is turned against you. Even the ground beneath your feet carries the seeds of your destruction.
Erase the demons.
I'm not arguing that warp gates aren't useful, I'm just saying why I don't prefer them.
My burdens weigh heavily.
And I believe we're about to get... carriers?
This is the hour of truth.
Yep, Celendas! I like Celendas.
Know the wrath of Aya's champions.
I also love the look of carriers in this game.
Unleash the full power of your forces. There may be no tomorrow.
Oh, there's no tomorrow. Carrier has arrived. I'll give you kind of a more up-close shot of one of these suckers here. This is what carriers look like now. Don't mistake me, I love the old carrier design, but I absolutely adore the new carrier design. Look at this thing.
Kala is served. The battle is won. You address me?
Exactly, Jose Phoenix. Yes, we'll be seeing the Celendis in a couple of days. So yeah, it is my opinion that that theory is correct, having thought about it extensively. Yeah, I love how many hero units you get in this mission. This is a fun mission, in all honesty. I love doing this on hard. I think, with 8 minutes left, I think I'm going to stop building defenses.
We are ready. The final
I am
hour is
fearsome.
upon us.
Oh, Colossi are awesome! So I love the idea that the Overmind has done all of this because it saw Amon's plan. And I love it because it removes the prophecy thing from the equation entirely. Now, if you don't understand why that's a problem, one thing that has always just got on my nerves when it comes to fiction is, I have seen a vision of the future. And then they're like, oh, well, it's this horrible thing, we must change it. And then they successfully change it. well, how did you see a vision of the future? And they almost always hand-wave that, oh, it was just a potential future. That's just bull, in my opinion. I get really sick of hearing, oh, it was just a potential future. Then why the hell did you treat it as if it was the future? Why the hell did you look at that like, oh, look at the great, terrible future? At that point, why would you even bother? Why even do that? It just feels so cheap to me. Maybe I'm just sick of it, because a lot of works of fiction do that. Silver Dragoon, if you're still there, I just thought of a work that does prophecy very, very poorly. Twilight. You know, that stupid pretends it's a vampire series? Yeah, I know, right. Getting the achievements on this mission took more time than actual effort when I was doing it on my account. Yes, it was just a potential future. That's just such a goddamn cop-out. Hate that crap. Really. Man up and either make a real prophecy and actually bother to put the work and effort into actually making it fit with what actually happens in the show or game or book or whatever. Or sit back and say, you know what? It wasn't a frickin' prophecy. Or don't even use them to begin with. God damn it. I'm done. But the point being, that's the other reason why I like the idea that the Overmind literally does not actually have a vision of the future at all. He just has a glimpse into Amon's plan, and that's it. And that's all. 2, 3, 4. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm just wasting time, I guess.
As I was your beginning, so shall I be your end.
No, Equalitus. You would have to donate a stupid amount of money for that. And I shouldn't say that because I know my viewers are crazy, but seriously, no. Oh, by the way, I like the attack of the interceptors a lot better in Starcraft 2. Rather than little proton blasts, it's these little beams that go right into it. Just in a cosmetic thing. I like the look of it better. Carriers in general are way inferior in Starcraft 2. Although, let's be honest, guys, they needed to be. What do you mean, Fearsome? Because I haven't spent anything. What? Oh no! We're under attack, guys.
Engaging the enemy.
Go, man, go. Yeah, that's, where is that? That's,
Base is under attack. Base is under attack.
Yes, I know. Base is under attack. So yeah, this is actually kind of cool. This is actually probably the best mission to showcase this. As Titans point out, you can actually click these, and it'll show you the reasoning behind it. So for example, protect the ancient knowledge with the High Templar store their sacred knowledge within. Defeat 1500 journey. The end is nigh. Defend against the endless onslaught of Zerg and Hybrid. Make an endling worthy of your noble forebears, and give your foes scars they won't easily forget. There is no hope left for the Protoss race. Avenge your fallen by slaying Zerg and Hybrid until the last Protoss is no more.
We embrace the glory of battle.
Base is under attack.
So you notice I'm not even responding now. I probably should, actually. We might have not enough time for that, so I'm going to respond a little bit. I just want to make sure we get that research done for the bonus objective.
Base is under attack.
Twilight would be a lamentation, I'll just tell you that right now. Like the whole thing. I should probably respond to this too. Go, my minions! So after a certain point, the enemy forces kind of keep escalating. I'm saying this wrong. The enemy forces keep escalating in strength as they attack, pretty much up until the moment at which the research is done. The archive. Then they kind of stop getting stronger. And Artanis is the last one.
We tarry too long.
And after a certain point in time, they just stop kind of being. And it is possible to hold out for a stupidly long period of time. We're talking in the range of hours with proper setup and, of course, tricking the AI. But there's really no purpose in doing those. And for the Lorerun, I'm not going to. So what do you guys think, by the way, to continue my earlier thoughts? Do you think the Overmind saw a prophecy of the future, which is wrong, because everyone dies in it? Or does the Overmind see a vision of the plan of Amon? Which do you think is actually what happened? Or if there's a third option that I'm not thinking about, by all means, sure. Because, you know, that's true, Fearsome.
You have no place to hide and nowhere to run.
I see several people saying Amon's plan. Lots of people saying Amon's plan. My goodness.
Base is under attack.
We embrace the glory of battle.
Actually, this is a, oh, I forget what it's called. It's like a Megalisk or something like that. It's not the Super Lisk, which we see in the actual campaign. It's something else.
Base is under attack.
The enemy closes.
That's true, Takeda. Really? More Nidus worms? Really? Oh, hey, we're done with the archive. The archive is sealed. Now we just need to kill a few more things for research. Personally, Chemic, is it the Omegalisk? Personally, whoop.
Base is under attack.
I saw it for a second there.
Base is under attack.
Why is it? I saw it for a second, and then I moved my mouse. Oh, whatever. Anywho,
Base is under attack.
the Hybrid Lisk. Hey, Darkrai. It is my opinion that the way the Overmind would see this vision is because of the one time when Amon and the Overmind's minds touched. Basically, when he was creating him or meddling him with him or whatever. What are we at? 500 more kills. Ugh. You. Come here. I actually had a strategy for simultaneously winning and losing this match as quickly as possible. It basically was all cannons all the time. Now you're thinking, well, that's weird, but actually cannons are so relatively weak in StarCraft 2 that it works perfectly, because they will kill lots and lots of enemies, but they will also die fairly quickly too. So once you're finally ready to be destroyed, you just stop rebuilding the lost cannons, and they will eventually override your forces, and that's it, the end. Of course, we're on casual, and I just realized that, so we're just going to make a couple more of these. Of course we are, Benoth. Why wouldn't we? You kidding me, man? That's a great mission. Now, I suppose I should clarify something. I mentioned there's only 2 hybrids we actually see in Wings of Liberty, and obviously I've just seen like 50 of them because we've been killing them all over the place. To clarify what I meant a little bit more, in the actual game, in the events that actually happened, we only see the 2 hybrids.
Base is under attack. Your opponents are under attack.
That is also possible. That this is a vision. So hang on. So it's possible that the Xel'Naga Amon had a vision, and the Overmind had a vision based on that, and then Tassadar had a vision based on that, and then Zeratul had a vision based on that, and then
commanding the Shield of Ire. Our matrix fields are within range. Engaging mass recall.
and then Raynor has a vision of that, by the way.
My brethren, hear me, for there is little time left. All that remains of our race, our civilization, are those that stand beside you now. Trust in each other. Strike as one will. Let our last stand burn a memory so bright, we will be remembered forever. Entaro Tassadar!
Now, personally, I do think this is basically, like I said, this is Amon's fantasy, for lack of a better word. Also, Artanis in a mothership. Hell freaking yes. Just saying.
Satisfactory.
Yeah, exactly, Big J. It is entirely possible we're not getting the full picture here.
Tarry too long.
And again, I still like the idea that it's not a prophecy at all. That it's just some, you know, thing. Of doom. So this is kind of funny. The mothership here actually can cloak buildings. Look at this.
March boldly without
mineral field depleted. Your warriors.
So we're really close to the kill count, so I'm just going to hands off at this point and let this play out. Yeah, Artanis as the mothership, the shield of ire. Hell yes.
Let our enemy know our fury.
Foolish, prideful children. There was one among you who could have jeopardized my great plan. But in your recklessness, you mistook her for the true threat. The Queen of Blades. How could we have known?
Now they attack pretty much full tilt. This is the moment at which the enemy stops getting stronger. From this point on, they'll just be hitting you with a whole bunch of stuff. But if you can endure this, you can just live forever, and you kind of need to. If you want some of the achievements. Like, one of the achievements is kill 2,500 units or something like that. It's some ridiculous number. Anyways, so that line makes me wonder. Samurai mentioned in chat the possibility that even the Queen of Blades was actually... Yeah, I'm getting to that, Raskar. If the Queen of Blades... that he put this into the vision specifically to try and engineer this whole situation because the Queen of Blades was actually part of his plan for some reason. Shrug. That is entirely feasible, but there's too little information to speculate on that. So that is possible.
Mineral field. Your warriors have bases under attack.
Well, that is an interesting third option, Kemek. How the future will look if A-Man's plan succeeds. That begs the question of where that vision comes from, though. Since there's a number of possibilities, and we don't really know in detail how exactly that started. But as I mentioned, if this is just Amon's plan, how does he specifically know about the Queen of Blades, who was part of his plan, right? There is still a way to make that make sense, actually. Remember that the Overmind specifically tried to take the Queen of Blades not just for its own purposes of making all this stuff happen, but because it was part of the plan all along. Remember? The Queen of Blades was always critical towards Duran's plan of resurrecting Amon. Ergo, that's the kind of thing that would be planned for. In other words, if at any point in time I die, then, you know, I need you to go and find, you know, one of these people in order to turn into this human and blah, blah, blah. I know that's flimsy. I'm not justifying it. But what Leander said is actually the way I think of that as actually being. Because I've actually used that trope myself in Primus. When you go into the... it's going to be really loud, but okay, here you go. When you go into the temples and you engage in the trials there, the trials use your mentality, your personality, your memories in order to generate a world. It's not an actual accurate picture of the world. It is based on you. So it is entirely possible that this is a vision that is based on the knowledge of the people who have seen it. Now, all this being said, and I just groan, it is also possible this is a vision of the future that they just somehow changed because it's just a vision of a possible future. That would be the lazy, bad writing, I'm sick of it way to go through this. And I'm sorry. It is bad writing if they do that because it is lazy. There's no effort involved. It's just, oh, and by the way, you're all doomed and dead.
If only we had acted sooner.
Goodbye, Zeratul. That's also true, Titans. And it could have gotten messed up in action, so to speak. You guys gonna attack my actual fleet? I want to hear my the death of my people here. Not evil.
Will usher in a new age.
Yep, a new age of death. I'm raising my hand on that one, Silver Dragoon. We might not hear everyone's deaths. Oh, by the way, hybrids, in addition to everything else, are detectors. Just more fuel to how freaking ridiculously overpowered they are. You can keep the cap in multiplayer. Just get rid of it in single player. Oh, by the way, you notice how there's two distinct types of hybrids? There's basically the Reavers, which are those guys, which are big, bad, tank doomy guys. And then there's the Mage types, which have lots of abilities. So, again, hybrids are freaking overpowered. And let's go send Solendis up first, and then Mohander. If they have anyone who could attack me.
This vessel shall invade. Let us proceed.
And there you are, Urun. I was looking for Urun. Go, Urun. Fight bravely.
There's just too many of them.
And so Urun's gone. Let's get Mohander next.
Our glory.
As an aside, I'm really looking forward to playing as Solendis. She's pretty cool. Cool character. Cool implementation. Very Protoss. I would say she's probably one of the most definitive Protoss, in both good and bad ways. That's entirely...
Forgive me, great Tassadar. I wasn't strong enough.
Hang on, I want Artanis to be...
Kerrigan. How could we have known?
Where do I return to the fall?
And we're dead. So, there's one last thing I want to talk about here. And that's how frickin' messed up Amon is. So, we've killed all the Protoss, now let's kill all the Zerg. But we control the Zerg, so we can just do that. Notice they're not just killing them, though. The hybrids are absorbing the essence of the Zerg. Do you see that?
Your light is expended. It is finished.
And that's how Legacy of the Void will end. Hopefully not. Yes, Dakota. With some Templar tech involved. Last thing I want to talk about before we move on from this topic. Some people have said that the Overmind was only interested in himself and only interested in his swarm, and yet, the way that's presented, I don't agree with that at all. Now, I know. Like I just said, someone actually stood up on a lore panel and said, no, the Overmind's an evil bastard. And that's pretty much what they said. The Overmind only cared about himself, and only is just an evil, ridiculous bastard, and you should hate him. And yet, as people pointed out earlier, I don't agree with that. Listen to the Overmind's voice when he speaks about how all the Protoss will die. Listen to the Overmind's inflection in his tone. Yeah, glorious end. That was a nice touch. It makes more sense to me that the Overmind would have gone through all of this effort and significance because of its general caring of life, and it's, at the very least, it believes that what the hybrid doing is genuinely wrong and wants to stop it, not just because it's an evil bastard and is only interested in its own sake. Its own willingness to commit suicide, quite literally, in order to further this is the other point of evidence I have in that favor. Now, admittedly, those are the only two bits of evidence that I have. But I will say this. This is not the first time I have actually agreed, or excuse me, this is not the first time I have disagreed with the actual people who wrote the story. I mean, for God's sakes, Matt Horner. I actually went and read up on Matt Horner, just to refresh myself. You want to hear Matt Horner's story? Backstory? You ready for this? This is great. Matt Horner joined the Sons of Korhal, and then he went off with Raynor. You want to hear the backstory of the Magistrate? The Magistrate did StarCraft and then left forever. So no, I disagree. I think the Overmind actually gave a damn about life in general and wanted to stop this not just for its own sake. Now, definitely for its own sake. I definitely think the Overmind cared about the swarm. I definitely think the Overmind cared about his children. But I also think that the Overmind cared about the Protoss, felt it was a tragedy to see the Protoss species wiped out. If nothing else, in its own twisted way, in the same similar way to how Abathur reveres the Protoss in their own way, I think Overmind would think it would be a tragedy for them to be wiped out. Just my take on it. Feel free to disagree. Lord knows Blizzard does. That was the final note I wanted to toss out there. I'm not ignoring you, Chaos.
Friend Raynor, you now bear witness to the truth. There is a malevolent presence within the void that seeks to destroy everything we hold dear. Could this fallen one be Azel Naga? After so long, could the gods themselves seek our destruction?
Again, they keep mentioning the gods. They're referring to the Zanaga.
I can hardly believe the wretched Queen of Blades will prevent the destruction of all that we know. Raynor, you may soon hold Kerrigan's fate in your hands. I know only that she must live. Be wary, old friend. The hounds of the void are on the hunt.
Woo. So, that happened. Hang on. Black Salamander, the answer to your question is actually really simple. Basically, the Zerg swarm was not designed to be powerful individually, it was designed to be powerful as the swarm. An individual primal Zerg is always going to be stronger than a swarm Zerg, because an individual Zerg only exists because it is the personification of personal evolution, of driving itself forward. Each individual primal Zerg follows Darwinism to an extreme degree, as we've already seen, to a cellular degree. The swarm is the exact opposite of that. So it makes perfect sense that the Zerg that have, the primal Zerg that have survived long enough to be, you know, all round and exist, are the ones who have grown stronger and grown more powerful, and of course used their unique power to consume the essence of others and grow more personally powerful. The Void is one of the two energy sources that exists in Starcraft. It is basically the dark side for all intents and purposes, although not necessarily evil, just like the dark side isn't. The Kala is the other one, the light side. We've got the Kala and the Void. These are the two things upon the two dichotomy of these two energies is what the entire setting tints on. So, yeah, that's the other thing. Primal Zerg actually have social cooperation rather than the swarm overmind thing. So, okay, I may be exceeding the boundaries of good science, but I am now sure the crystal has some sort of, if not sentience, at least direction. As long as it's not from Legacy of the Void, yes, says O. We are trying very hard to avoid spoilers. If not sentience, then at least direction. I put a broken nano-fabricator in the tank last night, and today it's fixed. And it accomplished things it shouldn't. If I can reverse engineer this fabricator, I can do amazing things with automated repair or near-instant manufacturing of advanced AI weaponry. On the less upbeat end of things, the level of energy stored in the crystal's matrix has not increased at all, despite the fact that the crystal continues to grow. So it must be emitting that energy somehow and somewhere. We'll find out the truth of that when we get a little more Protoss research. We're almost done with research already. That's really funny. So we can make the science vessel. Or the Raven. See you around, Night Forager. So the Raven is actually a silly, powerful unit when used properly. And the science vessel is, well, it's okay. But you know what the science vessel's real benefit is? The science vessel is a ship repairer. Just like the medics are a people repairer. And the science vessel can repair any mechanical unit, so we're taking the science vessel. Science vessels plus battleships is kind of silly. Why do we suddenly not have music? We're set to StarCraft 2. The music's on. We may have to do a reset on the audio because it seems to be weird. Anyways.
Damn, brother. You
there's
look
music.
like you could use a drink.
I saw the last vision. Zeratul put
Notice how he's
crystal.
opened up to
It was a
Tosh
look into
over
the
this.
future. Final battle against the hybrid. Armageddon. Somehow, Kerrigan's the key to preventing it.
Who knows how the wheel turns? Cycles upon cycles. This much I know. Those that see the future best take heed. It's both a gift and a curse.
Yeah, it's a recent
What is it
edition
cast in
paradox.
stone? That's what I need to know.
Who knows? I've heard you say we are who we choose to be. If that be true, the future cannot be fixed.
By the way, that statement, "we are who we choose to be," is actually something Rainer's father taught him.
Hankering for some down-home cooking out there in the space lanes? Come on down to Bubba's Gas and Grub. We got 2 for Tuesdays, featuring barbecue Muta wings.
Ew.
Also free plasma charge with each fill-up. Bubba's Gas and Grub. Your space trucker home away from home.
Seriously, ew. Only very slightly ventures. Basically, no.
Oh, what the hell, cowboy? You look like crap. You been thinking about that girl again?
Kinda. I just got some bad news about what might happen if we can't save her.
No use worrying about what might happen, if you ask me. You want me to help, you just let me know.
Dude, why would you want to eat a Zerg anything? That just sounds gross to me.
You look shaken, sir. What's wrong?
Zeratul called it a vision of the future. It was the end times, Matt. Armageddon. More Protoss than we ever knew existed. But there still weren't enough to stop the hybrid.
But what about Kerrigan? Wasn't she supposed to stop them?
In this timeline, she was dead. Killed by us. That's what Zeratul's been trying to tell us all along. She has to live, or we're all doomed.
I really wish that they had kept this into account in the final few cutscenes, because they kind of try to avoid it and make it look like Raynor is only doing things because of his true love, when in fact there's a frickin' vision of the future that pretty much mandates that he can't kill Kerrigan. Although we'll talk about that when we get there. Let's continue with the regular mission, shall we? What do we got here? Haven, Folsom. Oh, we have siege tanks, so we can go and do the heist now.
We've received reports of a new Dominion salvage operation on Tarsonis. They're running a large number of supply trains with minimal security. If we intercept the trains and liberate their contents before they can be shipped off-world, we could make a serious profit.
Never thought we'd be back to this graveyard again. What have we got, Matt?
The Dominion's restored power to the old rail network. They're using the trains to move salvage to a central processing station. Our informants say the Dominion's found something unusually valuable, and they're transporting it to the processing station today. It's on one of these trains, but unfortunately they're all scan shielded, so we can't tell which one. We'll have to hit as many as we can and hope we get lucky.
I think it's a combination, Kimmick.
That ain't the usual Matt Horner plan.
You got a better one, sir. I'm all ears.
It's all good, Matt. You sold me. Well, let's go rob ourselves some trains. Old Tychus is gonna love this one.
So, fun fact. This is one of the missions which I've never beaten on Brutal. That was back before I learned about the siege tank strategy. So I never had siege tanks on this mission. So this is what you're about to see is actually my first usage of siege tanks on this mission ever. I'm aware of the strategy. I've just never applied it myself. So one of these days I hope to go back and actually finish this one on Brutal, along with everything else, because I haven't finished the whole campaign on Brutal yet. As a consequence.
Better be good.
See you around, Dragoon. Yeah, seriously, Samurai. Oh yeah, automatic refineries are frickin' amazing.
Sir, it turns out there are a few Confederate vehicles in the hills the Dominion haven't salvaged yet.
Diamondbacks. Man, I didn't think they made it past prototyping. Their rail guns will be great for stopping those trains. No pun intended. I'll upload their schematics to our factory network.
Grab a couple of
There
them.
may be other vehicles around that we can commandeer. We should keep our eyes open.
The Seed's method is screw you in the face. Roughly. Screw them in the face, I should say. This is a little plot conveniency. I will freely admit that this is a little plot conveniency. We just happen to get this big break right about a time when we're finally getting funding and personnel, and we're basically starting to turn around everything. That being said, I will say that the coincidence doesn't bother me too much, because it's not like we're getting funding and whatnot in a vacuum. We're being manipulated, basically. The Mobius Foundation and through them, and the Mobius Foundation is pulling our strings, and Valerian is pulling their strings, and Mengsk and Duran are pulling their strings. So we are basically being funded by the people we are trying to defeat. And by basically, I mean that is literally what's happening.
What's that?
Which I find amusing, admittedly.
SCV ready.
A train is approaching through a tunnel in the northwest.
I don't know, Fearsome. That's a good question. Because I've only got one siege tank at the moment. We'll put it at... we'll do it right here.
SCV ready. What's on your mind?
So let's see how this works. Again, this is my first time doing this. We've only got one tank. Siege tanks do extra damage to this type of armor, I'm assuming? I agree, Takota. I think it would have worked. Like I said, this is not... It doesn't bother me that much, but it could have been done better.
Excellent. I like it. Victory is ours.
Maybe I needed more than one tank.
What's the plan? What's our target? Ride on! On my way!
Which?
Go on.
No, Shadow.
Of course.
They can't.
Excellent work, sir. We can utilize the train's scrap payload to build more units.
Yeah, I would love to see more train rail maps. This is a fun map, in my opinion.
I'm waiting.
We'll see how I think of it in this playthrough. Where are we at? Oh, geez, more SCVs.
Ready to roll out.
Let's go ahead and do 40 time impacts. Heck with that. We're gonna do 40 tanks. There will be a lava level case now, but it's okay. It'll just be decorative. Yeah, this is okay. A lot of really, Sergeant Joe. I'll try that then. A lot of the missions in StarCraft 2's design philosophy are all about you having a timer. It's usually a soft enrage, but they almost never let you just sit and take your time with a mission. There's always something that's pushing you forward, and if you fail at it, then you get a lose condition.
Check it out, Jimmy. Dominion started sending escorts to protect the trains.
What's on your mind?
Additional supply depots required.
Yeah, I saw that one coming.
What's SCV ready?
So let's do this now. Oh, that's my music I just had.
We hear you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Ready to roll out.
Additional supply depots required.
Victory is ours. Speak up. Lay it on me. What's the plan?
Yeah, this is pretty much the good old days for Tychus. I'll talk a little bit more about Tychus' backstory, but the relevant point you need to know right now is once upon a time, he and Raynor spent several years, by the way, I think it's actually 9 years, robbing, plundering, and generally being very, very successful bandits. Not pirates, bandits. And that's pretty much all you need to know about that, at least at the moment.
This better be good. You gonna give me orders?
So yeah, he's kind of used to this sort of stuff. Relatively small-time criminal actions, admittedly, but, you know.
Commander, I'm picking up increased comm traffic from the Dominion. Sounds like they're planning to attack our base.
Oh no.
Better be ready.
What do we do, guys? I shouldn't be so dismissive.
At the ready.
And I also like, see, this is why I call this some good design, by the way. there's a fairly large amount of missions where you're in a hurry and you've got a deadline and you have to move and blah, 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 blah. But they usually give you some kind of keep-up mechanic to help you deal with it. A pirate is worse in every way.
A train is exiting the southern tunnel.
Wait, that was the attack? I was still waiting for the attack to show up. Let's go here. Here.
Give us your got no patience.
I'm waiting.
The doctor is in.
Ready to roll out.
Victory is ours.
Need something blown up?
I'll consider it, Grout.
The Dominion are constructing a series of bunkers to protect the tracks. Be careful.
Uh-oh.
At the ready.
Oh, we lost one guy. What was I talking about? Tychus, and he did that, and then there's the robbery and the Quincy. I forget. I was in the middle of talking about something.
Give us your best shot.
I guess I'll go kill the bunkers. I guess.
On the move. What?
This better be good.
Of course.
What's that?
So that bunker's dead.
Go on.
Yeah, I actually had a hard time finding the final bone sample in this once upon a time. I should, like, do that now, I'm thinking. I got a big old force of tanks.
It's all me.
Let's go ahead
Better
and
send some body bags.
working on that, like, right now.
Go ahead.
Of course I do, Case now.
Can do.
Where the heck are those? I honestly don't remember where the samples are. If anyone remembers, that would be awesome.
On my way.
What's on your mind?
2 bunkers. God.
A train is coming through the western tunnel.
What's that?
So we don't have the Super Doom upgrade yet for the tanks, which is hilarious. The Super Doom upgrade is the increases tanks' attack speed by a huge amount, which turns them into just death machines. Come on.
What's the plan? On the move.
You have to do the levels in a different order, Chizzy Puff.
Victory is ours.
Yeah, the one in the southeast is the one I always forget, which is ironic because it's the one I remember now as a consequence of that.
Bad news. You're the boss.
Nah, I don't care about that. I don't care about that either, do I? I don't care about anything. We'll do that, I suppose.
Add-on complete.
I also want, and now they should be up, you.
Ready to roll out.
Excellent. My pleasure. How devious.
Honestly, the reason I like the lava map, aside from the general enjoyment of it, is mining is only necessary for like another 1,000 or 2 minerals that you need, which is really easy to come by. A nice force of Reapers, even on brutal difficulty, will just blaze through and take all the resources you need from the materials that are just lying around on the ground everywhere.
What? On the move.
I'm in deep.
Not really, Shadow. That's basically all there is to it.
Excellent.
What's that?
So, sorry. Nothing more to add
The
here.
train is approaching through a tunnel in the northwest.
2 science vessels should be good enough for that.
What's our... Give us your best shot.
Go on. My pleasure.
Sorry, I'm actually getting really distracted here. I apologize for stopping to talk. Or I apologize for the fact that I've stopped talking. I feel like I'm actually really rushed here. here? No, this is just resources. I don't need resources.
Of course.
I need research.
What's on your mind? Excellent. Get me out of here.
Explorer reporting.
Go on.
Oh yeah, I love the look of these siege breakers, by the way. They're just really cool looking to me.
I'm waiting. Get me out of here.
Transmit orders.
Sir, I'm detecting Dominion kill teams patrolling the tracks with large groups of marauders.
Games are
Mark
awesome.
their location with
Absolutely.
a red warning symbol. Still,
Did someone ask
you
for
should try
Lorerun?
to
God,
avoid
I'm really losing chat right now. I am sorry, guys. Well, I like how he says you should avoid them, and then I notice I'm already fighting them. Casual difficulty is hilarious. Where the heck are these guys? Yes, I have Space Ghost. Oh, there it is. God, I'm staring right at it.
Victory
So there's
is
that
ours.
one. And there's one up here somewhere.
Get me out of here. Excellent. I like it.
There it is.
On the move.
And last one's up here. Okay. I feel a lot better having found those now.
Upgrade complete. A train is coming through the western tunnel.
The Dominion are boosting their train speed somehow. You'll need to use Diamondbacks to catch them.
Whoops, wrong direction, wrong direction.
Ready.
What's our target?
Go on.
Give us your
I suppose I
best
shouldn't
shot.
actually be on the track.
Gateway, coming through.
What's the plan?
There we go.
Devious. My pleasure.
Hardcore.
What's that?
What's on your mind?
Go, go!
Okay, so let me discuss one thing here. Like I said, the coincidence of this mission doesn't bother me all that much. But I will say this. I do wonder about what the heck they were actually sending these people to do here. Let me explain what I mean by this. From a lore perspective, why the heck do they have all these different trains with all these different materials, basically performing a salvage operation on Tarsonis? Now, we know that's why they are, I should say, how they discover the adjutant in the first place. This was just a normal scavenging operation, and then, oh, hey, we've successfully managed to find something, and oh god, we need to get it out. Question, though. Why, in the love of God, didn't they destroy the adjutant? Now, there are answers to this. Let's be honest. It's not necessarily bad writing, but it's one thing that has always actually made me question. You know, wait, what? You are? Sure, I'll take your word on that. Anyways, I've always questioned that. Why not just wipe out the adjutant as soon as you realize what's on it? Well, thing is, it is entirely possible they didn't know what was on it. That they still hadn't scanned it. This is the way you explain it. Because they don't actually know what they've got. They just found an adjutant from the old days that is still around from that. And they're like, okay, we'll scan it for data and whatnot. Now that's the real question, Ed. Why actually scavenge it after 4 years? However, as Takoida points out, this could actually be good writing. This could actually be the consequences of the massive resource crisis that should be coming, finally creeping up on them. Maybe the Dominion has been doing this specifically because they are just getting so low on resources and so low on being able to keep their stuff going that they need to start scavenging. The Great Terran Dominion having to scavenge Confederacy planets in order to be able to function just strikes me as a wonderful irony, which I really like the idea of. Similarly, I mean, now let's be honest with ourselves, guys. This could just be bad writing. But in this one case, I don't think that's true, especially given the way everything lines up. We've got a huge salvaging operation, which is scavenging huge chunks of Tarsonis, and has relatively low security, and is being kept on the down low, and they just don't want anyone to learn about it. they're not doing all of this just for the adjutant. They're doing this because they're trying to keep everyone not aware of the fact that there is a resource shortage, because that would be very bad for the Dominion propaganda machine. So, that's my thoughts on it, and feel free to disagree and tell me I'm stupid and horrible. It's okay, I understand. I understand.
Yes, sir. Uh-huh. I'm waiting.
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, sure, we'll do that.
Speak up. Big job, huh?
Or wait. Oh, okay.
Huh? Roger.
That's also possible, Probe.
A train is coming through the western tunnel.
Looks like the Dominion ran out of whatever they were juicing the trains with. They're putting out bigger escorts, though. We better watch ourselves.
Yeah, we're fine.
My pleasure. Of course. Lay it on me.
Mineral field depleted.
What's the plan? This better be good. Victory is ours. What's that?
I like the fact that the train doesn't run over your units, by the way. I was really afraid of that the first time I did this mission. And that would have sucked. Oh, we didn't get all the Diamondbacks. Whatever.
Sir, we're detecting electrical activity in the wreckage.
Now let's see what they were so fired up to get their hands on.
Adjutant 23-46 online. System recording. New Gettysburg Defense Initiative. Submit access codes.
Well, I'll be. Confederate adjutant. What intel's so important they'd go and dig her up to recover it?
So, we didn't actually, whatever, because I didn't find the other Diamondbacks. I like the fact that the Confederate adjutant looks somewhat different there than the modern adjutants. Nice touch. I hope I just answered Aded's question there.
Sir, that adjutant we recovered is down in the lab. She's all powered up.
Okay.
Talk to me, you old piece of junk. What do you know?
So in case you've ever wondered...
User identified. Rayner, James. Ex-Marshal, Marsara Colony. Joined Sons of Korhal Terrorist Group. Status, criminal.
Enough about me, darling. What else you got locked up in that synthetic head of yours?
User status, criminal. Access denied.
Playing hard to get, huh? We'll see about that.
So, in case anybody's ever wondered, there's been a theory for a long time, that adjutants weren't actual physical things. They were just, like an AI representative, kind of like the Overmind's Eye. No, we actually get to see what the adjutants look like, and it's kind of creepy.
Robbing a train again get you feeling nostalgic?
Damn straight. We must have hit the Shell Express a dozen times back in the day. Ah, that keeper never got old.
Almost got us killed when they smartened up and started using outriders to chase us.
Never was a man of them could keep up with you on a vulture, Jimmy. Just added to the fun. How the hell you got a job as marshal after all that? I'll never know.
That's true. This could also be Valerian who was digging around here, especially since he's the kind of guy who would do that sort of thing. So that's another way to explain what's going on with this.
Ladies and gentlemen, each night I bring you the news in the most fair and balanced manner possible. But tonight I have a commentary. Some have asked me what the difference is between our leader, Emperor Mengsk, and the traitor Jim Raynor. They point out that Mengsk rebelled against the government of his youth and came to power through the use of violence and subversion. Why is it wrong for Jim Raynor to rebel in similar fashion? There is a difference. When Emperor Mengsk began his revolution, there was no threat hanging over humanity. James Raynor is waging his revolution while we are at war with 2 alien races. James Raynor, have you no conscience? Shouldn't you fall in line, putting your petty complaints aside as we struggle for humanity's very survival against this alien menace?
Everyone's a critic.
So, you remember how the Zerg were actively invading when Mengsk was taking over? And the Protoss were actually actively burning Terran worlds when Mengsk was taking over? It was a little thing. It's nothing, really. I don't feel like upgrading the Diamondbacks. I'm never going to use them again. Zerg tank. This might be our last one. The sample is trying to escape. I love this, by the way. I've detected several new acids in the nutrient solution. Over time, they will crack the tank. I wonder if Commander Raynor can post some Marines down here. No, he'll want to destroy it. I haven't learned everything I can from this thing yet. Breakthrough. I dosed the tissue with some concentrated Sigma radiation, and it slowed growth and movement severely. It would take a lot of work to safely deploy that much radiation on the field, but it might work. Another breakthrough, and this one scares me. I mapped my way through the DNA of some of the brain tissue, peering back through thousands of years, and I isolated the strain from which the Zerg Overmind was derived. Not enough to clone the Overmind, but I could follow this strain to gain insight on how it controlled the Zerg. Again, for those of you not aware, the Zerg basically have all of the information in every single Zerg. It's kind of terrifying. It just has to be activated by the right catalyst. I love Vermilion, especially since he... well, let's just say he becomes a little more human later on.
User identified. Raynor, James.
God, she's creepy looking.
Jim, let me in. What really happened on Tarsonis?
Stop crushing, Hansen.
Whatever it was, I can see it tearing you up inside.
Tarsonis. That's where it all went down. Meng stole a psi emitter from the Confederacy and planted it there. He knew that it'd attract the Zerg, and our revolution began that day. The day Mengsk murdered a whole planet and called it justice.
My God. Billions of innocent people. That's just monstrous. No wonder you hate him so much.
You're fine, Kemek. It's all good. I'm curious what Space Ghost said. Don't tell me. I don't want to hear what he said. But I'm guessing it was a bannable offense, and I trust my mods. So keep on doing on, guys. I gave you writ law. Message from the Mobius Foundation. You've obviously reached the limit of what you can learn from Zerg biosamples. We will be happy to purchase any future samples you find for 10,000 credits per sample. Dr. Narud. And so from now on, and this is actually really useful, this is another thing I do on purpose, try to climb up the research trees as fast as possible. This is another reason I do Zeratul missions right off the bat, in order to get more money, which enables me to get more upgrades. Because once you've maxed out research, you get upgrades. By the way, I do. I like that. I like the fact that it makes it so that the research continues to be relevant even after you've maxed out your research trees. Now, the mind control unit or the psi disruptor. Honestly, both of these are kind of useless. Yes, by the way, we get to make our own psi disruptor. All it does, though, is slows down everything around them, which is not really all that useful. This one, basically, once every blue moon, and it's got a huge cooldown, can mind control nearby Zerg. Both of these are kind of useless. All I'm doing is just take this one for irony value and then move on. I'll never use either of them. Oh, I absolutely think they did, Kemek. As I mentioned, they definitely were planning ahead, even as early as the original Starcraft, but definitively by Brood War. No, we already did that. And we don't want to upgrade the Diamondback because we don't give a damn about it.
I've been looking for an encryption expert so we can access the adjutant we recovered. No luck so far.
Colonel Orlin at Dead Man's Port can crack anything. Haven't been back there in a while. Say, didn't you end up getting married last time we were there?
I told you before. If I knew what the prize was, I never would have joined that card game.
There's just something about a lover's reunion that chokes me up.
Man, you think Raynor has problems with women? Okay, so is this the Vulture you mentioned?
Still need to access the adjutant we retrieved from Tarsonis. Our old mercenary associate, Colonel Orlin, is an expert in Confederate code decryption. If our intel's right, he should still be based at the Merkhaven at Dead Man's Port. He's not very trustworthy, but he's our best bet of breaking that encryption.
So this is a funny mission. You'll see why in a moment.
Dead Man's Port. It's risky just waiting here with all these mercenaries around. Colonel Orlin's sure taking his time decrypting that adjutant for us.
Yeah, I'm getting a bad feeling about this.
Incoming transmission.
Hey, darling.
James, Orlan decrypted your adjutant, but he's planning to sell it to the Dominion. Must have been something exciting in there. He wants me to keep you off his back until they arrive.
That's nice, Mira. But why are you telling me all this?
Because I like you and Matthew better than him, of course. Match Orlan's offer, and I will help you take him out instead. He's paying in minerals, so I'll give you the same deal.
Done. Always a pleasure, Mira.
Don't take too long now. If Orlan comes up with the goods first, I will have to side with him. Oh, and say hello to Matthew for me. Ask him why he never calls.
It's gonna be hard to get minerals down there. We'll have to find salvage if we're gonna hire Mira before Orlan does. You think she'll help Orlan, sir?
She's a mercenary. She'll help whoever pays the most.
Mira's actually a pretty cool character. She is absolutely trustworthy. She is a great example of one of the weird things that you tend to see in Starcraft in general, but also in fiction in general. But first I need to check that donation event, because I'm sorry, I totally spaced there. That was from Wraith. Thank you very much, first of all. Put it towards Liara. Oh, got it. Putting it towards Liara. Thank you for the donation, Wraith. So that goes us up to this range. God, we are just neck and neck the whole way, aren't we? It would, Big J. I agree. That would be pretty cool to see more of them. There's a couple things to talk about with regards to her and this mission. I want to talk about her now. She's got loyalty to her. That statement she made, I mean, yes, she's basically demanding that we side with her. However, I don't know if you understand how much she just breached, like, every protocol and everything in order to be like, hey, by the way, your opponent is trying to bribe me. Would you like to bribe me too? Notice she doesn't demand more money from us. She doesn't demand that we, make a bidding war. She just wants to give us the opportunity to hire her instead of our enemy. Because she likes us better. This is actually mentioned really, really briefly earlier too with Hill, who he clearly likes them better and therefore gives them more contracts for his mercenaries, even though he could sell them to basically anyone, and so forth and so on. There's a fairly loyalty is one of the bigger themes of StarCraft 2, and obviously Tychus is the big one for that one. But we see that all over the place, and I like that idea. It's like, and it's because again, it's that whole I have to work for him. If he hires me, but I'd really much rather work for you. Could you hire me instead, please? And I like the simple honesty of how she says it. It is very, again, it's one of the reasons I like characters like that. It's very blunt and upfront and honest. Now, the mission design is actually great for this. So this is another Dune mission. Get a certain number of minerals, then win, okay? 6,000 minerals.
All right, boys. We got a deal with Mira Han. Now let's get to work and get that adjutant back.
So, the reason this is unique is you notice how there's like no minerals here. There's like no minerals anywhere. This is another aspect of that, the...
Pirates have been stripping down ships here for years. It should be pretty easy to collect enough scrap to pay Mira off.
Gotcha.
This is another example of the resource shortage things we've talked about a few times here. Let me think.
This better be good.
Why don't I do that? Yeah. Yeah, you still have to take out an enemy base at the end. But yeah, so there's a resource shortage, so you can't just mine minerals. There's basically hardly any minerals on this map. What you have to do is go around and find salvage and produce minerals from that. This is kind of similar to the mission earlier with the lava mission, where mining really is not actually the best way to go about things. I'm going to get prepped a little bit, and then we're going to have some fun with it. Actually, we'll make you 2. We'll just leave you back here on defense. It also is much stricter than the lava mission.
I left a little present out here for you and Matthew. I never got to give it to him last time you boys were here.
Damn, Jimmy. Are those vulture bikes?
Good eye, Tychus. We can use them to lay mines around our base to hold off Orlan.
Oh, is that it?
So, ah! Oh my goodness.
Something on your mind.
So,
Dig it.
oh my goodness. Thank you, Krenzler. I appreciate the donation. That puts us up to this amount over here. Whoops, whoops, whoops.
Been waiting on you. What's it worth?
Why don't we go ahead and get another one of these going? This is also one of those rare missions where you really shouldn't be mining. So, okay, like I said, this is another Dune-style mission. In other words, you win by getting a certain number of resources. Unlike the lava mission, where the resources are just everywhere, you pretty much you have to go salvage to get all the resources in this one. You basically cannot do otherwise. The other interesting gimmick with this one is that, unlike that one, the gimmick in the lava one was, the lava rises, lava flows, so you have to constantly be on the move and constantly be aware of that. In this one, the gimmick is you have a timer. If they get to the resources before you do, you're screwed. You don't actually lose if memory serves. You're screwed because they'll be like, aha. It also means, just like in the lava mission, you have to be careful with which resources you use and which ones you don't. There we go.
No problemo.
Also, Reapers could keep up with vultures, which I find funny. So we're gonna go get all of our research really quick here, all the contraband. So this is how you win this mission. Even on harder difficulties, you just run around and get all the salvages. Reapers are really useful for this mission. I actually usually don't use vultures for the most part.
No problemo.
And you can kind of see why. As you can see, we've already taken a huge chunk of minerals there. We're going to pull back for just a second. Oh, God! I'm not sure what I think of what's happening here. What did you just donate for? Thank you, Samurai, first of all. You got it, Samurai. Thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate it. So that's... Oh my God, for the first time, like, this entire time, things have not been tied. Like, seriously. Oh, we need some supply going on. So how many of you out there like this mission? I'm genuinely curious. And I'm not asking to be like, you should like this mission. I like this mission, of course I do. But one of the main reasons I like this mission is, it's just fun. It's a great twist on the resource generation style of mission. And, oops. And in addition to that, I love Mira as a character, and I really enjoy the fact that they actually made the vultures worth a damn.
Shredders are constantly producing scrap we can salvage.
Oh yeah, by the way, there's actually an infinite, a literally infinite source of minerals in this map. This is one of the only maps in the entire game that actually has literally infinite resources. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? Oh, we're good. in the force of these shredders, which periodically just produce minerals. You can also take out enemy bases, like I just did, to produce minerals. In other words, if you're paying attention, this is a very well-designed map with lots of options. Your goal may be fairly static, but you've got tons of ways to accomplish it, and I always like that kind of design in missions.
Base is under attack.
Yeah, no kidding, Fearsome. Remember when it was at like 5 to 5? It is kind of Takoida. Basically, if you start hammering the enemy more, they will actually spend more resources on defenses and whatnot. But I've never done that as a legitimate strategy myself. I don't know how viable of a strategy that is. Why don't we go ahead and do this?
Sure thing. Yeah. Bad news? Yo.
Yeah, I need to get some medics going pretty soon here.
Yeah, I'm gone.
We're doing okay resource-wise at the moment.
Road's calling.
And there's some of that regenerating salvage I mentioned. Also, the salvage shows up as white dots on the map, which is a nice touch. It makes it easier for you, the player, to tell where the salvage actually is. So that's nice.
Born to be wild.
I think one of the other reasons I like this mission, and most of these missions like this, is it shows a little bit of the underbelly of the things. I've always found underbelly stuff fascinating personally, and I know I'm not alone in that. I'm sure at least some of you out there like the, you know, the mercenary, smuggler side of a story, right? I mean, I'm not alone in that. Maybe, please. Okay, I'm alone. I'll admit it. But this is a really good way to show it. It's the Firefly effect. Let's just call it that. I think this is our 9th or 10th timeline. I forget which, but it's up there. We should build a side disruptor on this map, guys. No, what we'll actually be doing is doing this, this, and we're now defended for the rest of the map.
Something on your mind.
So people can read it easier, just back. Alright, so we got all those. We need, like, tons of Reapers.
Add-on complete.
Yep.
Yeah.
That should be plenty. And we'll actually just put those here on, like, rotation or whatever. Wow, we're already at a Vespine. That's great. This map. I love this map.
Go ahead.
The doctor is in.
The Grim Reaper has arrived.
That should be enough to go out for a moment. Heal me up! Yeah, exactly, Leander. I would love to have some more Merc stuff in StarCraft. They did a lot of that really good in Wings of Liberty. Some people have asked why I like Raynor so much.
The doctor is in.
Yes, the canon choices are Hansen and Tosh are the canon choices.
Mineral field depleted.
That's sense confirmed, basically. Where's my dude? Oh, there he is. When you're done, over here. I don't need more medics, that's plenty. I know it's weird liking the main character in the game, but seriously, the reason I like Raynor is, if you'll forgive me for quoting DC Comics for a moment here, Raynor is a man, a totally ordinary guy for all intents and purposes, who stands amongst the gods and manages to keep stride. And that's what I like about Raynor in a nutshell. He really is, he's got a lot of the O'Brien effect going for him. He is basically just an ordinary dude who has somehow managed to keep up amongst the Protoss and the Empires and the UED and the Zerg and all these, and the Selnaga, and he is just constantly thrown into situations way, way above his prey grade. And yet, as I said, he manages to keep stride. He keeps up with it, and he manages to add a very human element to it. To use a more modern example, he tends to be the what's his freaking name? Hawkeye of the recent Avengers in the MCU. And I think that's cool. I think it's a cool thing. I think it's interesting. And I think it is very indicative of what this kind of sector needs more of, basically.
No problem. The Grim Reaper has arrived. Dig it. Born to be wild. Dig it.
Better send some body
Upgrade
bags.
complete.
Yeah, I'm gone. Road's calling.
Careful there, boys.
Oh, is that it? Yeah.
Ah, crap. Go, 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 go.
Base is under attack.
Born to be wild. Oh, is that it? The Grim Reaper has arrived. Road's calling.
Oh, who's my SCV? I think
What's
I did.
going on?
Damn it. Get back down there.
Yeah.
I'm curious what you guys think. Because, you know,
Well, I read you, sir.
that's just my opinion. I know some people... Well, okay, I know one person who actually really doesn't like Raynor as a character. He thinks he's too superhuman, which I find kind of funny. But hey, you know,
Mineral field depleted.
no judgment here. Just differing perspectives.
The Grim Reaper has arrived.
Yeah, I like that quote too, Scottish.
Something on your mind. I'm listening.
We're gonna go ahead and shift up. There.
Ah! You scared me!
That's an interesting question, Leander.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he will actually be involved in the new Dominion. In fact, I would bet money he's going to be involved in the new Dominion. So I'm thinking that's going to be his immediate
Is under
future.
attack.
Ah, really? Yeah, we gotta that.
Sir. No problem. Yeah, I'm gone. The road's calling. Dig it.
Oh crap, we have no anti-air at all.
No problemo.
Upgrade complete.
Oh, is that it?
Okay, we're good, we're good.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. Well then, something on your mind.
Okay, fair enough point.
Got something
Jobbing.
for me to kill.
Fair enough point.
Born to be wild. Big job, huh? Yeah. What's going on?
One of the nice things about the Perdition turret is you can kind of bypass needing troops. In other words, eating up supply by using them. Also, I love automated refineries.
Roger. What do you want? Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I know. We're gonna go ahead and get back to moving in just a moment here. By which I mean right now. So there's tons of salvage we could go get over here, which I've kind of ignored up till now. What's up, Thorntrail?
Huh? Something on your mind. No problemo. Dig it.
Money.
Oh, is that it?
I do also like how, rather than trying to imply that minerals equal money, which is true, they flat out said she is being paid directly in minerals. Which also, I mean, if you think about it, a mercenary being paid in minerals makes perfect sense. She would have a fairly large amount of use for minerals, wouldn't she?
Oh, is that it?
Come on. Oh, you're attacking. Whoops. Go! 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 Hey, War Raider. We might make that in time. Hey, you guys, go,
lending a hand? Born to be wild.
Hey, boys. Bye, boys.
Yeah, baby. Let's do this. Huh?
Alright, let's set this up properly this time.
Yeah.
There. What's up, the quad?
On the way. Done. All right.
You know, funnily enough, I've never actually lost this mission, so I don't know the answer to that, Fleming. Like, I've never lost the race. Does anyone here know what happens if you lose the race? Do you just lose the map? Or does it let you try to fight against her and him?
I'm going.
Hey, Ryan. What's up?
Nothing I can't handle. Done.
Also, I like how when the Reapers die, their jetpack explodes and sends them off into the sky. Because, you know, it's a jetpack, and that makes sense.
All right. That's all?
Let's go check some of these real quick. Apparently you lose the map. There you go. So every time I get to that point, I usually just restart the map. Oh, really? Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. Shoot. I am paying her in garbage. That is true.
Gotcha.
We should probably not spend any minerals right now.
What? You want something?
Yeah, I want you to get healed, and then I want you to go get some resources like right now.
Agreed.
Looks like we're there, though. So we got this. Yay. And now I'm broke.
All right, Mira. We both know you're ripping me off, but I'm gonna hire you anyway.
My forces are yours, Jim. I'm so glad I got to side with you and Matthew.
Oh, scheming little. I'll show you what happens to double-dealing backstabbers.
So, fun fact. Basically, all her units here are the hero units, the elite mercenary style that we've already mentioned.
Certainly.
So, yeah, we get access to this all of a sudden. And a full bank, full base. And, yeah. And a node that isn't actually completely screwed. See, Siege Breakers, Spartan Company, and Hammer Securities. So, yeah, I like that her forces are pink too, admittedly.
Just say where. Go on. Channel comment online.
Oops. So you guys wanted some Goliaths, so just for you guys,
At the ready.
we'll do some Goliaths. Now this is funny because this is actually the first time we'll see Nukes in this mission. He gets, I don't actually know if he does it on casual, but he gets so desperate, like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, that he actually sends out,
Our SCVs are under attack.
really? He actually sends out nukes to try and combat you, which is just hilarious. Wow, they held the line. Oh yeah, there's war pigs in here too, which, yeah, I suppose I should probably go ahead. Oh, that's salvage. Whoops, that's the wrong button. I'm at this button.
Go on.
There we go.
Want some?
And let's go ahead and group up with these medics we already have.
Standing by.
And let's get ready to have some fun.
Victory is ours.
Fear the Reaper, man. What's going on? Will
That
do.
went really quick. Where's the Goliath? There they are.
Target designated.
Just for you guys.
Affirmative. Navcom locked.
Alright. This is probably suicide, but we're on casual, so we're just going to try this and see how this works.
I got a little present headed your way.
Nukes are way more obvious in this version, by the way. As you can see here. Ironically, nukes are debatably more useful in this version, which I find funny.
Victory is ours.
We could use some help here.
Of course. How devious.
Black Sabbath's names are banned.
On the move. Excellent. I like it. Victory is ours.
So, this amuses me. Like, a lot.
Of course.
This guy has a full tilt base that he is losing. I want you to think about this in lore terms. This man decided to go ahead... Damn, hello Kyoko again.
Victory is ours.
Yeah. This man has done all of this just because he wanted a little bit more money than we were willing to pay him. Seriously, he did this because of greed. And as a result of that action, he is screwed because he's losing all of his investment, all of his forces, his base, his livelihood, and everything.
All right, I surrender. Just take your damn adjutant already.
I ought to do the universe a favor and put you down, woman. It's too bad I might need to hire you someday.
Yeah, exactly, Leander.
Do me a favor. Keep him on ice.
You got it, Raynor. I will keep the snake safe and sound for you. I will even do it for free.
That would be hilarious, buddy. So, we'll see if that comes out in the future. Idiot. Him. The fact that he actually tried to betray us over something so stupid. Frickin' moron. Very Terran, though.
Sir, the decrypted adjutant is back in the lab and ready to go.
Well, old girl, we dug you up on Tarsonis. Were you online during the Zerg attack? Do you remember anything about Arcturus Menks being involved?
Menks, Arcturus, ex-Confederate officer, civilian prospector, founder and leader of the Sons of Korhal terrorist group. Status, criminal. Accessing intercepted transmission 0081 to 0086 Alpha.
This is Duke. The emitters are secured and online.
Who authorized the use of psi emitters?
I did, Lieutenant.
What? The Confederates on Antigua were bad enough, but now you're gonna use the Zerg against an entire planet? This is insane!
She's right, man. Think this through.
I have thought it through. Believe me. You all have your orders. Carry them out. I will not be stopped. Not by you, or the Confederates, or the Protoss, or anyone. I will rule this sector, or see it burnt to ashes around me.
I can't believe it. We can nail Menks to the wall with this.
So, I want to stress something here. Nobody knew she had that info on her. Nobody. She, this is one of the reasons I bring up the question of what they were doing on Tarsonis to begin with, and why I think it was just a salvage operation. Of course, it could have been Valerian, as we already mentioned. But nobody, she was just an adjutant, an old Confederate adjutant they recovered. And honestly, a Confederate adjutant is probably worth something. Nobody knew what was on her data-wise until Orlin decrypted her and was like, oh my god, and discovered that little bit of info. And so I just felt like pointing that out.
I can't believe it. That recording proves it's all true. Mengsk, Tarsonis, all of it. What will you do now?
Tell the people. Every man, woman, and child in the Dominion needs to know what their beloved Emperor is capable of.
The backlash will be awful. There'll be riots and uprisings everywhere. But that's just what you want, isn't it?
It's a start.
It's like, Jimmy, that's kind of a horrible thing to happen if you think about it.
I gotta know. Just what was it went down between you and Mengsk? Seems you boys were tight once.
I used to think Menks be a force for change. Fought alongside him right up until Tarsonis. That's where he crossed the line, by using Zerg to murder the whole planet. He left Kerrigan there to die because she called him out on it. Turned out he was just as rotten as the Confederacy ever was.
Damn. You sure know how to pick your friends, Jimmy.
That's also kind of significant because, as we know, Tychus really is not that bad of a person. Like, really, he isn't. Mengsk is a complete monster. Mengsk might actually be the most evil character in Starcraft, which is saying something.
Emperor, much has been written in regards to the tragic fall of Tarsonis. Toloski's investigative documentary, Imperial Dawn, even claims that you brought down the Confederate system by assuring Tarsonis' fall.
I've heard these conspiracy theories before, but the fact remains. The Zerg invaded Tarsonis en masse, and no force in the universe could have stopped their onslaught. It was a very terrible day.
Toloski's film highlights the seeming convenience of the aliens annihilating a corrupt government that you yourself spent a lifetime trying to overthrow.
Millions died that day, and you speak to me of convenience? Yes, I strove against the evils of the old Confederacy, but never with the object of personal gain. When I was called upon to take up the heavy burden of leadership, I did so only to ensure our continuing survival as a species.
Striking words from the Emperor himself. Up next, Zerglings allergic to lemon juice? Old wives' tale? Or new super weapon in the fight for humanity?
Yes, lemon juice will lead us to victory against the Zerg. Oh my god. But yeah, the way he says that kind of highlights why it is he has the kind of control he does. He's pretty capable of talking circles around most people. And he is very charismatic, and he is very smart.
Those goofy mercs are still using vultures, can you believe it? Damn things are death traps, even when you ain't got people shooting at you.
Careful now, Swan. My old vulture saved my skin more times than I care to remember. I ain't gonna listen to you trash talk a classic piece of engineering like that.
Classic? I suppose you can call them that. Of course, most folks like a bike that don't explode on them when the repeller seals freeze up, or the fuel cells start leaking radioactive waste. But hey, who cares if it's a classic, right?
No one likes a smart-ass, Swan.
So, spider mines. Spider mines belong to a very small category of technology that came from old Earth and actually survived the crash of the supercarriers. Terran Marines are famously mistrustful of the Spider-Man's IFF sensors. That's, in other words, targeting who they should target, friendly or foe. In 2499, Tarsonis-based Jaunt Pictures released Spider-Mines 4! Death from Below, continuing a franchise about Spider-Mines that had achieved sentience and turned on their human creators. It was the last Hollow in the series. Let's see. Now, in all honesty, Duran and Amon are probably more evil than Mengs, but he's up there, I think. Do we already do this? Yes, do we already do this? Yep, okay. To the bridge. I'm sorry, Qualitas. I will try to do better. Alright, what do we got? So, Tyrador... And there's...
The decrypted adjutant contains records proving Manx ordered the massacre on Tarsonis.
This mission.
Now we just need to broadcast those records. Mirahan gave us a tip that might help. The Dominion is unveiling a new war machine called the Odin on Korhal. If we hijack the Odin, we can use it to gain access to the UNN studios and broadcast the records of Manx war crimes.
It's okay,
The Odin
Shmanos,
is
they're
currently
safe.
in the testing facility on Valhalla.
This is a fun mission. This is another one of those soft and rage missions. In other words, if you just take your time, it's very easy to fall behind because he will not wait for you. Let's make one thing absolutely clear. This is one of those examples of something that is done... I agree with that, Aded, when you think about it. This is one of those missions that something happens basically for plot convenience. I'm okay with it because it allows the structure of the mission, but I am going to call it out because it is a plot convenience. For those of you not aware, the plot convenience is Tychus's radio, his comm unit, doesn't work. And so he just kind of keeps going on completely regardless of you, and you don't get control over him. So it's kind of like a weird reverse escort mission. But it's a lot of fun, if a little hectic.
Our team's in position. We're ready to steal the Odin. Are you absolutely sure about this, sir?
Yep. Tychus is definitely our best man for this kind of job. He does get a little excited in combat. We're gonna need to keep up with him once the fighting starts.
If he can actually commandeer the Odin, it's vital that we take out all the Dominion bases in the area. Hopefully we can block all transmissions long enough for him to do that. We can't risk word of this getting back to Korhal.
How much do we know about this Odin?
It's an experimental super-heavy siege walker designed for prolonged frontline combat. Very powerful.
Great. Even Tychus can't wreck it then.
Here they go.
You know, it just occurred to me there's actually a potential explanation for why Tychus couldn't hear you. Because they were doing a blanket comm jamming across the whole planet, and it's possible they were blacking out their own comms in addition to the enemy ones. It depends on the setting, Titans, is my answer to that. Now, Kemek, I actually have to agree. One of the things that's hilarious is until the book that came out between Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm, we didn't know the Queen of Blades and Kerrigan were different people. That piece of information is so crucial. It's one of the reasons I kept bringing it out over and over and over throughout the original campaign, because it makes everything fall into place and makes so much more sense. it is also, as Kemek points out, very tragic, because it means nobody knows that, and everyone just thinks Kerrigan is the enemy. Notice we don't control Tychus here, by the way.
This ain't a stealth mission anymore, ladies. Bring it loud and fast.
Which I find hilarious.
I feel you.
Now, actually, that's a good point, Ersic. I never quite thought of it that way.
Sir, you seem to have found something very interesting there. If you can bring me a sample in the lab, that would be great.
Oh, you ain't keeping me from that monster.
Coming through. Sure thing. Orders received.
Hey, I play as Tychus in Heroes. I'm pretty good at it, too.
Go, go, go!
So this is cool looking. Watch this. Again, all Terran technology is basically modular to help repairs and because of the nature of their technological progression, so... Hello, beautiful.
Hot damn. I can't wait to get inside that thing and tear this place up.
Hold your position, Tychus. Let us get a support force up there to cover you.
So again, comm units being jammed. Anyone else reminded of Selfie from FF8?
Damn it, Tychus. Stand down. Can you read me?
He's got it stuck on transmit, sir. He can't hear us at all. Defenses are coming online at the Dominion bases.
Wonderful. Get our base set up ASAP. We'll just have to follow him in and hope he doesn't get too crazy. I hope I kid.
Don't get me wrong, I'm a ship kind of guy, but every now and again I see a nice big death mech, and I'm like, you know, that's pretty gorgeous looking. And honestly, the Odin in lore is a gorgeous piece of work. It's actually kind of crap in the game. Anyone ever played the Media Blitz mission on brutal difficulty? And I'm going to raise my hand on this because I have. The Odin's actually a piece of junk in that mission. It can barely do anything, even with proper micro. It is just terrible.
You got it.
But in lore, oh.
Sir, I'm picking up Dominion battle cruisers on an intercept course with the Odin.
Hey, Hotshot, you want these Wraith fighters now? They'll take down a battlecruiser easy. You can build more to stop them.
SCV ready.
Coordinates received.
Our allies are being attacked.
I feel you.
I also like how Swan designs a better Odin, basically. More efficient, cheaper to build, etc., etc. Because that's just so Swan, isn't it? What do I need for these? I'm going to need the tech lab.
So what's the plan now, Commander? Trash them bases, right? Jimmy? Partner? Can you hear me?
Not enough minerals.
Yeah.
Well, if you ain't gonna tell me not to have a little fun, I'm gonna have a little fun. Oh, here I go.
SCV ready.
No, I don't off the top of my head, Zachary.
Transmit coordinates.
It's, I know it's here. It's in, like, the southeast, isn't it? Am I remembering that correctly?
SCV ready.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll wait on that.
SCV ready.
Our allies.
Then you're a better player than I am, J-Trax. Because, yeah, I usually have to babysit the Odin so hard in order to get to do anything in that initial rush.
Transmit coordinates.
Tychus is pretty badass. I think we can agree with that.
Thrusters to maximum.
I'll go looking for it. I do want to take out the Loki.
Our
Definitely.
allies are being attacked.
Will do, Commander.
Man, I need SCPs to fix some of this damage. Starting to feel a mite sluggish.
Does he always talk this much, sir?
Yep, once you get him in a fight, he never shuts up.
Well, now that's done with. I'm gonna take me a little break. Good thing I brought me some liquid refreshment.
And he brought a beer with him, because of course he did. Do I want any of these for this mission? No, I don't.
Big job, huh? Standing by.
Let's go ahead.
Base is under attack.
Ah, shoot. Was already bad.
Transmit coordinates.
Source, Shadow. Source is as high as it gets.
Go ahead. SCV ready.
Really?
Now that hit the spot. There's nothing like knocking back a cold one on top of your enemy's smoking corpse.
It could be some Canada Dry. I will, totally acknowledge the possibility, though. So, like I said, this is another one of those, short and rage missions.
I can't wait no longer. Here it comes.
In other words, he will not stop for you, and if he dies, it's mission over. And if you just kind of, well, okay, on every difficulty that isn't this one, if you just kind of let him go, he will kill himself.
Our allies are
He
being
will
attacked.
not be capable of withstanding the various spaces by himself. He seems to be doing a pretty good job of it, though. Jeez Louise. I like the thought of Raynor talking to an SCV and being like, look, SCV, your permanent job is to keep that idiot alive.
Our allies are being attacked.
Yeah, Tychus, I don't think a single beer is going to make him drunk. Besides, we all know he was actually drinking Canada Dry.
Okay. Flashy red button.
Flashy red button.
Damn. Oh, that is hot.
Notice he doesn't even finish off the base. You have to kind of sweep in after.
Transmit coordinates.
Which I find amusing. Let's see.
Reckon you boys will need some time to catch up. Good old Tychus be right here taking it easy.
I also have this suspicion, Tychus is at least...
Just wake me up when y'all ready. I reckon a small nuke ought to do it.
I get the impression that...
I have no idea what that is.
Damn it, Stedman.
Can you bring me a sample in the lab? Maybe something good will come of it.
I see your little guys running around down there, Jimmy. Look like ants.
Look like ants. Jeez, Tychus. Yeah, I can see that, Big J. Damn it, I lost my train of thought. Oh, I like the idea that Tychus is actually fully aware of the fact that, you know, something's wrong with the comm units, and he's just basically poking fun and having fun with it, because, I mean, why wouldn't he, right? Do we have... Nope, not yet. Meh, we'll go ahead and get a siege breaker in. We got the resources for it right now.
Rate the waiting orders.
We're gonna need these for the Loki later.
Roger. Go ahead. Huh?
Why are you not... Oh, right, Isn't there a specific... Meh, whatever.
Come on, Jimmy. We got heads to break.
That's debatable, Black Salamander, but I would say that the only way to bypass his fate would be unlikely to happen. Let's put it that
Our
way.
allies are being attacked.
That's my opinion of course.
Been waiting on you. Speak up. Reporting in.
Yeah, Keith Richards is an easy answer for that one. Why are you guys talking about people being on drugs?
Upgrade.
I mean, what you do in your private time is your business, but seriously. Why are you talking about that?
Move it.
Get a little advanced warning going.
Rate the waiting orders.
This is gonna hurt you a lot more than it's gonna hurt me.
It's funny you say that, Raskar. I've heard a lot of people speculate that it's going to come back. I'm not sure what's going on with that one. See, for those of you not aware, there has been some information gathered about infested Tychus, which most people believe was just an Easter egg and not anything legitimate. It is also possible that it was, in fact, a legitimate hint of the future. We don't actually know. But, yeah.
3 bases down. Maybe the convict has his uses after all.
Ouch.
Go ahead.
Our allies are being attacked.
You know, I think I'll take me another breather. You better get some backup ready for me, Jimmy.
But yeah, I don't think Tychus is coming back personally, in all honesty. Yes, I know there is Roscoe. I'm well aware. There was a thing in Starcraft 2 about it as well. Damn it, Twitch, stop buffering things. It's not cool. I don't think he should come back as much as I love him as a character. Because I think it would cheapen everything that he went through, and his character arc in general. But, yeah. At the same time, I kind of want him to come back, just because I want to see more of Tychus. If they do bring him back... Then, I think if they're going to bring him back, they should do it in a prequel. In other words, having something set during the good old days. That I'm totally down for. That sounds awesome.
Required.
You gonna give me orders?
Yeah.
Huh?
Where are you? There you are.
What's going on? Move it! Yes, sir!
I swear I'm not OCD, but I totally just moved my supply depots so they would be in a line with each other. I absolutely do think we do liberated. They've had deaths in basically every expansion so far, including the originals, so... Pretty likely, I'd say. I like the crashed battlecruiser there. I would be astonished if Zeratul survives. Everyone else, not so sure about, but yeah, Zeratul is very likely to die. I mean, honestly, Zeratul probably wants to die at this point. Hell, there's no probably. Zeratul is a Death Seeker at this point. He paused in his Death Seekering specifically because of
I can't wait to
this
dig
whole
into
thing.
that. Scientifically, I mean, I'm not going to eat it.
Why not? I hear Zerg are tasty.
Standing by. This better be good.
Yeah, exactly. Zechariah. I think that would be really cool. Where are you, Loki? There you are! Oh wow, he can see me.
Time to kick ass and chew bubble gum. Reporting in.
Our
Gotcha.
allies are being attacked.
I gotta be honest, guys. If you were offered to eat Zerg, would you?
Of course.
This is gonna get tricky. I'm detecting battle cruisers at the next base, and the Odin doesn't have strong anti-air capabilities.
Scramble more wraiths from the starport. If we have enough, we can handle those battle cruisers.
Now that was fun. Don't worry, old buddy. I'll give you some time to catch up. Well, I'll be. Those Dominion eggheads really thought of everything. Pardon me a moment.
So yeah, there's a restroom inside the Odin. So let's talk about the one lore thing I have to say about this mission, which, I mean, shrug. This is really just kind of a fun mission. A lot of these upcoming missions I don't have a lot lore-wise to discuss.
Is under attack.
The big lore significance here is the Odin itself. The Odin is very indicative of Dominion mindset and military doctrine, aka big, loud, boom. It's modular, it's a prototype, they were designing it to make more of it, you know, all this fun stuff. Let's go ahead and get some of that.
There we go. You ready yet?
I guess.
Standing by.
Guess we'll do this. This will probably be fine. Notice how frickin' forever it takes for a single SCV to repair the Odin, by the way. Usually you want a team of SCVs on the Odin. Anyway, so this is very Dominion. This is also part of why the Dominion works. You remember how I mentioned the Combine kind of brute force technology?
You're reading this, Jimmy, because I'm heading for the last base now.
That's a good question, Big Mama. We hope we never know the truth of how that works. Tassadar is not dead. Or he is dead. depends on how you define it. Personally, I think he's not dead. Or, I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Personally, I think he is dead, and as I already discussed this. The being known as Tassadar is gone. The new being, well, that's different.
Coordinates received. Boom, baby. Rate awaiting orders. This is gonna hurt you a lot more than it's gonna hurt me. Hello there. Now, how'd I miss this button with a skull on it?
Yes, that's right. There's a nuke in the Odin.
Oh, baby. You're in for a world of pain.
We got him.
Excellent. With the Odin secured, we can hit the UNN complex on Core Hall and make our broadcast.
Hey, can you hear me, Captain? Maybe next time you'll trust old Tychus with a little bit of mayhem.
That's about all I trust you with, Tychus.
So, the Odin. I want to mention this, though, because, again, I mentioned the Combine's technological progress. And the Dominion is kind of similar, but not quite brute forcing in this way the Combine does. The Combine aren't actually that technologically advanced. The Dominion are actually very technologically advanced. In fact, I would say they are more advanced than the Combine. And then anything else other than, say, the Protoss and the Xel'Naga in this setting, which I know doesn't put that high up on the list, but whatever. The point is, their mentality, though, is make it work regardless of the cost. And that is exactly what the Odin is. We get hints and pieces of this. In fact, there's a short story where an Emotion operative infiltrates the facility, this facility here on Valhalla, where they learn about the Odin project. And they learn that they have basically been... let's just say they've been doing the space pirates thing from Metroid. In other words, a lot of Dominion scientists and personnel have died trying to make this thing because they haven't been bothered with things like safety protocols or taking care of their other own people or ethics or anything at all like that. It's just... But that being said, the Odin itself is actually a brilliant, beautiful machine in lore. And... yeah, I guess that's all I wanted to say about that. Thank you, Chaos Reaper. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm telling you, the Combine has issues, but I talked about that when we were going through Half-Life last week.
Well, you fought real good out there, Tychus. Your time in the freezer didn't dull your edge none.
Well, fear and violence always did bring out the best in me.
Have to admit, we always did make a good team.
Yeah. Well, that was until I went to prison and you went legit.
Hello, Teva.
Right.
And hello, Chaos Reaper. Welcome to my stream. Yeah, I don't know what the gear means. One thing I want to mention, I've been saving my discussion about Tychus, because, oh, that means staff. Oh my goodness. I'm all flustered now. I've been saving my discussion about Tychus and his history and Raynor's history, because I really want to save that for when Tychus gets super drunk. And that awesome scene that ensues as a result of that. So I keep biting my tongue because I want to discuss that. I want to talk about that. So everyone just please be patient with me. I swear I'll get to the discussion about Tychus soon.
Ever wonder why Minx don't just send him ghosts to kill ya? You've been a thorn in his side for a long time.
Assassinating me just turned me into a martyr. He'd never be rid of me then. He needs to kill my reputation first.
Very good. You think clearly despite your hate for him. Of course, his patience has got limits too. Tread careful, Mr. Rayner. Someone on this ship is already working for Minsk. I can feel it.
It's Horner! Wait, no.
This is Kate Lockwell reporting from UNN headquarters on Core Hall. Let's go to Donnie Vermillion on special assignment.
Kate, I'm very pleased to be talking to General Horace Warfield.
Warfield!
General, I understand that Dominion forces will soon be showing off their newest weapon, the Odin War Machine.
That's correct, Donnie. We'll show the Odin on the streets of Core Hall itself, with full coverage from your fine network.
Full coverage.
General, Kate Lockwell here. I've heard rumblings about some sort of logistics trouble with the Odin's debut.
Now, Kate.
It's true, Kate. The Odin was delayed in shipping, and we briefly lost communication with the production facility. But it arrived safely, so we can go ahead with the unveiling.
You heard it here first. The Dominion unveiling new weapons of destruction on the streets of Korhal.
What is wrong with that woman? Tell her not to interrupt my interviews.
You know, I really like Vermilion. I really do.
Gotta say, I'm mighty impressed.
Although, being truthful, part of why I like Vermilion is his commentary that he'll be having after the next mission. I'm going to talk about Warfield more later. I know I keep saying this, but I have a few things to share and discuss about Warfield as well, and I'd like your guys' thoughts on Warfield as well. But first, let's talk to Tychus.
So how does the Odin rate as a fighting machine?
Brother, it is the single greatest creation in the history of mankind. Striding around and dispensing righteous fury just about brought a tear to my eye. You just let me know when I can take it out for another spin.
Pretty soon.
You'll get your chance soon
Tychus.
enough, old buddy.
Pretty soon.
Don't you worry.
I've never done this upcoming mission on casual. I feel like this is going to be really cathartic. Of course I am British, you kidding me? For some reason, I always feel like really stressed on this upcoming mission. And I always have a lot of difficulty with it. Maybe that's just because I'm not good at multitasking or something, but it'll be fun to do this on casual.
So Swan, what are the chances we can build something like that Odin?
You nuts? No way we've got the facilities for mass-producing hardware on that scale.
And here I was thinking you could build anything, Swan.
Cute. All right, forget the scale. I'm gonna figure it out, don't you worry. And I'll come up with something a damn sight more practical than that showpiece. You see if I don't.
Before I talk about that, I want to answer Chaos Reaper's questions. If you want to spoil anything about the StarCraft games that have come out as of now, totally cool. Legacy of the Void is completely off limits. I've given my mods permission to temp ban and silence for anything discussing Legacy of the Void. We're leaving that all completely out the window. Okay, we're trying really hard to avoid spoilers here because we're going to be doing a live stream the very next day after Legacy of the Void comes out. I was going to say the minute of, but then I realized it's going to come out midnight my time, so I'm not going to be able to do that. Swan talks about... okay, in your opinion, guys, which do you think is actually the superior war machine? The Odin or the Thor? Now, I'm going to discuss this a little bit here because the Odin is this massive death machine. It's basically the Imperial-class Star Destroyer, to use the Star Wars equivalent. It is huge, expensive, costly, difficult, takes tons to maintain, takes tons to run, and it's incredibly powerful. The Thor is a lot cheaper, a lot quicker to build, a lot more mobile, a lot more... you can produce it on the field. They can produce the Thor on the factories that are on the Hyperion, whereas the Odin needed its own personal factory just to be able to make another one. And of course, the Thor is much, much, much cheaper than the Odin. The Thor is, of course, much, much weaker than the Odin. It does not have the same kind of firepower. It doesn't have the same arsenal behind its artillery. It does not have the nuke. It doesn't have freaking nukes attached to its back. So in other words, that's why I call the Thor the Victory-class Star Destroyer. For those of you aware of Star Wars lore, you may or may not be aware that the Victory Star Destroyer is basically the battle cruiser, for all intents and purposes, of the Star Wars universe. While an Imp Star could probably take out a Vic Star in a one-on-one fight, a Vic Star is just so much more adaptable and mobile to more other situations. In fact, a Vic Star, to really highlight this, can go into an atmosphere. It can go down into Atmo. An Imp Star can't, because it simply lacks the ability and technology. So again, a Victory Star Destroyer is technically more useful than an Imperial Star Destroyer, even though an Imperial Star Destroyer is a better piece of hardware. That's why I compare the two. By the way, I'd love to have a Vic Star in real life, just saying. That would be super awesome. Oh, that would be incredible, Black Salamander. The funny thing is, that's relevant, Black Salamander, because if you think about it, an Imp Star is best supported with 2 Vic Stars. This is an entire squadron by itself in the order of battle in the Star Wars, and can accomplish amazing things. But I'm getting a little off topic. Laboratory. Let's... Anything new? Shouldn't be. Yeah, I was gonna say. Actually, we should check. We should get our credits really quick there. There we go. The Executor is the Hyperion. Now, the Venator versus the Victory is a little bit different, but I don't want to get too much into Star Wars here, because we're trying to talk about this, so... Yeah, by the way, I apologize. I talk a lot on my stream because I'm constantly discussing the lore and the gameplay and all that fun stuff, so apologies to my new viewers, but I hope you like the sound of my voice because I'm going to be saying a lot. I actually have stuff where I just kind of, to help my throat, because my throat is almost constantly sore because of how often I talk on my stream.
Sir, when Tychus came back aboard the ship, I had the techs run a scan on him.
At this point.
You need to get a hobby.
Seriously, sir. His suit contains a sophisticated transponder. If it receives the correct code, it'll shut down all his major organs. That suit is a death trap.
He's got a gun to his head.
And who's got their finger on the trigger? Mobius?
Tychus, what have you gotten yourself into?
Oh, hell yes, Chaos Reaper. For anybody who's new here, who's interested in Star Wars, I'm going to be doing a stream the day after Episode 7 comes out, which will be a full spoiler stream. I'm not doing it the day it comes out. I want everyone to have a chance to watch it first. So the day after it comes out, I'm going to go ahead and do a big stream where we can talk about Episode 7, our thoughts on it, our feelings on it. We can discuss how we think it's going to go, you know. So, you know, get hyped for that. I don't know about you guys, but I'm very, very curious to talk about Star Wars in general and Episode 7 in specific and our hopes and despairs for the future. Please do so, Kemek. I would love to discuss that in the future. You know me, I'm a huge ship guy. So, yeah, I do too, Chaos Reaper. I've already got my tickets. I got them, like, the week after they went live because Fandango was down. The gun to the head thing. This is why I brought up the thing earlier about Tychus. We've got the situation at the end where Raynor has a really bad choice to make, and he ends up actually shooting Tychus. Now, whether that was the choice or not, forgive me for the spoilers, whether that was the correct choice or not is very debatable. But one thing that cannot be debated, it is very, very likely that Tychus was going to die even if Raynor didn't shoot him. And remember, Raynor knew about the fact that he had the gun to his head. Raynor knew about the fact that he had that if I send in the right signal, he's dead thing. I think that's relevant. I think that's relevant towards what Raynor did for his decision. He shooting his friend is a more merciful end than allowing Mengs to kill him because of the threat, because of the blackmail. It is also debatable as to whether or not Tychus would have been willing to work with him on that matter or not. We don't actually know. I think he would have, personally, given Tychus is, as I've said many times, a fairly decent person. I don't want to jump the gun too much, but there's a quote from Tychus I'd really like to share here with you. I actually wrote it down here. You once agreed with me that when I said I'd never done a noble thing in my life, that I never could, I just wasn't capable of it. I thought you was right, but you ain't. Go on now, get out, get clean, and do something with your life. You got the chance to do that. Don't take that away from me. Not here, not now. Tychus to Raynor. I'll talk more about that later, but I just emphasize that because I think Tychus would have taken that choice, even knowing it probably means his death, and it is very, very likely because they were on Char, because they didn't have the medical technology, because they didn't know when it could be shut off, because Mengs was basically capable of constantly keeping an eye on him, that they basically could not have saved Tychus. It was not feasible. It was not. It was a structural problem. It was a logistical problem. You know, they couldn't get the tech they had to him to save him. Now, I absolutely think Mengs could have killed Tychus, even if he fulfilled his mission, because it's Mengs. First of all, he's a bastard in general, but he's also the kind of guy who has nothing wrong with killing someone who is not loyal to him. He's the kind of guy who has nothing wrong with killing someone who is loyal to him. Remember, he sent Edmund Duke, a man who was genuinely loyal to Arcturus, off on a suicide mission that he just happened to survive. And when he came back, he was like, okay, and he stopped trying to kill Duke off. But still, the fact that he was willing to do that just speaks volumes. Of course, there's also the fact that he did this to freaking Kerrigan, a woman who at this point in time genuinely believed that Mengs was the best hope for humanity, genuinely was loyal to the man. Anyways. Okay, so we're leaving that one for later. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm looking forward to this mission.
We have the Odin. Now we can use it to spearhead our takeover of the UNN studios on Core Hall. Once the Odin has taken out their defenses, we'll broadcast our evidence against Mengsk. Figure they'll throw everything they have at us. They'll be talking about this one for years.
Nobody let me forget to get the optional mission. I'm pretty sure I remember where it is. It's like southwest part of the map, but don't let me forget.
Our raid on the Valhalla facility hasn't even been reported yet. The Dominion have no idea we stole the Odin. I had to call in every favor I had, but I got the Odin on the surface with Tychus inside.
Matt, you're a miracle worker. Must have been a complicated operation.
You don't even want to know, sir. I'm not gonna let anything keep us from exposing Mengsk.
So they're still expecting to film it at the UNN studios later today?
That's right. And we won't disappoint them. Seeing as he's the only one with experience, Tychus will pilot the Odin and hit the studio guards with a surprise attack. They'll be confused for several minutes, and won't even know who to attack at first.
And during the confusion, we'll establish a forward base using this command center we acquired earlier. Pretty devious, Matt. I like it.
If Tychus can inflict enough damage during the sneak attack, making the broadcast should be relatively easy. Keep in mind, we'll only have a few minutes before the Dominion realize that Tychus is in the Odin. Once they figure it out, they'll use everything they've got to stop us.
I like that shot, by the way.
Whatever happens, we'll be giving Mengsk one hell of a broadcast.
Showcases how big a cruiser really should be. We actually get a shot of how big battlecruisers really are. The Minotaurs, I want to say, in the Heart of the Swarm intro cinematic. They're freaking huge, but we'll get there when we get there. Yeah, by the way, I love the idea of the Dominion's own anti-information policy actually works against them in this case, because under so many different organizations would be so much freer with information and the spread of information that the news of the kidnapping of the Odin would have happened, it would have just gotten out constantly. But the Dominion is so used to keeping all information on such a lockdown that they're able to just slide in and be like, yep, and here's your Odin, and it's not weird at all that you can't talk to your bases. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, I'll get up on the Hydra's back. If I could say one thing about the Amon versus Mengsk thing really quick. I feel that Mengsk works better as a face villain for the series. Down to earth, if you know what I mean. It's easier for us to comprehend a person than a concept like Amon. I mean, I know Amon's an individual as well. But effectively, Amon is basically the big doom. You know, he's the Sargeras of the setting. Let's just call it what it is. He's the big background villain who's basically behind everything in the series. Mengsk is way more fleshed out, has a great voice actor, great writing. He's in virtually every aspect. He has been in every Starcraft thing to date. We will be seeing the effects of his effects, even in Legacy of the Void. I almost guarantee that. He's in the books, he's in the comics. He is what we envision when we think of the villains of Starcraft. Or at least I do. I really shouldn't speak for you guys. But when I think of, the villainy of Starcraft and all the bad guys, I don't think of the old families of the Confederacy. I don't think of the Tal'Darim. I don't think of Amon himself. I think of Mengsk, because he's the person. It is the Minotaur. I was right, Grote. Thank you. And yeah, Mengsk's voice actor is brilliant. I love him. I was so happy when StarCraft 2 was announced and they announced that they got the voice actor for Raynor and for Mengsk back. That was just, yes, that was such a deal maker for me. But I'm getting off topic. So this mission's fun.
I'm in the Dominion security
tense,
network, bringing
but
up their
fun.
locations now.
I imagine Valerian is in control, yes. We're not 100% sure, or rather, we probably are, but I'm trying to avoid spoilers about Legacy of the Void. But Valerian should be taking over, yes. I also like this. They unveil this new super weapon in a parade in the middle of Augustgrad. So things I like about Core Hall, by the way. Let's just
make room for the big dog.
Excuse me. Oh my God! It's just decimating them. Look at this.
Odin has gone rogue. Repeat. Odin has gone rogue.
Bring
it down.
Okay, sure.
Attention, rogue pilot. This is General Warfield.
Oh, right, I don't have control
Command.
yet. That's right.
Your order
I remember.
to stand down.
So,
Base immediate termination.
This'll get her done. Make room for the big dog.
Oh, this is wow. So, in case you guys missed it, I never have done this on casual. This is crazy.
Make room for the big dog.
So, if you basically when the Odin gets so low on health, the surprise attack ends, or when the 5 minutes ends. there's several ways to... Thank you guys for reminding me about the Hydra's bag, by the way. I know I called it on myself. I appreciate it. There's several ways to optimize this efficiently. You're basically seeing the way I like to do it right here. Take out the production facilities and move on. Excuse me. I feel like there's less troops here, too, on casual.
I like it.
You know what? I'll agree with that, Pave Maniac. Plus, for casual, making the Odin feel as strong as it actually is. Look at this. This is insane!
Ragnar, rock and roll.
Look at that base is gone. Next. We're gonna go to the southern one next. Now, if I'm not mistaken...
the big dog.
Where is it? Oh, up, up! There it is! It's like right here. The science facility. I'll have to remember that for later.
I like it.
Absolutely, Aquamaster. I am going to get up on the Hydra's back. I want to talk about the backstory of this place for a little bit. I also want to talk about the concept of an ecumenopolis. Excuse me. Does anyone out there know what ecumenopolis means before I start defining it? I suppose I should say, does anybody not know what it means?
I like it.
That's right, +1 to the super weapon counter.
This will get her done.
Let's go ahead and get another blast right there.
Hope this thing's insured.
He's got a decent amount of range on that artillery barrage, too, which is great.
Make room for the big dog.
An ecumenopolis refers to a city that has grown to the point where it covers an entire planet. I don't know, Fearsome.
It won't be long before they shut me out of their system.
Now, we do know that Horner is actively, basically hacking the network right now to keep them distracted and disorganized. But yes, an ecumenopolis is a planet that is completely covered in a city, which sounds kind of like a horrifying idea. It's a very common idea in fiction. It's also an idea I've always enjoyed for some weird reason. Coruscant, the Imperial capital in the Foundation trilogy, Korhal. But I mentioned Korhal because, again, remember, this is Korhal. I'm actually going to show some things to really demonstrate what I mean by this in just a moment. I'm kind of focused on this exact point in time. Let's go and just do this.
We're almost out of time.
So are these guys. Don't
Yeah, that's another good way to put it, Croxix.
This'll get her done.
It's funny because Tychus has access to both in Heroes of the Storm, Leander. Coruscant still qualifies as an ecumenopolis. It's just a variant on an ecumenopolis. Alright. Yeah, they did nuke Korhal.
The Dominion switched to a secure channel. I can't track their positions anymore.
Right, where'd I put those images?
But I have gained access to the UNN network. We'll need troops to stay close to one of the broadcast towers long enough to get our message out. For our broadcast to reach all of Dominion space, we'll need to control each broadcast tower long enough to upload the data. Any unit type can maintain control.
You can bet Max will have something to say about that. Let's get moving.
Here we go. Give me just a moment here, guys. I need to make sure I have the right things. Okay. I'm going to pause the mission for just a second. I want to show you guys something. Remember how I was talking about one of the reasons I like StarCraft 2 over StarCraft 1, as much as I love StarCraft 1, is because of the fact that they can showcase things better because of the better technology and the better understanding of what they're doing at the times and all that fun stuff. So, what we have here... Whoops, wrong folder. That's actually the wrong picture. Well, anyways, this is a picture from the original StarCraft of Augustgrad. You know, just kind of a difference. In fact, you don't even have to assume the difference. Here's a picture of Augustgrad from StarCraft 2 right here. This is what this looks like in StarCraft 2. This is what 12 years of technological progress and working as a design team make a difference of in real life. This is what Korhal looks like in StarCraft 2. This is what Korhal looks like in StarCraft 1. Now, this is actually the wrong image. I'm sorry. This is actually not to really, really make the point. This is what Augustgrad looks like in StarCraft 1. You can see it right here. This is just the point I was making earlier. You can showcase more when you have the technology, when you have the time, when you have the budget, when you have the personnel, when you have the expertise to actually show what something should look like, as opposed to forcing the player to interpret what it looks like. Also, some very interesting Coruscant parallels between that, or between this and Coruscant, which is funny because this Augustgrad doesn't actually look anything like Coruscant, in my opinion. Now, I only point this out to really emphasize two things. One, We don't actually know how much of...
Our base is up and running. I'm transferring control of it to you now, sir.
Thanks, buddy.
Let's see what this baby's got.
We don't actually know how much of Augustgrad was constructed during the Brood War. We know it was started. We also, however, know that it was Korhal.
Hardware inbound. These stores are smaller than the Odin, but they handle better and they still hit hard. Enjoy.
Yay, Thors. Thanks, Swan. You're awesome.
That big dog is all mine.
Yeah, exactly, Samurai. You guys are awesome. I will get up on the Hydra's back, guys, I swear. So the idea here is that while Korhal was definitely undergoing massive reconstruction efforts, even by the time of Brood War, one of the things that Mengsk spent literally trillions and trillions of credits on, and tons of research in that, is turning Korhal into this. Look at this. They've actually basically terraformed this place. Now, I mention this because this is another example of the level of advancement and the level of power and the level of technological ability that the Dominion has. They can actually turn a planet which was devastated. Really, War Wager? Here, I'll do a poll for that. Poll open. All Thors. Don't be silly. Hello, Dequit. Go ahead and vote. And hi, Bregman. 3 birthdays in one? I'm not gonna make the joke there. In 4 years, Mengsk has just dumped money, dumped ton and ton and ton of resources and personnel, and turning this into this place. Remember, this was a nuke-blasted desert, and yet we have this massive, again, Ecumenopolis, which actually, as you can see, we don't even see the depths of it. We've got the canyons thing. Also, I love this tile set. There's tons of cool stuff here, little ads like the gas joint ad, the global elite control of the feds here, Doc Adams cyber implants. There's tons. I could spend like 10 minutes just going around the Pabst beer. You know, take on Pabst there, the iTunes commercial that's up there. There is stuff literally everywhere here, which is awesome and hilarious. And the amount of effort put into this tile set is incredible. Okay, where's... oh, we need... yeah, okay. You, come on. No bad news yet. Oh, yeah, okay, we're good on that, we're good on that.
It followed me home.
Want to be a boy? SCV ready.
Yeah, that's right, Big J. On Korhal, it was just a desert. A fairly empty, barren desert. Now, again, we don't know how much of that is how Korhal was and how much of that is just the outskirts, but we do know pretty much verifiably that most of the build-up of Korhal happened in the last 4 years, which, again, is indicative of just how incredible... 10-1? Wow, guys. How incredible the level of advancement that the Dominion has had, and the level of the amount of things that they could accomplish in that short period of time. Unlike some people, I don't think that's a plot hole at all. I think it is a plot point to emphasize the everything I've been talking about when it comes to Dominion and their unscrupulous nature.
Go ahead.
Why don't I borrow you for this one? We'll just do one Nexus point on each side. I don't think we'll need too much in the way of defenses for this one. I wouldn't mind having a couple of those, though. Actually, it's funny you asked that, Nears, as the answer is none. Ecumenopolis is exactly what it sounds like, which, of course, I defined earlier. A city that covers a planet. There is no desert left. I mean, there is desert, but it's under these buildings. It is quite literally underneath the skyscrapers of Augustgrad and Korhal in general. Oh, by the way, another little fun, interesting fact. We didn't actually know if this city that we're in here right now was Augustgrad or not for a fairly long period of time. It was not confirmed until Heart of the Swarm came out, actually. Like I said, we will be doing the optional mission, absolutely. Hey, Seventh. Don't be silly. Why did you vote for that? Come on, man. Let's push this new right there. There we go. I'm basically getting myself set up for some defenses, and then I'm just gonna go all Thors all the time. Assuming that's what you guys want, of course. I mean, you guys can just... You don't have to do all Thors all the time, you know. There's other options here. Everyone should vote. Lurkers, unite to vote for one. Or, I mean, you don't have to vote for one. Yeah, we'll go and do that too.
Base is under attack.
It is?
What's
Sorry.
going on?
Alright, we'll go ahead and get this going on here. Only 40%. Yeah. The books make it much more clear that Korhal is completely the city at this point in time. I want you over here. Chemic, we are voting as to whether or not we're going to be using all Thors all the time, or not using Thors on this mission. And the decision is yours.
Got no patience for sitting around. Go ahead. Lay it on me.
Right about there. Oh, right, I'm going to need to do that, too. I forgot about that. Let's go ahead and do that. Are you... Yeah, you're doing what I think you are. Why don't you...
With the gear.
Can you...
Gotcha.
Yes, I will get up on the science labs back. Yes, we'll also be doing a vote for all battle cruisers on that mission, for anybody curious.
We hear you.
A little bit of a line here.
Yeah, whatever.
Also, I'm going to want some perditions here. Right there, and there should do it. And maybe one more turret, just to be safe. Oh god, that would be insane, Marley. Like, seriously, I don't even want to think about that. Alright. Now...
Upgrade complete.
Excellent. Let's go and do that. And then get back to work.
Speak up.
He's doing that, he's doing that. Now I sit here for a minute. Damn it, Brigwin. No back pain. Not cool. One of the things we talked about earlier is the aspect of propaganda. I just want to recover this briefly, because one of the things that's mentioned several times is how little the actual Dominion citizens know of how bad the Dominion is, at least in the core worlds, and most especially in Korhal. The Dominion overall has basically a three-tier policy when it comes to how they have their setup, their layout going. There's Korhal, there's the 12 core worlds, and then there's everything else, which doesn't freaking matter to the Dominion. We've already talked about how the Dominion approaches the outer reaches, the fringe worlds, and the border worlds, and why they don't care about the people out there. Hey, saw you coming, boys.
Add-on complete.
Yeah. Sure, Aquamouser, why not? Really, Bragwin? Oh, not like that. Gotcha.
He followed me home.
So,
Can I keep it?
So, the other thing I mentioned here, though, that's relevant to that ideal, why so much of the Dominion supports them. Let's say that you live... I can't really use a real-life example, but let's say you live in the city. We'll just use generic terms here. And you are loosely aware of the fact that bad things are happening elsewhere. You don't have details. You don't know why or how or when or basically anything about it, actually. All you know is that somewhere bad stuff is happening, and that's kind of it.
Complete.
You know, that's kind of all that's happening along the lines. So, how do you react to that, do you think? I mean, do you think you would be all fired up about those perceived injustices? Do you think that you would be... that you would care for all intents and purposes? Do you think that you would actually want to be proactive? Do you think you would want to rebel? Or do you think you would just go about your everyday life like you always have, because it's not like it's your problem, for God's sakes, right? It's a form of apathy, but it's a very logical form of apathy. If I can use a parallel, if you have to... I know this is going to sound morbid, so forgive me, but if you have to strangle someone with your bare hands, that is a very difficult thing to do as a human being. It is exceptionally difficult for a human being to murder another human being, full tilt right up in the face like that. It is much easier to push a button on a console. It is much easier to give an order for someone else to push a button on a console, and so forth and so on. I'll talk about that in a second, Dakota. So, I guess the point I'm trying to make here is it makes a lot of sense that these people would look at this and say, well, this isn't my problem. Hang on, so I need 6.
Additional supply depots required.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna need a crap ton of supplies for this Thor army you guys want me to make. Well, see, the funny thing about that Get Faster is they never detail it in full. Basically, Matt Horner actually has a fairly large number of connections that are legitimate, and he burns all of them getting his forces down here. He is actually completely tapped when it comes to the ability to operate past this point. Come on. There you go. Slow thing. Well, in lore, they do know we're here. Remember, we're supposed to be, like, undergun constantly here.
Base is under attack.
We're just not because, you know, duh, right?
Additional supply depots required.
Oh, yeah. Another reason the Thors are awesome. Army.
Heavy duty.
Upgrade complete.
Come on. You're gonna have to take off. You want to come down and get me here, boy. Come on.
Upgrade complete.
Come on. Or you're not gonna do it, because you're stupid. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you can't hit him up there. Ugh, what an irritant. Alright, hang on. What's the quickest way to deal with that? Anyways, I guess I have nothing more to talk about that. Sorry, I got a little distracted by this jackass who's sniping me from up there. My overall point is... is that Thor is... he's awesome. My overall point is that it's very logical and understandable why the people of Korhal react the way they do, rather than trying to be like, for example, on Mars Sara, everyone hates the Dominion, everyone's ready to revolt against the Dominion, because of course they are. There's not really any real propaganda going on out there, and they're not really... they're right up front with the atrocities that they're committing. Out here, all you have is propaganda and distance from whatever might actually be happening. Try to remember, the Zerg swarm isn't even really hitting this particular area. I guess I'll just use the barracks to do this. I was going to do something else, but screw it. Let's just do this.
Depleted.
No, we haven't gotten up on the Hydra's back yet. Come on, come on. There we go. Stupid
I like it.
Okay.
This mighty steel giant stands as a testimony to the skill and determination of our Dominion engineers and scientists.
I'll agree with that. Nice touch. You can step on civilian ships, or ships, wow, craft to break them, whether you want to or not.
Upgrade complete.
That's a fair enough point. I didn't even think about that secret. No, we're running out of resources. No. We've only got our 8 Thors, one of which is an Odin to win with. Oh, is this? Nope, it's right here.
This'll get her done.
Yeah, exactly, Takoida. The people out in Mars Sara don't have benefit from rule. They only have detriment. They have the oppression, they have the violence, they have the atrocities, and of course, their resources are just plain being taken for the sake of the good of the Dominion without receiving any response to that. Yeah, anybody ever heard of no taxes without representation? Secret mission.
Ragnar, rock and roll.
The whole point of that was the colonies were being taxed, but weren't receiving any actual representation or benefit or otherwise benefit of being taxed. And they were really pissed off about that.
Big dog.
So, you know, logical, right? Where the heck did I put that guy? Oh, there you are. Not that we really need it, but we might as well get started on a second base, just in case. You never know. We might need it.
It followed me home. Can I keep it?
Science vessels are great with these, by the way, which we'll be getting in a bit here.
Base is under attack.
Really? Okay.
Mineral field depleted.
Come and fight me.
You have to do the attack move trick a lot with these guys.
Strike Team Charlie, get to that tower. Bring down those rebels.
Now, I said I'd talk about Warfield later, but I just want to say that he's a pretty good guy, despite the fact that he is a loyal Dominion agent, for lack of a better way to put it.
With the gear. Huh? Big job, huh?
God, these guys are huge. Yeah, these guys were shrunk considerably. For those of you who didn't see, anybody mentioned it in chat. For the actual multiplayer things, and that's a good thing because they were freaking huge. They were actually an obstacle, like a really bad obstacle in the original.
First transmission uploaded.
Look at how huge these things are. Stomp, 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 stomp.
Incoming transmission.
There's only one man arrogant enough to think he can get away with this. Raynor.
Oh boy.
Just for once, Arcturus, this really is all about you. I hope you enjoy our show.
I knew it. Warfield, take your men down there. I want Raynor's head, you understand? Him and all his terrorist friends.
Ragnar, rock and roll.
Make room for the big dog.
They're attacking a tower. Strike Team Bravo.
I don't know if
Take 'em
attacking is really the word for what we're doing here. But, you know, whatever. Okay, so yeah, I said I'd talk about the resources thing.
Hope this thing's insured.
The geysers make perfect sense. Remember that Vespene is what they use pretty much as their primary power source. And you'll notice these geysers, if I could find one that isn't claimed at the moment. Hang on. There's got to be a geyser. Okay, the geysers are basically tubes that are funneling the actual Vespene gas either from somewhere else in the city, which they could be using, or, and this is more likely, from the actual surface of the planet, which is well under the city, and shunting that up. Here we go.
We're almost done transmitting.
So you can see what the actual geysers look like here. That is admittedly more of a gameplay thing than a story thing, but I do actually like the fact that they bothered to make some kind of explanation for why there's geysers here. Now the minerals...
Heavy duty.
There's no explanation for that I've got. The minerals are here because we need minerals for a Starcraft map. Sorry, guys. I'm sure you could actually come up with a reason if you thought about it. So I challenge you, come up with a reason for why there's minerals up here. I actually do have a couple things, but it's me making it up, but there's nothing built into it. Shoot to speak. Are you building? What? Really? Wait, seriously?
We found the home.
Really?
Can I keep it?
Okay, hang on.
Who wants some? Why not?
Let's see what this baby's got.
Public mineral displays.
Human tenacity and ingenuity have come together to forge the final answer to the Zerg threat.
Done.
See, the thing is, minerals being on Core Hall doesn't bother me at all. In fact, it makes perfect sense. What makes me wonder is why they're on the surface of the planet with everything else. There is an explanation, like I said, that I could come up with that. The explanation is basically it's convenient for as a method of supply chain to assist in the logistics of the actual forces which are on the surface of the city. And we just happen to claim them for ourselves. That's my explanation. Again, that's me making it up. I doubt that's actually the reason. Yes, I did actually, Big J, and that was pretty cool, I agree.
Heavy duty. Make room for the big dog.
You know, what's funny is I was going to make even more Thors, but I mean, I'm not sure I need to. Look at this.
This'll get her done. I like it.
Security breach at one of the towers. Strike Team Alpha, engage. Stop them.
There you go. Good explanation. Tychus does appear to be pretty happy.
Can I keep it?
Yeah, we are on a deadline, I did. That's true, so let's just get this over with.
Let's see what this baby's got.
Those could be gem farms, too. And you're right that these can be fabricated and grown, so that's another possibility. No actual pre-rendered cutscenes, no, apologies. I like that Pyromancer.
That's the last one. Let's see what the people will think of their beloved Emperor now.
Tarsonis is still a wasteland. We were actually there earlier.
All transmissions have been sent, sir. Every world in the Dominion just got a UNN special bulletin about Mengsk.
And they reacted very quickly to it. I'm pretty sure the Thor would win Ventures. I'm kidding, actually Colossus. Well, that's a tough one. I don't know. So, big old cutscene here. We need to talk about this cutscene, actually, so I'm going to shut up until it's done, and then, yeah.
These shocking revelations, veritable firestorm of anti-Mengsk sentiment. The Emperor held a news conference earlier today.
How do you respond to these allegations of genocide? Abusing aliens to...
I assure you, these slanderous attacks against the throne are baseless and irresponsible.
Sir, do you still stand by the sentiment that selfless devotion to the people is the basis of your rule?
Well, of course. I was called upon to serve the greater interest of humanity. Personal power was never my goal.
Then how would you characterize this statement?
I will not be stopped. Not by you or the Confederates or the Protoss or anyone. I will rule this sector or see it burnt to ashes around me.
I won't stand for this. You jackals think you can come in here and question me? This interview is over.
You know, I love seeing him squirm. But the Dominion's just gonna spin this like they do everything else.
Not this time. Mengsk used the media as a weapon for years, and now we've turned it against him. One broadcast, and won us a bigger victory than 100 battles.
I guess you're right. Well, it's what we started this revolution for in the first place. We've got a long way to go. Maybe we started something here.
Hearts and minds, man. Just like you always said.
You know, Matt, someday you're gonna wind up leading this bunch of misfits.
Oh, no. That's what I keep you around for, sir.
Alright, so a couple things here. Our record is from Mass Effect 3, by the way, Shadow. And yeah, it was 300 something. Raynor's in his 30s at this point in time, Big Mama. 35, I want to say. So... Yeah, I'm telling you, Fearsome. I'm just going to predict... My headcanon has replaced Matt Horner as the magistrate, because it just makes too much sense. It really does just make way too much sense for him to be the magistrate. Obvious camaraderie there between Horner and Matt, or Horner and Raynor, excuse me. I don't even need to comment on that. One of the things that has been brought up several times is why Mengsk suddenly loses his cool like that, pretty much out of nowhere. And I think the best way to answer that is he didn't have anything prepared for that. And people are better liars when they have a lie prepared. If you catch someone off guard with something they're not prepared to lie about, they're not prepared to defend themselves about, it tends to trip people up, even statesmen like Mengsk. Every question he's had, everything has always been prepared and ready. And that was Kate Lockwell, if you didn't catch that, just suddenly popping up and saying, "What do you think of this statement?" And him being like, "You can't question me," you know. Now, One thing that does bother me a little bit is we do this big blow to, yes, Jovan. We do this big blow to the Dominion and Mengsk's control, and yet Mengsk is completely in control in Heart of the Swarm, right? Well, no, actually. See, and we'll talk about this a little bit when we get to Heart of the Swarm, but Mengsk's control, this is actually the beginning of when he starts to slide, when he starts to really lose control of the situation, when he really stops being at the top of the heap. He will still have control over the military. He will still have control over his core power base, but from this point on, Mengsk's overall power base and his grip on the Dominion as a whole, and the whole of the Terran sector and the Caprula sector, is going to be dwindling significantly. It's one of the reasons why Valerian is going to be... it was able to pull together the support he does. It's one of the reasons the Emotions were willing to move so openly against the Dominion. It's one of the reasons why Mengsk starts doing a lot of actions personally, rather than sending other people to do it from this point onwards. And the book Flashpoint really helps go into more detail about the fact that while there's still some core loyalist Dominion forces, for the most part, that's it. You could actually state that the Dominion basically had Core Hall, and that's it from this point on, because Mengsk himself actually focuses his efforts there. Now, what Raskor says is absolutely true, and I want to save that discussion for later. But one thing we have to keep in mind is Mengsk is really good at rebounding. As I've said before, he loses everything multiple times, and he manages to turn it around and turn it into an even greater victory basically each time, except for the very last time. But yeah, the crackdowns will continue until morale improves, is very much the situation that's going to be happening here, along with those advancements in re-socialization to make sure the military stays loyal to him, yada yada yada. Some people are genuinely loyal to him, though, like Warfield. We'll talk more about that later. Remind me when we get to Warfield, when we get to Char, I'll be discussing Warfield more then. Proprietary ammo and a new gun every year, which is like not better than the last one. The other thing I wanted to mention with regard to that cutscene, how do I put this properly? Matt Horner's an idealist. He's the guy who believes in the better tomorrow. Raynor has become very much a cynic, and I like the fact that Horner really champions the fact that that this old mission, and really puts his all and all of his effort and all of his work into making this happen, because it's the kind of mission that he would get behind. The kind of thing where, rather than trying to go and conquer and defeat the Dominion and being vilified as villains, they could actually try and turn the public interest against Mengsk. He is also idealistic or foolish, depending on how you define it, enough to think that that's actually going to really make a long-term difference. I want to once again stress that if not for the Swarm stomping in the next game, it's pretty likely Mengsk would have just rebuilt his power base and kept going on as if nothing had changed. So let's see this cutscene. Remember how I mentioned earlier, I'll re-mention it for those of you who didn't hear me, Vermilion from the UNN thing was actually originally supposed to be a robot. A literal robot who was just, and spitting out. They decided to go a different route with him, and I think the new route works way better because it humanizes him.
Kate Lockwell here, live from Core Hall. There's rioting in the streets. Citizens are setting fire to government buildings to express their shock and anger at the startling revelations from earlier today. Donnie, what's the situation where you are?
I had a brother on Tarsonis. I had a brother there.
Right. Thanks for that, Donnie. Okay. Emperor Mengsk broadcast a statement earlier today. Unfortunately, UNN satellites were on lockdown at the time. Let's replay a bit of that.
This evidence has been falsified. The enemies of the Dominion will go to any length to soil my good reputation. These ruthless, slanderous attacks cannot...
At that point, the Emperor was shouted down. He's since retreated to his palace and refuses to speak to anyone. In this reporter's opinion, Emperor Mengsk has been revealed as a...
And then they shut down the news network's broadcasting, as Mengsk starts pulling emergency measures to keep everything under control. But that line from Vermilion really gets to me. I had a brother on Tarsonis. I feel for him there. See, this is why I say it's a great human moment. In that one moment, we see Vermilion as the person, because Vermilion, for all his comic nature, really believed what he was talking about. Remember how I mentioned earlier the propaganda machine? Remember how I mentioned earlier it's so easy to dismiss a tragedy when you're distanced from it? Vermilion knew that Tarsonis was wiped out. Everyone knew that Tarsonis was wiped out. But to find out that Mengsk did it, he suddenly has a personal perspective on it because he had a brother there. Because he knew someone personally. And his mind actually breaks under this. We get a somewhat more comical thing on it later, where he is literally committed to an insane asylum because his mind shatters, because he really did believe the lie. He bought into the image of the Dominion. And having reality shoved in his face that hard, it's basically like trying to crack a Fabergé egg with a sledgehammer. You could do it without actually damaging whatever's inside it, but good freaking luck. See you around, Marley. So my heart actually goes out to Vermilion for that. It is a damn shame. It's also worth noting, as I mentioned earlier, Kate Lockwell actually has a little bit of backstory leading up to this. She already knew the Dominion was pretty messed up. I talked about this, and she was infiltrated into a Marine unit and blah blah blah. She has been lying low in the UNN, in the media, specifically waiting for the moment when she can actually come out and be open and obvious about the fact that the Dominion is evil, and she's been waiting for this opportunity for forever. And she's still alive in Heart of the Swarm, by the way. Originally, it was actually to be Mike Liberty. You may or may not have heard that name. Mike Liberty is a gentleman who basically did an interview of all the major characters and writes most of the bios of most of the characters, Mengsk, Raynor, etc. And they wanted someone more approachable than him, so they kind of relegated him to his own little book. And then we had Kate Lockwell instead, which I think worked out very well, actually. And again, like I said, Kate finally gets the chance to expose the Dominion as they really are. So Horner brings this back. Tychus brought this back as a keepsake. I thought it would look good in the cantina. We did it, Jim. The revolution has begun. The funny thing here is, I really don't want to dismiss the amount of effort that Raynor and Horner put into this, but if not for the fact that Kerrigan was a separate person from the Queen of Blades, and therefore was able to do the events of Heart of the Swarm, if not for Valerian actually being a decent person, if not for and you know, willing to be backing them and supporting them, if not for the mistakes that Mengsk makes, and there's like 5 other things, this still wouldn't have worked out. Mengsk would have still maintained power, or someone worse would have taken over, and the revolution would have been for nothing. I mean, what happened the last time there was a big revolution? The Confederacy was replaced by the Terran Dominion. Now, I will argue 10 times out of 10 that the Dominion is better than the Confederacy, because if for no other reason the Dominion actually did stuff, whereas the Confederacy just made everything worse. But still, Confederacy or Dominion? Jeez. What a choice, huh? Anyways.
You see? Told you I could build something better than that piece of crap, Odin.
I like that. That's the spirit, brother. Show 'em who's boss.
Got some work to do on the chassis still, but I got to thinking about upgrades and variants, you know? They ain't gonna be cheap, cowboy. Big honking thing like that never is, but they'll be worth it, you'll see.
That's what I like to hear. I'll take a look and see what's affordable.
By the way, hey Zeiss, good luck on your test whenever you get to it. So, we're not actually going to upgrade the Thor this time because I don't actually plan to use the Thor all that much, but I just want to show off what the Thor's upgrades are. So, this thing, and this thing, which is insane, the Immortality Protocol. The ATVX now offers updated Thor model that can repair itself to full working condition if the hull remains intact. The repair process is a fraction of the cost of building a new Thor, and allows you to quickly reactivate a Thor that is destroyed in the field. Yeah. But again, we're not going to be upgrading that. Yeah, sorry, RTRT. RTRTR. There we go. I'm kind of on a deadline here. And lore deadline. Whoops, hang on. Looks like nothing here, so let's just go to the bridge and talk to Tychus.
Well, so you're thinking about giving up this life of luxury and becoming a professional broadcaster?
Oh, regular folks just ain't ready for the raw sex appeal I'd unleash into the great little lives. I reckon my niche is right here with you, old buddy. Right to the end.
I'm glad you're part of all this, Tychus. You did real good today.
Yeah, 330mm cannons are freaking gigantic, by the way. That's a thing in real life. Also, it's funny he says that, because obviously he's joking, but you'd be surprised how many women I know who play Starcraft who genuinely think Tychus is very sexy.
Those classified documents we found on Core Hall weren't anything special. Just referred to some old bioweapons lab orbiting Castanar.
I think this one might be different. The file suggests they were planning to terminate everyone who ever worked there.
I assume that doesn't mean firing them. But why would Menks want to kill a whole research staff?
I don't know. But it seems like something we should check out.
It does indeed.
So, secret mission time. This mission is awesome on brutal difficulty because you, or excuse me, I'm misspeaking. I've never done this on a brutal. This mission is awesome on hard difficulty because it really makes you feel, well, you'll see. Secret mission. It's nice and labeled too, just to make sure you can't deny it.
The classified documents we found on Core Hall imply the Dominion has a top-secret bioweapons lab on an orbital platform at Castanar. If the Dominion is cooking up a big surprise for us, I'd like to know about it.
By the way, just like the last secret mission in Brood War, I totally missed this one the first time I played Wings of Liberty. Had no idea about it. And then people were asking my opinion on it. I'm like, what mission? I missed a mission? And I went back and replayed it.
So what's the scoop on this top-secret death lab?
This asteroid is registered as a beryllium storage warehouse. But that must be a cover for the Dominion's biolab.
Let's hope so. We'd look pretty silly coming all this way for a few tons of beryllium. Did those documents give us any clues as to what the Dominion's cooking up in there?
No, sir. But they did contain some of the facility's security codes, so we may be able to hack into their systems.
Sounds fun. Well, as long as we're here, we may as well take a look.
So, some people have asked, and you guys have even asked this today, is Mengsk being controlled by Amon, Duran, or the hybrids? My answer to that is absolutely no. Damn it, Javan. No, I don't think he is. This is Mengsk's short-sightedness in a nutshell. He is so arrogant that he thinks he can actually control this situation. Let me make one thing clear. Mengsk is not aware of Duran's actual nature. Mengsk thinks, excuse me, what's he call himself? Nerud. Emil de Nerud is actually, just a scientist who happens to be very brilliant, who happens to be loyal to him. Remember how I mentioned back in Brood War how Duran basically plays everyone like a fiddle? He plays De Gaulle. I actually pointed out how he was manipulating people. How he manipulated De Gaulle, how he manipulated Stukov, how he manipulated Kerrigan. And he does the exact same thing with Mengsk. We just never see it on camera. We get the implications, though. It's very clear he was the loyal toady. He's the guy who actually sells Kerrigan and Raynor out to Mengsk in between Heart of the Swarm and Wings of Liberty. He is the one who was given charge of the most defended spot everywhere, the Stuttgart Lab or whatever it's called. He is insane in terms of how much he has Mengsk just wrapped around his finger. And, of course, Mengsk would put this forward. He has a loyal scientist giving him the technology that will give him the edge over the Protoss and the Zerg. Of course Mengsk would be interested in this. He's not stupid. He may be arrogant and blind, but he is not stupid. He knows that if he's going to have a long-term, powerful Dominion entrapment, he needs to be prepared for the future, and that means knowing the Zerg are still a threat and being capable of dealing with them, and knowing the Protoss are still a threat and being capable of dealing with them. So research into this hybrid thing, oh, and by the way, Mengsk absolutely knows that's what it is logical. And isn't this just a boon for Duran? No more having to manipulate the UED. No more having to bribe mercenaries. No more having to steal Tal'Darim, or I shouldn't say to convince Tal'Darim or to steal Zergling. No, he could just have the blessings of the entire backing of the Dominion. Think about how many resources and personnel and the reach and the influence that grants Duran. So this is a horror mission.
Parts of the facility seem to be scan shielded. Our signals are breaking up left and right. Be careful in there.
Hey, careful's my middle name.
I thought it was Eugene.
Shut it, Matt. All right, boys. Stay frosty.
There you go, guys. There's the big secret. James Eugene Rayner.
Sell me. Sounds like... Surprise, surprise. The door's sealed. Nothing a little breaching charge won't cure. You can count on me. Raiders roll.
So yeah, this is definitely a horror mission. This is a really, really good, really, really awesome dungeon mission.
What's up?
So this is brand new UE functionality in Starcraft 2.
Fry any rebel you see.
Looks like we got a reception committee waiting for us. Adjutant, activate those gun turrets and give them a surprise.
System accessed. Decrypting security overrides. System control established.
Well, we got half the guns. Should take some of them out at least.
So you want to activate the left guns and take out the firebats, or the right guns and take out the marines. I love this. They give you options and how to progress, so you can tactically adapt your strategy to however they are. We'll take out the firebats, personally. Or a firebat, apparently. We're good. I love how they do this mission. I really do. This is just so good. This is some great design. So now that firebat is gone, basically, and we win. Just for you, Zeiss. And yeah, the music in here, I feel like I'm playing through a Metroid game.
Oh my god, don't kill me.
I'm not the one who's gonna do that, buddy.
These creatures, they ain't like any Zerg I've ever seen before. Matt, scan their biosignatures.
Hold on. The signal's weak in there. Wait. Sir, I'm reading both Zerg and Protoss DNA. Were those things assimilated somehow?
I don't know, but I'm real curious as to what they're doing inside a Dominion lab.
Check it out. We got that Rayner guy trapped in Lab 1.
Huh, nice. Release the Zerg.
Sell me.
Also, some people point out this is...
Zerg. They're coming from the holding pen. Destroy it, boys. We gotta block them out.
Wow, this is... wow.
Raiders roll.
Oh, jeez. Oh, okay, we got it, we're good.
Count on me.
Some people point out... See you around, Benoth.
Time to man up.
This is basically a duplicate of the Zeratul mission, just done, well, let's be honest with ourselves, a lot better. I still think it's okay mission. Number one, it's a good way for people who didn't play Brood War to be aware of the hybrid situation. Number two, it's a fun mission. It's really well done and very tense. And like I said, in my opinion, overall better executed than the one previously, although that's just a matter of the times and the technology. And third, and most importantly, this is so that Rayner gets the same revelations that Zeratul did, basically.
Sounds like a plan. Raiders roll.
Does it even damage you if you don't if you stand up on the thing?
You can count on me.
Like, I don't actually know if that's true or not. I've never actually stood on it before.
Time.
They got out.
Plan. Raiders roll.
Yay, ammo.
Sounds like a plan.
So this mission feels a lot like more of an RPG than anything. You actually have ammunition and some abilities and whatnot that you'll be able to gain as you go throughout it. Okay, we're good, we're good.
Sounds like a plan.
Which we'll discuss
Count
later.
on me.
It does do damage to you. Wow.
Hold them back! Don't let them in the lab!
Yeah. Wow.
Time to man up.
And this is just great.
Looks like we got a few options on this terminal to soften them up before we go in.
So what do you want to send out? 4 Ultralisks, 65 Zerglings, or 15 Zealots? All of these are basically mathematically equivalent. That's why they're those specific numbers. Personally, I think the Zealots need a chance to have their chance. Even though these are Teldarim. Give them a shot there.
Sell me.
Now, if you were to let us go and not try to fight us, we would let you live, even though you're Teldarim. But
sounds like a plan. Raiders roll. Looks like the same creature was mutated and cloned over and over. Matt, you got any additional info?
Stedman's been running some tests, sir. He says the specimen's DNA strands have been artificially spliced. Whoever's in charge of this mess did it deliberately.
What's... Matt,
yeah, we lost a medic.
We've got to blow this place sky high. No way we can just leave it standing.
Well, I'm picking up a strong power signature close to you. There must be a large fusion reactor somewhere in the facility.
Yeah, I know I lost a medic.
Perfect. We'll find the reactor, destroy it, then we're out of here. What's up? Time to man up.
So then you get health and energy restorations. There's literally just health packs over there. It's great.
You can count on me.
Yeah, I should be microwing a little bit better than I am.
Who wants some?
Talk to me.
Please state the nature.
Break it down.
If you set them up in a formation, they'll kind of keep to it. Oh yeah, so this gives us plasma ammo.
Testing these weapons on the specimens. What the hell have they been up to here? Plan. Raiders roll.
You rang? I'll take care of it.
Talk to me.
Yeah, tell me about it, Dakota. Like I said, this place, I keep referring to the Dominion as the Space Pirates. This is, pretty much, the first point of evidence for that. Oops.
Raiders roll. Time to man up. Count on me. We got trouble ahead. That cargo bay's big enough for heavy units. Oh yeah. Siege tanks.
This is
Vikings.
funny.
Wait. Some kind of war bot. Looks like I can pick a weapon upgrade and activate it from this console. Here goes.
So, anti-armor, anti-personnel, or both?
Time to man up. That bot won't last long. Let's move. Sell me.
I've actually lost Raynor in this room several times because of those damn canisters over there.
Break it down. Talk to me. Count on me. What's the plan? Raiders roll. What's up? Time. Well, he did his best for us. Sounds like a plan. You read me, Matt? I could use some reinforcements down here. They got something big in the next room, and I don't think it's friendly.
You got it, sir. I only have one dropship available. What do you need?
Medics.
Yes, sir. Your reinforcements are inbound.
Leave them.
God, give me some freaking medics. Thank you.
This better be good.
I got the last one killed. Sorry, Morales. Bleh. One thing that's been questioned of me before, and I think this is a valid question. Does the Dominion actually have the ability to hold Protoss and Zerg against their will? Or is this the Dominion combined with Xel'Naga tech? Remember, they have the expertise of Duran at their back, so they have the access to Dominion technology. And we already saw this as recent as long ago as 4 years ago with the Brood War thing. Personally, I think this is actually kind of a combination of both answers. AKA, there is, this is primarily Dominion tech, it has just been augmented with Xel'Naga ideas. you know, if you understand electricity, you could do a lot more with older technology back before that was invented. A good example of this that is entirely fictional and fantastical is Back to the Future 3. Doc Brown was brilliant at new science and technology from as recently as 2015, and we all know what 2015 is like with all these hover cars and whatnot. And so he was able to do a great many things that he technically should not have been able to do back in the Old West of 1885 or whatever it was, because he had the knowledge, right? So that's what I think it is, that Duran has that advanced knowledge that he applies to modern technology in order to advance it to the point where he can do things like keep Zerg and Protoss under lock and key, basically, and actually manipulate them and use them, all that fun stuff.
Sounds like a plan. Time to man up. You can count on me. Sounds like a plan. Raiders roll. You can count on me.
So I don't know about you guys, but entering into a room where there's something like that being held in a force field and grips of chains, like each one of its limbs is in a separate locking mechanism and it's got a force field around that. I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, oh god, it's a boss fight.
Raiders roll.
Which is another new thing they kind of did in
Please state the nature of your medical emergency.
in Starcraft 2. They actually have several full-on boss fights, WoW raid style, in Heart of the Storm. By the way, you know how horrible the Dominion is? They're actually experimenting on Metroids in addition to everything else, which is just deplorable. And some Zerglings, and of course a Ditto, because you know, why wouldn't you? Him.
What's up? Time to man up. Sounds like a plan. You can count on me. Raiders roll.
So this is called a Brutalisk.
Brutalisk, huh? So the Dominion's doing research on these things too.
This is basically an
This might
optional.
not be the best time to take on a giant Zerg monster, but Stetman still needs more Brutalisk samples to complete his research. It's your call.
Yep. So yeah, this is going to give us some research, and like I said, this is basically an optional boss. This guy is pretty brutal. No pun intended.
Sounds like a plan.
But I usually have some issues with this guy.
Raiders roll.
Oh wow, he still hurts in casual. Jeez, look at that.
You can count on me. Time to man up.
Yikes.
Sounds like a plan.
That's a good question, Taqueta. If you've paid attention to any of my streams, you know that my viewers have a problem constantly talking about FF13, no matter what I'm streaming. I'm not
like a
kidding.
plan.
I had to make it a rule in the FF Marathon not to talk about
Time to
FF13.
man up. You can count on me. What's the plan? What's up? Sounds like a plan.
Guys, next time walk away from
Sir, you're right on top of that power signature.
Hello,
The fusion reactor
beautiful.
must be nearby.
Oh, fun fact, Zeratul in his optional missions encounters the Mage-type hybrid. Raynor in his optional mission encounters the Melee-type hybrid. Good way to demonstrate both of them and their overall capacities.
Raiders roll.
Better send some body bags.
You can count on me. Time to man up. You can count on me.
So, up until now this has been a decent mission, but just kind of like, okay, and this is where the tense and the yeah, this part is amazing.
Containment field weakening. Protoss Zerg hybrid reviving.
Emergency! Emergency! Containment breach! We're all gonna die!
So you can't actually kill this thing.
My lord. Am I seeing this right? Hybrid. We should get out of here right now.
So yeah, now the mission has changed from, you know, infiltrate to
All right, that's
run.
it. We're leaving.
So, this is
Sir,
great.
You'll have to be careful. Signal's warping, but that critter's breaking the place apart. Who knows what you'll run into?
Just what I wanted to hear. Thanks for the heads up. Stay tight on me. Let's move, Raiders. Sounds like a plan.
So, let's just line this up here,
Raiders
shall we?
roll. Chrono Rift device. Must be based on alien tech. Thanks is really playing with fire here.
Yeah, no kidding. So hang on, I gotta explain this before we actually do this mission. So, you have the hybrid behind you. You've got the remaining Dominion forces in front of you. You've got the escaped Zerg in front of you. And you've got the escaped Protoss in front of you. All of these forces are trying to kill you, and the hybrid basically constantly catches up to you. You have one mechanism, the Chrono Rift technology, to try and slow the hybrid down. Everything else is just all about pushing forward. I usually have to restart this section of the mission several times when I'm playing this on hard, because holy crap. This is fun, and you're really just barely keeping up. I want to mention one other thing that's interesting to me lore-wise, though.
Come on, ladies. We need to keep moving. Blast through that rubble.
This entire facility, admittedly, I mean, we kind of pushed our way through here, but I just want you to keep in mind that this entire facility is wiped out by a single creature.
Sir, if I'm reading this right, that hybrid is virtually indestructible. Don't try and fight it.
Yeah, I
Just
like
get out of there.
the lamps on the Marines, too.
Hell, that debris won't hold it for long. Keep moving. Go, go!
The hybrid is on the move.
On me. Another warbot. Adjutant, send it after the hybrid to buy us some time. Time to man up.
So...
You can count on me.
Yeah, we don't need any chrono time right
Let's
now.
move! You can count on me. Sounds like a plan.
It's not indestructible per se. It's just they don't have the firepower to bring it down. That's the reality of what's being said there. Wait, I'm missing a research. I'll have to keep an eye out for that.
This place is coming apart fast.
Seriously though, think about this for a
Hell,
moment.
that warbot didn't last long.
A single individual takes out this whole place. I only mentioned that again because it really emphasizes the raw power of what the hybrids are in a good way. In my opinion. Ah, there it is.
Count on me.
There we go. Got all the research. He also occasionally jumps forward, but you can see his location behind there, and you'll notice he's actually catching me despite the fact that I'm on casual.
Raiders roll.
I think you're right. It is only on Jimmy.
Sir, I lost the hybrid signal. It seemed to just
No,
disappear.
Shadow, don't do it.
Define disappear. Count on me.
Define disappear.
Sounds like a plan. You can count on me. Time to man up.
I like the mini ultralisks that hatch out of these things, by the way. And the big ultralisks.
Raiders roll. Time to man up. Raiders roll. Oh.
And then he pops out right on us. R.
Raiders roll.
Go.
You can count on me. Time
Just go. Just go.
You can count on me. Sounds like a plan.
Evac, get to the transport.
Transport? I think we just found our way out of here. Me.
Go.
Sounds like a plan. Time we were leaving. Lift off. Matt, can you read me? I'm inbound in some big transport the Dominion was nice enough to supply. Don't shoot us down.
I like that. Some people ask why the hybrid was so intent on destroying us rather than just destroying everything else. Couple of possibilities there. But first and foremost, I think it was just the... How do I put this? The hybrids don't really think. Try to remember that. They don't really have sentience or sapience like everyone else does. Hello, King Dunlop. Shoutouts. Welcome to my stream. Don't be a stranger. If you have any questions, toss them at me. If you want to talk about completely unrelated things, that's what the chat's there for, because they like to do that a lot. This specific hybrid, not really, Darth Spectators. Basically, this hybrid destroys this entire facility, and then is just kind of left to float in space or die. We're not sure which. It is possible it dies. Hybrids are not actually indestructible, as we pointed out. They're just very strong. Exactly, Bragwin. That's the nail on the head. Raynor, everyone else is like, oh god, fight and do. Raynor's the one fleeing. And remember, these things do not actually have the sentience. Now, of course, obviously, I should say I think it was the instinct. It is possible it was a command. I don't think it was a command, because Amon doesn't have a lot of reason to go after Raynor, and Duran actively needs Raynor for his plan. So I don't think either of those would have actually sent it after him. It is possible Mengsk did, if Mengsk actually had control access to the hybrid, which we don't know. But I think it was instinct, personally. It's still a beautiful ship. I'm telling you guys, someday I'm going to have that ship, and it's going to be awesome. May it take me 100 years. It's mentioned in the book several times, Chaos Reaper, especially Flashpoint.
That thing down there. It was like the hybrid Zeratul fought.
Here. But how?
Minsk. It's always Minsk. The end of the universe is coming, and I should have known he'd be behind it.
But how did he hybridize Zerg and Protoss? The technology required is way beyond anything Terrans have developed. He can't be working alone on this.
Yes, thank you, Horner, for having a brain there. I point this out. Raynor is in many ways kind of blinded by his hatred of Mengsk. And I mean, understandably, he's been through hell, mostly because of Mengsk. However, he is willing to firmly believe that Mengsk is the source of the hybrids, even though that's... No, I mean, that's ridiculous. Horner, who has more of a head on his shoulders, is the one thinking, no, there's someone helping him out with this. And of course, as we find out, that is true. That would be terrible, Titans. Exactly, War Wager. Have we made the Hyperion yet? No, sir. Okay. Back into Crow's Leap. So this is probably my favorite Tosh commentary right here.
Whatever you found down there makes me afraid. What was it?
Something monstrous. Protoss hybrid. It must have been a powerful sigh for you to feel it scream from all the way up here.
Searing, blinding, like feeling the sun burn in your face with your eyes squeezed shut. I never felt a thing like that before. I hope I never do again.
So what position would you want on my Hyperion, Braywin? Which I wouldn't call the Hyperion, but you know, you get what I mean. So this is the last UNN thing.
This is Kate Lockwell for UNN. Donnie Vermillion remains on sick leave. Get better, Donnie. Coming up later, we begin a 10-part expose on corruption in the Dominion government. How high does it go? Tonight, however, I'd like to return to the topic of Tarsonis and the day it fell. Families ripped apart, literally, when the savage Zerg arrived. Mountains of dead bodies, deserted cities. Let's play that clip again.
I will rule this sector or see it burnt to ashes.
Stop! Wait! You can't just come in here!
By order of Dominion Security, this newscast is terminated.
We finally got you, Arcturus. Nice to see the media taking shots at you for a change.
I like how several people all want to be the bartender. The reason I asked Brigwood that question is I could totally pick her being at the bar and just tending the drinks. There are actually some more UNN reports dead. That is correct. Because they haven't bothered to kill her, Takoida. And I think that's really the truth of it. We didn't get anything here, so... Oh, we do have something to talk about.
What in the hell's name did you stir up in that lab, cowboy?
Minx is taking the plane God literally now. He made that thing and a whole heap more like it. And who knows how many other labs he's got out there.
Great. Like we ain't got enough to handle with the Zerg. Now we got Minx breeding his own damn monsters too.
Wow, a lot of people want a job on this ship. I don't think I'd call it the Skyclaw, which is the usual name of my ship. I'd have to come up with another name for it. Like the Imperium. I like that idea. Or the Imperial. Anyways, Oh, Krenzer, you totally got turret duty. Grey Wolf will be an engineer. Groat will be chief engineer, naturally. Lol, Bragwin. Helmsman, I think, is open. We have Secret Meta, who's actually a head of maintenance. Absolutely, you're all on board that. The guy, Darth McTaters, you can totally be our tech guy for that. The Arshinian. And Big Mama would be the chief bartender, since you actually wanted that job. Ah, so we've got the final Protoss tech. This is great. All of the containment and reinforced structural integrity theorems I've developed from studying this crystal are starting to, well, crystallize. I think we might be able to contain energies that once required huge machines, or even manufacture structures capable of hot landing from orbital origins with acceptable stresses. I am a sham. I haven't learned anything from this crystal. I've just observed the smallest details from it and somehow wrangled a few tidbits when the crystal helped me. I don't understand how the Protoss can possess technology of this magnitude and not rule the known universe. Maybe they simply don't want to? Last entry on this sample. I figured out where it's putting all that excess energy. It's feeding the Hyperion, subtly helping to power the ship, balancing out some of its more ragged systems. It's giving of itself and has been since it got here. Swan is excited to see the ship running so well, but he has no idea why, and I'm not going to tell him. By the way, I would love if this actually was canon. If the Hyperion actually has Protoss tech helping its power balance and helping it to run in the future. That would just be so cool. Given the fact that it can do the short warp jump thing without issue or problems in Heart of the Swarm, I think this might actually be canon. If you don't remember, short warp jumps are a really big problem. And I actually talked about this already, so forgive me for the repetition. So I'm not going to cover that again here. I'll probably bring it up when we get to the Heart of the Swarm. For one of my favorite missions in Heart of the Swarm. Money, money. So we can get a combo reactor, which is great for starports, factories, and barracks, and allows you to have a double production while, say, having the tech lab, or barracks actually have the ability to turn into the warp gates like Protoss do. I'm taking this one, because I like the ability to double make all sorts of stuff. Oh, I know, Raskor. Why is there Protoss tech on my ship? Sierra and Groot. That's true, War Wager. That would actually explain that for the multiplayer. So I really hope that's canon. It would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? Alright, so did I already do everything here? Yep. Okay, I'm okay with that, Octavian. We'll do that. I'm going to need some capable people on my bridge, too. The Arshinian. No, we'll call it the Imperial. I like that. Okay, what's our next lineup for missions? Let's see. New Folsom, which I'm putting off. Haven, which I'm putting off. Tyrid, what's this one?
Seems your Queen of Blades figured out who's been paying us to snatch up all them artifacts. Mobius's head honcho, Dr. Naru, claims this.
Alright, I know what we're going to do. We're going to do Tyrador after the other two. Because it makes... Is that... What is that in the background? What is flying around out there? I can't tell if that was supposed to be a police box or Wall-E. Anyways... I'm going to take a brief break. I've got a headache developing. I've been streaming for 6 hours straight. I need to just pause for a bit, recoup, get some food in me. Oh, that's the porta potty. Oh, it's the Taran Marine. It's the Taran Marine. Anyways, I need to recoup for a bit, and then we're going to go ahead and cut off the donation incentives. So if anybody wants to get in their final votes for if you want us to pick Hansen or the Protoss, that's the one we'll be doing first. And then, or no, I'm sorry, we're doing it in reverse. We'll be doing the Nova versus Tosh one first. Excuse me, Nova versus Tosh one first. So get your votes in, so to speak. Otherwise, I'll be right back, guys.